Chapter 672. Fragrant Osmanthus, Full Moon Night, Battle to the Death at the Peak of the Purple Mountain. Everyone in the Eastern Baron was waiting. The divine physique against the North the Arch was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. It was the same as a prelude to the battle between the divine physique and the ancient emperors. This news was extremely influential and quickly spread to the Middle Ground and the Southern Mountains. Everyone was looking forward to this battle because it would decide who could prove their Tao in the future. There were still more than 10 days until the night of the full moon. It was not that far away and would arrive very soon. This battle was right in front of them. It would be a fierce battle that would attract the attention of the entire world. It was easy to imagine that it would be the focus of the entire world. There was no reason for Wang Ting not to accept the battle. He couldn't retreat. Now that he was so strong, he could look down on everyone in the younger generation and be on the same level as a divine ruler. As expected, after Yi Fan shouted his battle cry, Wang Ting immediately responded. He declared in front of the Ji clan that he would kill the divine physique at the ancient Emperor Mountain on the night of the full moon. Autumn in the north region was very cold. Yellow leaves fell and filled the air with a somber atmosphere. A gust of wind blew and the leaves danced. A bleak season had arrived. A shocking battle was about to begin, but Yi Fan passed it calmly without any ripples. People couldn't tell what was going on. In the meantime, he went to the Miaoyu nunnery but didn't see in Miaoyu. He learned that this beautiful woman had already gone to the western desert alone to search for a mystic technique and to cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism. The north region was boundless and there were few oases. There were no osmanthus flowers, but he was going to face the moon and fight. In half a month's time, an osmanthus tree actually grew in front of the Purple Mountain. The fragrance filled the air and could be smelled from far away. The petals fell in the wind. The night was like water. Yi Fan strolled alone on the bloody ground. He passed through the osmanthus forest and circled around the Purple Mountain. He didn't do anything special and left soon after. The divine physique just entered the immortal secret realm not long ago. Can he defeat the North the Arch? What will he rely on? Yi Fan is too rash in this battle. It doesn't bode well for him. During this time, many cultivators were discussing. They thought that Yi Fan would most likely lose this important battle because he was too impulsive. During this period of time, Yi Fan roamed the lands of the northern region. He traveled to almost all the ancient veins and left his footprints on many mountains and rivers. Several days later, a piece of news spread from the southern region. The North the Arch and Ji Ziyue were about to get engaged, and it would be in the next few days. Hua! The entire eastern wasteland was in an uproar. This was too sudden. Why was there such an arrangement before the decisive battle? It left everyone shocked. Holy boy, do you think you can change everything by challenging my Teng? In the southern region, Wang Teng's father sneered, I've long heard that you are very close to the pearl of the Ji clan. Do you want to change everything with a single battle? Dream on. Big brother, there's no need for him to do this. Even if he has a divine physique, he will undoubtedly die. He is doing this to resolve the so-called predicament of the Ji family's little moon. How could he possibly be a match for Teng? He's just throwing his life away. A great being from the Wang family said. Wang Teng's father, Wang Chengkuan, stood in front of the window and sneered. The reason why I suggested the engagement is to make everything go down the drain for him. I want to disturb his mood and make him die faster. But the Ji clan might not agree at this juncture. There are a few elders of the Ji clan who have a close relationship with us. They hate what the holy boy did back then. You can ask them to make an exception. Even if they don't agree, we can spread the news, and they won't say anything. Wang Chengkuan said. The news of Wang Teng and North Thearka's engagement caused a huge uproar, but the Ji clan didn't say anything. The people were bewildered. Too fast? How can it be so fast? People didn't understand. Why would they choose to get engaged before the great battle? This didn't make sense. Wang Teng's father, Wang Chengkuan, sneered. Do you think you can kill my Teng by choosing the ancient sovereign mountain and having the geographical advantage? I'll let you come to the southern region to die first. 2 days later, the Wang family sent a gift from the northern plains. It was a phoenix stone that could ward off all evils and increase one's cultivation speed by 20%. It could be considered a supreme treasure. One had to say that this gift was too precious. It could ward off all evils, but it could increase one's cultivation speed by 20%. It could be considered a heaven-defying treasure, but the Wang family was willing to give it away. The Wang family's foundation is too strong. This kind of thing is priceless in the eyes of the saints, but they are giving it away so generously. There must be something even more precious in the family. This gift made many people jealous, but there was nothing they could do. Who would dare to snatch it? 3 days later, an elder of the Ji clan spread the news that the two families would be connected by marriage soon. The engagement was done recently, confirming the rumors. Eighth ancestor, what do you mean by this? Ji Ziyue's father's expression was very ugly. He wanted to follow his daughter's wishes and didn't want her to be wronged, but he couldn't withstand the pressure from the family. I'm just saying it casually, but it will happen sooner or later. Ji clan's eighth ancestor said, aren't you confirming the rumors that the Wang family released? You have to know that we haven't agreed to the engagement yet, so how can you be so hasty? Ji clan's brother and sister's father was also a powerful person. Ji and Ji, you haven't become the family leader yet. Eighth ancestor looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything else. The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing that the bright pearl of the eastern wasteland was about to get engaged. At this sensitive period, there were many topics to talk about. Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan are very close. Many people know that the Wang family is setting a trap to force Yi Fan to come. They want to kill him in advance. They are really ruthless. Yi Fan is in the northern region and can fight with a top Saint Lord with his Genesis technique. However, the Wang family wants to force him to come to the southern region before the battle and make him lose his greatest advantage. Some people quickly deduced. They wanted to kill the saint body and not give him a chance. If Yi Fan didn't come and couldn't take Ji Ziyue away, then he would definitely have regrets in the future. His Tao would be flawed and it would affect his state of mind. In fact, in the upcoming battle, he would be greatly affected. With a flaw in his heart, even if he chose to fight at the peak of the Purple Mountain, he would most likely die. Will the Wang family really get engaged at this time? This is a trap to force the saint body to come through the void and destroy his advantage. It doesn't have to be a real engagement. Just spreading the news is enough. The effect has been achieved and Yi Fan has no choice but to come. Otherwise, if there is a change, no one can bear it. The north the arch is already so strong, but his father Wang Chengkuan still plans like this. He is really ruthless. If there is no accident, no matter what the saint body chooses, he will be in danger. If Yi Fan comes to the southern region, he will lose all his advantages. It is the same as sending himself to death. If he doesn't come, his mind will be flawed and cannot be at peace. He most likely won't be able to use his full strength on the night of the full moon. In the northern region, Yi Fan received the news. He stood on an ancient vein and looked into the sky. He was silent for a long time and didn't move. It was as if he had been petrified. He was in a dilemma. At the same time, Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others also received the news. They were all shocked. Little Yezi is going to fight that bastard Ziding on the night of the full moon. This battle is too early. He hasn't accumulated enough. Damn it, the Wang family is too shameless. The north the arch has the advantage, but they still plan like this. They are forcing little Yezi to go to the southern region to fight in advance. Damn it. No, we must stop little Yezi. There can't be any accidents. The war in the eastern wasteland is about to start. Wu Shizhong will provoke the ancient beings. I will go and participate in the battle in advance to gain experience, Dongfang Yi said. That day, Ji Haoyue didn't say anything. He crossed the void and rushed back to the clan from the central region. He appeared in the residence immediately. Wang Teng, get out here. The saint body hadn't shown his prowess and hadn't fought with the north the arch yet, but the eastern wasteland deity king was already angry. When he returned to the clan and saw his sickly sister, he felt his heart ache and shouted such words. Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled. The image of a bright moon rising from the sea appeared. Like a god, He barged into the 9 palaces of the clan, smashed an ancient palace with one punch, and entered Wang Teng's place of seclusion. Hao Yue, what are you doing? An elder of the Ji clan rushed over. No one can decide my sister's marriage. She can only decide it herself. Ji Hao Yue shouted. He didn't even go forward to greet the North the Arch. His black hair was like a waterfall, dancing wildly. He said, Wang Teng, come out and fight me. This roar shook hundreds of miles and spread to the outside world immediately, causing a huge earthquake in the southern region. The eastern wasteland deity king had been quiet for so many years. No one knew how strong he was. Today, he actually exploded and wanted to fight with the North the Arch. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. A tall figure appeared from the ruins. He shone brightly, drowning the heaven and earth. Above his head, a dragon and phoenix roared together. He stood on an ancient golden chariot. Wang Ting, others are afraid of you, but I don't care. Today we will fight to the death. Ji Hao Yue's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like lightning, and he pressed forward like a god. Ting, don't be rude. Wang Chengkuan appeared. Before the North the Arch said anything, he spoke first and stopped him. Hao Yue, what are you doing? The elder of the Ji clan also went forward and stopped Ji Hao Yue. 8th ancestor, move aside. Ji Hao Yue shouted. His body released the precious radiance of a divine king. A blue sea appeared behind him, and a bright moon slowly rose. Bang! 8th ancestor was knocked and staggered. His expression immediately changed as he said, impudent. A figure flashed, and the elders of the Ji clan appeared. They blocked both sides and didn't let the two youths fight. On that day, news spread that Ji Hao Yue was imprisoned. A few elders personally came out to calm him down. Clan head, why are you doing this? In an ancient cave, Ji Hao Yue sat cross-legged. His eyes were like lightning as he asked in a low voice. I didn't agree to the engagement at this time. That was just 8th ancestor's nonsense. You don't have to worry. After the Ji clan's Saint Master said this, he turned and left. But this is such a huge matter. How can you speak nonsense? This is a matter of life and death. Ji Hao Yue shouted. However, the ancient cave became silent, and no one replied to him. I won't get engaged even if I die. Let my brother out. In a palace, Ji Ziyue was furious. She tried to escape a few times but was caught. At this moment she was finally afraid. She was worried that someone would interfere and really arrange the engagement. She said angrily, someone will come to save me and trample on North the Arch. Lass, don't say things out of anger. In this world, who dares to behave atrociously in my Ji clan? 8th ancestor laughed and then persuaded, what's wrong with Wang Teng? His future is limitless. Even if something unexpected happens, he will at least be a saint. I am not your bargaining chip. I am Ji clan Ziyue. I am a person with flesh and blood. I am not an object for you to trade. I hate North the Arch. Ji Ziyue couldn't help but cry. Silly lass, it will be fine once you think it through. 8th ancestor continued to persuade. I am not a bargaining chip. I am your Ziyue. You can't decide my future like this. Ji Ziyue begged and then said angrily, someone will definitely come and save me. In this world, who dares to offend my Ji clan? No one will dare to behave atrociously. Then he consoled, Ziyue, you will understand in the future. We are doing this for your own good. In the north region, Pang Bo, Dong Fangyi, Li Heishui, and the others appeared. They entered the divine city and searched for Yi Fan. However, they couldn't find any traces of him. Where did little Yi go? Did he really go to Ji clan? Even kings will die if they go there. The south is a dragon's pool and tiger's den. In the south region, a void door opened and a figure walked out. In the south region, it was like spring all year round. This was a world of fragrant flowers and chirping birds. The vegetation was abundant, the spirit spring was gurgling, and the birds were not startled by humans. It was a very peaceful place. Yi Fan looked up at the sky with a resolute expression. He said to himself, South region, I have returned. I am here. Chapter 673. Even though he knew that the chances of victory were slim and that there were many dangers, Yi Fan had no choice but to come. He didn't want to feel guilty in the future and regret his actions. Not to mention the past, Ji Ziyue had poured magical power into him at all costs during the Battle of Qinling, helping him fight a life-and-death battle. She had used her life to help him escape from danger and was on the verge of death. He had to repay her kindness. Now that Ji Ziyue was in trouble, she cried and refused to marry. She wanted to escape from the Ji family. Putting aside everything else, just based on their friendship at Qinling, Yi Fan had no choice but to come. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get past himself. In the southern region, vegetation was abundant. The lakes were huge and misty. The desolate land was boundless and full of vitality. There was no place that was barren. Yi Fan walked on this land and entered the primitive wilderness. He silently thought about how to deal with this. If he left the northern region, his battle strength would be greatly reduced. He would no longer have an advantage and would be at a great disadvantage. Goo! In the desolate land, a green one swooped down and grabbed an elephant. It tore it apart in the air and blood sprayed everywhere. It flew towards a cliff in the distance. That was its nest and there were a few chicks waiting to be fed. Yi Fan was a bit absent-minded. He then walked forward again. He saw a fire qilin tortoise that looked like a black tortoise. It had a qilin head and was covered in scales. It opened its mouth and spat out large amounts of flames that burned a hill into ashes. Within the underground cave, a golden ape with divine wings rushed out towards the fire qilin tortoise. Its pair of golden divine wings released large amounts of lightning that crackled with pai-pa sounds. Even the great earth sunk, creating a deep abyss. Tens of thousands of trees shook and leaves fell. Sand and stones flew everywhere and the earth collapsed. It was a terrifying scene like a landslide or tsunami, destroying everything. This ape was extremely powerful. Pooh! However, the fire qilin turtle was as big as a small mountain. It had cultivated for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some of the qilin blood in its body had recovered. It spat out a simple attack and the wind and clouds changed. A purple qilin flame burned fiercely, scorching the heaven and earth. It turned the mountains in this region into magma and then into dust, completely vaporizing. Yi Fan watched from afar and didn't get close. This was a Holy Lord-level beast. He shivered inwardly. One technique to break 10,000 techniques gave him boundless enlightenment. He immediately thought of a sex trump card with boundless destructive power. Boom! The purple qilin flames surged into the sky, burning that powerful ape until it cried out miserably again and again. In the end, it turned into ashes, leaving behind a divine pearl that was devoured by the fire qilin tortoise that was as large as a small mountain. Cultivating for thousands of years, possessing a body full of peerless battle prowess, yet it was all burned away. Yi Fan stayed far away and didn't approach. His journey in the Great Wastelands could be said to be extremely dangerous. This was the territory of the savage beasts. These beasts did not choose to take human form and could extend their lifespans. They were all extremely powerful. It was rumored that in the Great Wastelands, there might still exist undying divine medicines. Occasionally, there would be vicious beasts that could live for close to 10,000 years after ingesting a single stalk. That kind of savage beast lord was terrifying to the point of making people tremble in fear. Boom! In the distance, a deafening sound rang through the air. Yi Fan was shocked inwardly. He saw a group of enormous tombs, and there was no way this was a cemetery of the human race. Every single tomb was like a small mountain, majestic and grand. He saw an aged-old flood dragon tear apart a cliff and grind it into a stone coffin before burying itself inside. The stone coffin burned and sunk into the great earth. An enormous tomb rose up and lined up in front of him. This great wasteland's most powerful beast kings all chose to be buried here before their deaths. Yi Fan walked forward and swept his eyes over every single enormous tomb. There were no divine pearls left behind. They had all turned themselves into ashes. However, Yi Fan was greatly moved. He said to himself, "Perhaps I can give it a try. If I succeed, then I will have another powerful trump card." He walked through the great wastelands and received enlightenment. He thought of 2 trump cards and prepared to grasp them in his hands to resist the Wang family. The divine body has come to the southern region. In the imperial palace of the Ji family's honored guests, an expert from the Wang family spoke. He had heard from a great sect in the northern region that Yi Fan had traveled through the void there. In the end, he has come to throw away his life. Youngster, you are still too inexperienced. This old man used a few methods to force you to come and throw away your life. Wang Qingquan said with his hands behind his back. After leaving the northern region, he can't use any original techniques. Even if he is a dragon, he will have to curl up and a tiger will have to lie down. He will stretch out his neck and wait to be slaughtered. There is no chance at all. One of Wang Teng's uncles laughed loudly. In the imperial palace, several experts were examining a picture scroll. On it were the coordinates of Yi Fan's journey. They were deducing where he would appear in the southern region. The news that the divine body had come to the southern region wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss it. They felt that Yi Fan was too impulsive. He had come to the southern region to fight a decisive battle and had lost all his advantages. He would most likely die and dye the southern border with blood. Many people sighed. The divine body was the only one to break the curse after the antiquity era. It was very likely that he would shine brightly in the future. No one would have thought that he would walk into a dead end. There was almost no chance of victory. He was indeed very strong, but he hadn't grown to the point where he didn't fear the sacred grounds. Without the original technique to rely on, how could he compete with the top divine lords? 5 days later, the arch would be engaged to Jizue. Someone spread the news and instantly caused an uproar. Was it really confirmed? Or was it to force the divine body to appear as soon as possible? Now, if Yi Fan wanted to do his best to help Jizue, it could be said that there was no time to plan. How could he fight in such a short period of time? In the outside world, no one was optimistic about the divine body. They felt that it was very likely that he would die in the southern region. Since he was already here, it was impossible for him to not make a move. However, there was no chance of victory. The Ji family had the extreme Dao weapon. What could he use to fight against it? Against the family of the ancients, his power alone was so weak. It was impossible for him to save Jizue. If he went, he would die for sure. In the imperial palace of the Ji family, Wang Qingquan revealed a cold smile and said, "There is no need for us to do anything. If he dares to come to the Ji family and behave atrociously, the 8th brother of the Ji family will kill him." That year, when Yi Fan attacked in the southern region, he killed many experts of the Ji family. The key person was the old woman Ji Hui. Everything happened because of her. Ji Hui was a descendant that the 8th group of the Ji family doted on. Until now, she still couldn't get over it. She had always been looking for a chance to get rid of Yi Fan and take revenge for Ji Hui. Not long after, someone spread the news that Yi Fan might break into the Ji family in a few days. Instantly, the southern region was shaken. Everyone's eyes looked over. How many years had it been? People couldn't remember how long it had been since something like this had happened. There were only a few people who dared to break into the family of the ancients. This was especially true for the Ji family. No matter how great a hero they were, they would be turned to ashes under the ancient void mirror. There was no way they could pass this test. Nowadays, even if the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru or the old madman of the eastern wasteland appeared, they would have to seriously consider it. There was no one in the world who didn't fear them. Moreover, who could see through the foundation of the Ji family. Their current great cultivator was also very powerful. How many major forces would dare to go against them? The heir of the eastern wasteland demon race, Pang Bo, pays his respects. On this day, in front of the magnificent imperial palace of the Ji family, several people appeared. Their voices were like muffled thunder. Pang Bo came, but he didn't come as a junior to meet the experts of the Ji family. Instead, he brought up his identity as the heir of the demon monarch, raising this kind of greeting to the level of the demon race and the human race. Yi Fan is the protector of the demon race. Whoever kills him will go against the demon race. Pang Bo was really anxious. The southern region was a dangerous place. He was afraid that Yi Fan would attack and dye this land with blood, So he went all out and showed up with a sensitive identity. As soon as this was said, the southern region was shocked again. Even the demon race was involved. This time, the storm was destined to be huge. This time, Crane King and Bat King came along. Pangbo used his own connections to invite them. With the help of his identity as the heir of the Azure the Arch, he pressured the Ji family. Unfortunately, after the battle of Qinling, Red Dragon King and the others went into seclusion. Otherwise, it would be more effective. Pangbo sighed. Even so, the Ji family didn't neglect them. A great cultivator came out to welcome them and invited them in. Although they didn't comment on their words, they didn't want to offend them. The demon race and the heir of the Azure the Arch. One of Wang Teng's uncles was stunned. After receiving the news, he instinctively felt that something had changed. Go and check if the demon race's sovereign weapon and the sky-devouring demonic jar in the hands of the 13 bandits have been borrowed by the divine body. Wang Qingquan was expressionless. Not long after, reliable news came. After the battle of Qinling, Old Blind and Peacock King were all in seclusion, protected by the sovereign weapon. It was impossible to borrow it. Divine body, how are you going to survive? Wang Teng's father, Wang Qingquan, sneered. Without the sovereign weapon, you will die even if we don't do anything. The next day, Li Heishui accompanied a few of the 13 bandits to the Ji family of the southern region. It was obvious that he wanted to protect Yi Fan and not let anything happen to him. Many cultivators in the eastern wilderness were shocked. The demon race and the 13 bandits had both come. This was a powerful force that couldn't be ignored. Even the Holy Land had to be wary of them. In less than half a day, the Red Dragon Taoist appeared and came out of seclusion. Although he didn't bring the supreme weapon, he came in person. The atmosphere in the southern region tensed up. The Red Dragon King could run amok in the eastern wilderness. Now, other than the saints, who could kill him? Many people gasped when they saw that he came personally for Yi Fan. Boom! On the third day, there was a loud sound. A monkey shining with golden light appeared with a black iron rod in his hand. He stood in front of the Ji family's palace, causing dust to rise into the sky. Wang Teng, get out here. The sacred battle ape had come to the eastern wilderness for Yi Fan. He was going to kill the North the Arch with his rod. The 10,000 primordial races were about to appear, and the sacred prince was here too. This identity was too sensitive. It was even more important than Zi Tian, the young master of the Valley of Divinities that Wang Teng had befriended. Many of the major forces were apprehensive. North Emperor, who gave you this title? Even someone like you wants to verify the Tao and become an emperor? With me here, you better scram as far as you can. From today onwards, put it away. The monkey was extremely arrogant. He stood there with the rod in hand, looking forward with disdain. His voice traveled hundreds of miles, and the entire void rumbled. The main character, Yi Fan, hadn't appeared yet, but there was already a storm in front of the Ji family. Everyone was shocked and had a premonition that things were going to get out of hand. It doesn't matter. As long as they don't have the supreme emperor weapon, it doesn't matter how many people come. The sacred physique will stain the Ji family with his blood. He won't be able to live and will become the stepping stone for my son to prove his Tao. I will be the first to attack him. Wang Qingquan was indifferent and didn't care at all. Wang family, since you are afraid and don't dare to come to the northern region, I, Yi Fan, will come to the southern region to kill you. Finally, Yi Fan's voice traveled over. The southern region was shaken. Chapter 674. In the Ji clan, even the gate was floating in the air. There were even some islands with silver waterfalls falling down. It looked very beautiful. Who is making noise? Someone from the Ji clan shouted, and an old cultivator walked out. However, there was another figure even faster than them. A powerhouse from the Wang clan had been waiting outside, waiting for Yi Fan to come. He wanted to kill him, so he turned into a beam of light and rushed over. A treasure tree flew out from his brow, shattering the image in front of him. There was a muffled sound in the sky, and endless divine light appeared. Monarchs advance with indomitable will. Wang clan, you want to have a great emperor? I will come and kill you all. In the blue sky, only these words echoed. What was destroyed just now was only an image formed by the talismans, and not the true body. Saint Physique, where are you going? The powerhouse from the Wang clan chased after him, but his divine senses scanned everywhere and didn't find anything. He retreated dispiritedly, feeling ashamed. It was obvious that the other's true body didn't come. Suddenly, a piece of divine source carved with talismans appeared and exploded on the spot, creating a black void abyss. The powerhouse from the Wang clan cried out in pain. Half of his body was destroyed. If it wasn't for the great Emperor Divine Formation that the Ji clan had set up here, this piece of divine source with 1,000,000 talismans would have been enough to kill him. But this was enough. Countless eyes in the southern region were staring at this place, and they were all shocked. The Saint Physique actually dared to be so strong. Did he have any other tricks up his sleeves? Was he really going to come to the Ji clan in 2 days? How was he going to fight against the Void Ancient Mirror? How was he going to fight against the North Arch? Yi Fan naturally didn't show his true body. At this moment he had already gone far away, leaping tens of thousands of miles and arriving at a barren land. This was a strange place. The scarlet earth was barren, and there were large cracks that were several meters wide everywhere. There were even flames that rushed into the sky. One could feel the heat from far away. The divine flames surged, almost burning the void. Fire domain. After so many years, Yi Fan returned to this place again. Back then he was chased into this place and narrowly escaped death. He experienced the fire tribulation and tempered the myriad chi cauldron, cultivating bitterly for half a year. He passed through 5 layers of the fire domain in succession. The 6th layer was the Eastern Purple Chi. Back then, it almost burned his body and soul to ashes. If it wasn't for the protection of the Bodhi seed, even someone as powerful as his divine body would have been burned to ashes. Now that he was back, Yi Fan could resist the violet flames even without the Bodhi seed. He didn't stop and entered the 7th level. 5 colored flames flowed about here, known as the 5 elements true flame. They curled about like wisps of mist, the temperature even more scorching. Ordinary powerful beings couldn't withstand it, turning them into charcoal. Years ago he had used this terrifying flame to burn a grand elder of the Ji clan to death in the Xiaoyao sect, and then escaped with his life. Yi Fan strode forwards, directly entering the 8th level flame region. This was a place where even a peak Holy Lord level powerhouse couldn't enter. Even a sovereign lord's true body could be burnt to ashes. In the present world, only the Crow Taoist had come here to refine the mutton fat divine iron. Because he had the body of a flame crow, he was born from a divine flame, so he didn't fear it. In the past thousands of years, Yi Fan was the 2nd person to enter the 8th level flame region. He relied on his unmatched divine body to resist the burning of the 7 colored flames. 7 wisps of mist curled about. They weren't that dense, but they possessed astonishing temperatures. It wasn't something sect master level figures could resist at all. It could burn down the heavens. Yi Fan's physical body surpassed that of a holy lord, but his entire body felt like it was about to split apart. He was barely able to resist it, and it was a threat to his divine body. One could well imagine just how scorching it was. However, this still wasn't his goal. He walked forward, arriving at the edge of the 9th level flame region. The scorching temperature ahead was terrifyingly high, and it made one feel like they were going to explode even from a distance. The 9th level flame region was a place no one could enter for thousands of years. It was a land of death not only in name but also in reality. Yi Fan stood in the distance and saw several dozen human-shaped ashes. Who dares to enter the 9th level flame region? He was shaken inwardly. This was a land of certain death. Countless years had passed, yet so many people had wanted to enter. The 9 colored flames seemed to transcend the scope of the mortal world, as if they were burning in another great world. They were illusory and terrifying. The 9 colored wisps of mist throbbed, destroying everything. This was Yi Fan's goal. He wanted to collect the divine flames of the last level of the flame region and use them to resist his great enemies. When he watched the great battle of the fire Qilin tortoise, he thought of this place. Can I enter the 9th level? Yi Fan took out the Bodhi seed. Without this item, he didn't dare to take the risk, because the 8th level was already his limit. All the sins of the world gather together to form a karmic fire that can extinguish all deities. The Bodhi will prove the Tao and resist the karmic fire alone. I hope it can also block the last level of the divine flame. Yi Fan tested it out. He placed a magical treasure that carried the Bodhi seed into the 9th level flame region. He discovered that it wasn't damaged like before. It was separated from the flames and wasn't incinerated. This made him feel much more at ease. He took back the Bodhi seed and held it in his hand. Then he strode forward, entering the depths of the fire region that was filled with countless terrifying rumors. The 9-colored divine flame throbbed as if there were gods and demons wailing in the sky. All sorts of mysterious and ancient sounds rang in his ears. It was as if he had entered a battlefield of deities. The terrifying temperature made even holding the Bodhi seed uncomfortable. It was as if his skin and flesh were about to split open. He was almost suffocating. He was the first person in thousands of years to reach this place. Yi Fan was prepared to use the myriad chi cauldron to collect these flames. Only it could withstand this temperature. Other weapons would probably be immediately burned to ashes. Suddenly, his heart moved. He found a black gourd in the myriad chi cauldron. When he pulled out the stopper, a chaotic light flashed. Yi Fan had almost forgotten about this treasure. He had taken it from the Purple Mansion Saint. He had studied it for a long time but still couldn't understand it. He couldn't use its power. However, the stopper of the gourd could be used. It was shaped like a rotten wooden hammer and had been bitten by insects. However, when he waved it, it could emit a chaotic light. It had extremely terrifying offensive power. Back then, he had even mocked the Purple Mansion Saint for having a treasure but not knowing it. He had only used the gourd to fight against his enemies and not the black gourd. Now that it had been in his hands for so long, it was still the same. I wonder how powerful it is. I'll try to use it to contain the 9th level's divine flame. Yi Fan made this decision. If it was a divine item, he definitely couldn't destroy it. Even if it turned to ashes, it wouldn't be a pity. There was some Taiyin true water in the black gourd. It instantly evaporated in the 9th level's fire region. Then, the black gourd sank and entered the front. Under his control, it began to swallow the 9-colored divine flame. It's not afraid of the most terrifying fire. Yi Fan was shocked. He realized that he had really overlooked a divine material. The black gourd didn't emit any divine power. Under his control, it was like a bottomless pit. It wanted nothing more than to suck the 9th level's fire region dry. So many flames. It should be enough to burn more than 10 divine lords to death. Yi Fan had a crazy urge. He could definitely use this to do something terrifying that would shock the world. The black gourd seemed to have been born at the beginning of the world. It wanted nothing more than to swallow the entire fire region. Yi Fan cautiously sent a wisp of his divine consciousness into it. He discovered that it was like an ancient universe. This black gourd is really terrifying. It looks like it wasn't refined but grew between heaven and earth. Yi Fan rubbed it. The patterns on it were simple and natural. In the end, he didn't dare to absorb the divine flame. Because if he shook it lightly, there would be a sound like a landslide or tsunami. There were too many flames. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control it. Is it really a supreme divine item? Yi Fan doubted it. Even the gourd cup had been eaten by insects, but it could still emit chaotic light. He was speechless. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the extreme end of the fire region. It sounded like a person sighing, but it also sounded like a living creature was crawling. What's going on? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. At the end of the fire region was a deathly silent land. It was only a few miles in radius. It was barren and lifeless. There weren't even any flames. Why was there a sound now? A small tree. His eyes widened in shock. A small tree had appeared at the end of the fire region. It was moving quickly as if it had grown legs and was moving on its own. No, it's a type of flame. His expression froze. He used his heavenly divine eye to see its true form. It was a cluster of flames, but it had turned into a strange tree that was half a meter tall. Could those legends be true? Yi Fan was shocked. There were many legends about the fire region. Many of the records were absurd. For example, an ancient book recorded that an immortal had been burned to death in the deepest part of the fire region. Another ancient book recorded that the ancient wasteland tower had appeared here and floated for thousands of years. It was also recorded that there were 10 types of flames in the 9th layer of the fire region. However, the 10th type had no source and had only appeared a few times since ancient times. The 10th type of flame, it really exists. Yi Fan revealed an expression of disbelief. He was filled with shock. He had seen it with his own eyes. The small tree wasn't tall, but it was very vigorous. It was like a coiling dragon with flames dancing. It seemed like it could burn down the heavens and burn down eternity. The 10th type of flame burned immortals to death. Yi Fan's scalp went numb when he thought of those legends. Although the flame was small, if it rushed over, he would immediately be turned into a pile of black soil. At that moment, he saw an unbelievable scene. The small tree was burning, and the flames were actually runes. One small world after another collapsed and then reformed. It was incomparably strange. It could actually burn down the heavens and burn down eternity, but in the end, it was restored. Yi Fan stared at the flames formed by runes for a long time. Only when the small tree sank into a pitch-black ancient cave did he come back to his senses and leave this place. There are less than 2 days. What other tricks does the divine physique have? Outside, everyone was guessing how Yi Fan could enter the Ji clan. It seemed impossible. The void ancient mirror was an emperor weapon that could crush the heavens. Apart from the great emperor, no one could stop it. How could Yi Fan go to the Ji clan and take away Lil Moon? Even with the help of the Crimson Dragon and the Battle Saint Ape, a strand of emperor's might could turn him into ashes. He is seeking his own death. He can't blame others. When the people of the future mention the divine physique, they will only remember that he was a stepping stone for my son to walk on the emperor's path. Wang Chengquan clasped his hands behind his back and looked outside the window. Being born in the same era as Ting-er is his sorrow. He is destined to be a green leaf. When the kings rise together, he will be the first to die under Teng-er's feet. His blood will dye the emperor's path. Wang Teng's uncle nodded. Tens of thousands of li away, Yi Fan frowned and became silent. How to fight against the void ancient mirror had become his biggest problem unless he borrowed an emperor weapon for him to use. Now, he had obtained the 9th level's flame domain's sacred flame and was no longer afraid of the Saint Lords. However, he still lacked an emperor weapon to deter them. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. I can only take a risk and carry it out. Yi Fan made his decision and walked towards the desolate ancient forbidden land. This was a life-forbidden zone. Since ancient times, few dared to enter. Even peerless emperors would be turned into ashes if they entered. No one could resist the power of desolate. Outside the forbidden land, ancient trees towered into the sky. It was a primeval scene. Inside, one could hear a pin drop. It was deathly quiet without a single sound. Yi Fan took out all the jade bottles containing the divine spring water. Then, he took a bite of an 8-trigram holy fruit. The fragrance seeped into his bones and soul. Now, he didn't have many left, so he could only squander them like this. Life energy wrapped around him. Finally, he rushed in like a bolt of lightning, entering the deepest part of the forbidden land. After an unknown period of time, a trembling sound came from the depths of the forbidden land. It was like the sound of the birth of the universe. It made people's hearts palpitate and their souls wanted to leave their bodies. 9 dragon corpses lay in a huge bronze coffin. Yi Fan struggled to carry a small coffin on his back. His forehead was covered in sweat as he walked out step by step. Ancient void mirror. I can block it. In order to save Ji Ziyue, Yi Fan had thought about it for a long time. He risked his life to carry this mysterious bronze coffin and fight against the extreme emperor weapon. Chapter 675. This small coffin was very heavy, like a small universe. It actually had the aura of a world. Yi Fan's flesh was unparalleled. He could move mountains and fill seas, but it was still very strenuous. Sweat drenched his back. However, he was much stronger than last time. He did not feel like his body was about to shatter. He walked step by step towards the top of the mountain. He had almost finished the divine spring of life and urgently needed to replenish it. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and majestic. Just like in the past, they were silent and did not move at all. It was like a deathly abyss that had existed since time immemorial, or the resting place of deities. Along the way, there were towering ancient trees and towering cliffs. There were even some white fragments that were formed from withered bones. They recorded the legends and helplessness of the past. With every step Yi Fan took, he would sink into the earth up to his knees. He climbed up the sacred mountain with great difficulty. He chewed on a piece of holy fruit to resist the passage of time, not aging. At the summit, there was a small pond that was clear and fragrant. The water seeped into one's bones. Yi Fan drank to his heart's content and filled up the pure jade bottle. Then, he went to the other peaks to store what he needed. Finally, he carried the small bronze coffin to the edge of the cliff and looked down into the endless abyss. He used the heavenly origin divine eye to look at the 5-colored altar. That was a sore spot in his heart. He always wanted to jump down and return to his hometown. The dilapidated altar was made of 5-colored stones. There were blade marks and sword holes, telling of the boundless passage of time and the endless passage of time. It was unknown just how many things had happened in the starry sky. A person! Yi Fan was shocked. He saw a figure standing alone at the center of the 5-colored altar, not moving at all, as if it had been petrified. It was like an ancient demonic body in the river of time. His heart jumped. Who was that? Why was it standing on the 5-colored altar? Was it a desolate slave? The distance was too far, and the endless abyss was pitch black. Even though he had the divine eye, he could only see a silhouette. He could not distinguish it in detail. Yi Fan descended the mountain step by step. He did not dare to stay for long. Only the heavens knew what was on the 5-colored altar. If it jumped out, it might cause a great disaster. Chung. When the heavy bronze coffin fell back into the giant coffin, Yi Fan wiped his sweat and gulped down a dozen mouthfuls of divine spring water, slowly regulating his breathing. The road out was extremely long, at least 80 to 90 li. Because he was carrying the heavy little coffin on his back, it was difficult for him to fly. He didn't know how much of his life force would be exhausted, and it was possible that he would face a great disaster of life and death. He had to adjust himself to his peak state. After resting for a long time, Yi Fan stood up and gazed at the bronze carvings on the giant coffin. He was lost in thought and seemed to be lost in thought. Ancient gods, ancient people weeping, what did all of this mean? The Tai, Qiongqi, Swan and I, and others were enormous, their faces sinister, vivid and lifelike. They were all ancient beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, as if they were going to break through the walls. The ancient gods with tear stains, the distant ancient starry sky road. Yi Fan pondered for a long time. In the end, he arrived before a starry sky diagram. The engravings here were extremely indistinct, covered by rust. In addition, the endless stars were extremely small, as if a real world was fixed here. Swoosh! Brilliance flashed in Yi Fan's hand as he took out the immortal treasure he had obtained from the chaotic nest of 10,000 dragons. It was as if it was condensed from starlight and flickered. These two are very similar. Could it be a map? Is it an immortal scroll that records the ancient starry sky road? His heart trembled as he thought of this possibility. During the ancient times, the monkey's father, the old emperor of fighting, would often look at it late at night. This matter must be very important, and there must be a shocking secret for an ancient emperor to treat it this way. The 9 dragon corpses were lying outside, and Yi Fan naturally had another idea. In fact, he really wanted to carry the 9 dragons and the giant coffin away, but he couldn't move them at all. The dragon corpses were cold and heavy, and their scales flickered with black light. They were like 9 tungsten mountains that had existed since time immemorial. Anyone who got close to them would feel suffocated. Yi Fan slashed with all his might, and sparks flew everywhere. Even someone as strong as him was in intense pain, and his finger bones were about to shatter. Yet, he couldn't slash a single dragon, not even a whisker. I just want a bit of dragon blood. Can I not dig out your bones? He was truly out of temper. He felt that even if he were to cripple himself, He wouldn't be able to pull out a single scale. 2 hours later, Yi Fan finally walked out of the forbidden ancient land with great difficulty. He drank a large amount of divine spring water, ate a divine fruit, and refined a portion of the roots and leaves of the 9 divine trees. Only then did he manage to resist the onslaught of time. I've used up an immortal divine fruit. I've almost used it all up. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was very difficult to obtain something like this again. Every time he used one, he would have one less. The price he had paid for this trip was really great. Outside the ruins of God, the Black Emperor had been strolling around for many days. He didn't dare to act recklessly, and he still hadn't entered the southern heavenly gate. Doggy, don't run around. The young little girl on the big black dog patted his back lightly. Didn't the Middle State send back news? The demon emperor destroyed 2 divine spirits in the ruins of God 10,000 years ago. If we go in, we'll most likely be able to find the immortal peach tree. Doggy, you're being greedy again. Have you forgotten that you almost died outside the divine mausoleum last time? Little Nan Nan wrinkled her cute little nose. This time, we won't enter the ancient heaven. We'll just enter the southern heavenly gate to take a look. It'll be fine if we're careful. The big black dog was eager. Go find Big Brother. Don't run around. Little Nan Nan lightly pulled on the big black dog's ear. We're already here, so how can we not enter the southern heavenly gate? We have to see the secrets of the gate to the ancient heaven, the Black Emperor mumbled. Then he added, it won't cause any delay. Today, we'll cross the void and beat up that bastard. Outside the Ji clan ancient palace, a majestic man appeared. He was like a demon god reincarnated into the mortal world. He had thick black hair, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes were filled with boundless stars. The southern demon had arrived. The battle of the eastern wasteland had begun, and it was possible that the Wu Shi Bell would appear. Even he had set off, and his first stop was the Ji clan of the southern region. His battle robes shone with a metallic luster, and he was majestic and heroic like a demon god. There was also an exceptional beauty beside him. Her appearance was enough to throw the heavens into chaos, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was precisely his younger sister, Qi Huoshui. Not long after, the horizon rumbled, and a purple chariot rushed over. There were 9 ancient beasts pulling the chariot, and each of them was like a small mountain. The terrifying aura they exuded caused people to tremble. Over a dozen ancient creatures led the way. All of them had fierce expressions, and they were all covered in scales. Some even had divine wings, and some had snake bodies instead of legs. They stirred up a demonic cloud that surged into the skies. This group of ancient creatures were like demon gods. They came from the Valley of Gods, and it was one of the origins of the most powerful ancient royal clans. All of them were brimming with killing intent, and they actually also entered the Ji clan. The person in the chariot was Zi Tiandu. Apart from this, there was also a purple-haired girl riding in the same chariot with him. She was like a flawless fairy, and even her pupils were purple. Her skin was snow-white like jade. She was his older sister. In these last 2 days, the Ji clan's entrance was as crowded as a marketplace. Those with great status in the southern region all came. They all had a premonition that a great storm was about to happen, and they all wanted to personally witness it. On the last day, people from all the great powers of the eastern wasteland came. They all wanted to see what methods Yi Fan had, and whether or not he could turn the situation around. Yi Zi, where exactly are you? You definitely can't come here to throw your life away. Pang Bo was incomparably anxious. He came here with the identity of the demon emperor's inheritor. Even though the Ji clan was polite, he couldn't change anything. Grandfather, I am your Ziyue. I want to leave this place, and I am not your bargaining chip. Ji Ziyue felt wronged, and tears welled up in her intelligent eyes. In many places, everyone's expressions were different. They were all paying close attention, quietly waiting for Yi Fan to appear. According to their speculations, it was impossible for him to start strong but end weak. He wouldn't escape back to the northern region, and it was only a matter of time before he appeared. On the last day, there were many esteemed guests in the hall of the Ji clan. It was really as if they were going to get engaged. Many great powers came to visit and gave some precious gifts. Didn't they say that the divine physique was coming? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Someone in the corner discussed softly. Most of the people who came to visit came because of the storm. On the other side, Wang Chengkuan had an indifferent smile on his face. He was still talking about his son, always talking about how he was comparing the divine physique to nothing. In the distance, Pang Bo laughed coldly and said, "My father's name is Li Gang, and my son's name is Wang Teng." It's almost become a catchphrase. One of Wang Teng's uncles looked over and stared at him with an unfriendly expression. There was killing intent in his eyes, but it wasn't good for him to make a move in the courtyard of a great power like the Ji clan. Would the divine physique still come? Why hadn't he appeared yet? Many people were suspicious. Logically speaking, he should have appeared by now. Is there even a need to say it? He's timid and doesn't dare to come. Someone from the Wang clan sneered. A few youngsters from the Wang clan agreed one after another, all of them revealing looks of mockery. There were even some who were making cutting remarks, not hiding their ridicule at all. What does the divine physique count for? With my clan brother here, what kind of storm can he stir up? Obediently curling up is the correct path. Even someone like him wants to contend against my clan brother? Suddenly, the limits of the distant horizon trembled. A type of horrifying aura was released, sweeping over from the distance, making even the ancient watchtower inside the Ji family tremble. Ji family's senior elder was shocked. Someone came with an unmatched secret treasure, and after making contact with the hidden formation patterns, they were sensed by the mysterious damaged ancient formation left behind by the Void Emperor. Who is it that came? In the distance, an expert from the Ji family asked. Yi Fan. When these two words sounded, within the depths of the Ji family's grand ancient watchtower, many people were shaken. Yi Fan really came. Where did you come from? An old cultivator walked up, paying a visit to the Ji family to kill Wang Teng. His voice was like thunder, ringing through the skies. Everyone heard it. After a short moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Yi Fan really came. Moreover, this type of power made everyone stand up. If it wasn't for this being Ji family, many people would have directly rushed out. Ji family, just the floating islands and majestic immortal mountains alone numbered in the hundreds, let alone all types of palaces. It was just like an ancient celestial court. A great figure from the Ji family stood up, deciding to personally take a look. The others naturally took this chance to stand up. They all wanted to know what Yi Fan was relying on. When everyone came out, they were all stupefied. Yi Fan came with a bronze coffin on his back. He stood in front of the divine earth and gazed at this holy land that no one had broken through for hundreds of thousands of years. He was extremely calm and indifferent. Did you make a mistake? Carrying a bronze coffin to fight a decisive battle. After being speechless for a while, some people couldn't help but mutter. A few people from the Wang family laughed endlessly. Their final bit of misgivings also disappeared, and they all revealed expressions of ridicule. What was the use of a broken bronze coffin? Everyone became speechless. Carrying a coffin to fight a great battle, this was too unconventional. They had never seen such a thing before. Right now, only Pang Bo was moved. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. He was the first to rush over while continuously muttering, "Genius, ah genius, Yeezy, you are really talented." Chapter 676. Pang Bo's stature was tall and sturdy, 2 to 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He had thick brows and large eyes, and his skin was bronze in color, exuding a sense of strength. Right now, he was feeling extremely agitated. However, his expression was extremely calm, not wanting others to see through his guard. He went up and hammered Yi Fan, transmitting his voice. "You can even think of this? Let me see." Pang Bo was the same as Yi Fan. He came here because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He came to this world through the starry space ancient pathway and had a special feeling towards this coffin. Look at what that fatty is doing. From afar, someone was dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Damn, who said I'm fat? This is majestic, not fat. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Pang Bo angrily spoke. His arms were thicker than the legs of others. He was indeed incomparably muscular. He was biting the coffin earlier. The others ignored him. They were describing what they saw earlier. How tough! Pang Bo mumbled. Yi Fan was also speechless. Pang Bo was too much, biting a coffin the moment he arrived. Was he venting his anger on it? This caused him to be a little dumbfounded. Damn, I've been biting the coffin lid recently, it's a habit. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Pang Bo also felt extremely ashamed. I'll go and search for dragon marrow for you in the future. Yi Fan spoke. Don't worry, the undying ancient tea tree is the #1 Tao comprehension divine tree under the heavens. Although it was refined into a coffin lid, it still has a miraculous effect. I was struck by heavenly lightning and entered the immortal foundation's secret realm. Pang Bo unyieldingly spoke. That fellow even wants to eat coffins. In the future, hide as far away as you can. A major character warned his disciple, feeling that this was a devil. His personality was different from ordinary people. From afar, many people were speechless, staring at Pang Bo from left to right. They truly didn't expect that such a majestic and muscular man would actually cause people to feel fear. Someone in the Wang clan laughed loudly. A middle-aged man walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. Carrying a coffin here, are you preparing it for yourself? You know you will die for sure, yet you still came to fight. This is prepared for you guys. Li Heishui transmitted his voice to the crowd, feeling extremely unhappy with this ancient aristocratic clan of the northern plains. Pang Bo shook his head and said, Wrong. They are not worthy of this bronze coffin. We have to use it to send them on their way. An unfathomable existence was buried in the bronze coffin. Not to mention them, even an ancient saint would not be qualified to enter it. On the other side, the Ji family's 8 ancestors laughed loudly, but did not say anything. Their intentions were clear. This was mocking Yi Fan for overestimating himself. Yi Fan carried the copper coffin on his back as he walked forwards. Every step he took left behind a footprint in the void, causing many people's expressions to change. His physical body was so tyrannical that it definitely surpassed that of a holy lord. They thought that Yi Fan was displaying his might, but little did they know that the copper coffin was just too heavy. It was even more terrifying than a great mountain, enough to crush a sect master to the ground. Even though Yi Fan had a saint body, he still felt that it was difficult. However, after leaving the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, his mana recovered and he could support his body together. Therefore, it was no longer difficult for him to move forward. Since you have come to visit my Ji family, then come in. An elder of the Ji family spoke. He was an old acquaintance of Wang Teng's mysterious ancestor. Those who have come from afar are guests, so please enter. The Ji family's 8 ancestors also spoke with a cold smile. The Ji family had the void ancient mirror. No matter how great one's divine abilities were or how powerful one's cultivation was, once they entered, they would still be suppressed. It could be said to be a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. The Ji family's 8 ancestors' invitation wasn't out of great hospitality, but rather carried a trace of coldness. It was the same as inviting someone to enter the urn without any good intentions. Little Yi, you cannot enter. In the distance, Li Heishui transmitted, reminding him of how terrifying the void ancient mirror was. At that time, even if he had the travel technique, he wouldn't be able to escape. Since I have come, I naturally have to pay my respects. I should enter the Ji family and pay my respects to the Void Emperor. Yi Fan carried the ancient bronze coffin on his back and walked forward with large steps. He really was going to enter. Everyone was shocked. They originally thought that he was going to end things outside the Ji family. They didn't think that he would really dare to enter. The Huanggu family was equivalent to a forbidden land. If there was a conflict, there would be no way out. The expressions of the Ji family's 8 ancestors froze. They originally wanted to ridicule Yi Fan for being a coward, but at this moment, they couldn't say anything. The other party was fearless as he walked towards them. Please enter. An old cultivator of the Ji family led the way. Then, everyone walked into the depths of this ancient family. The road was very oppressive. Those who came were all experts, and they were all representatives of various great powers. Yi Fan, what is the meaning of this? Carrying an ancient coffin on your back and even bringing it to this kind of holy land, this is disrespect to the Ji family. A person from the Wang family spoke. He hadn't even entered and already started to cause trouble on the way. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to him at all. He ignored him and walked forward with Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others, treating him like air. Saint Physique, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? This man wasn't very old. He was Wang Ting's cousin and had a fiery temper. Who do you think you are? Scram as far as you can. Yi Fan glanced at him as if he had seen a fly. He frowned slightly. This young man was furious. Yi Fan had leveled their stone workshop in the northern region, and the whole family hated him. At this moment, he was naturally furious. Is this a place for you to speak? Even the Ji family's seniors didn't say much. Who do you think you are? Scram. Yi Fan lightly shouted. This person staggered and felt his head ringing. He almost fell head first onto the ground. Yi Fan's aura was oppressive. With a light shout, the Wang family's younger generation was shaken and shocked many people. Little friend Yi, this old man also wants to ask, why did you bring a coffin to my Ji family's door? Ji family's 8 ancestors spoke. Their expressions were unkind, and it seemed like they were using this as an excuse to flare up. You and I are both cultivators. Why do we care about these things? This coffin is my weapon, just like the sacred sword on their backs. Yi Fan calmly replied. Before entering the Ji family's hall, the atmosphere was already a bit tense. Many cultivators who came to join in the fun were all looking forward to the battle today. Ji family's 8 ancestors didn't say much. They led the crowd and walked on the clouds. They came to a place with clouds and rosy clouds and entered a grand imperial palace. Many experts didn't go out just now. For example, Ji family's master, Red Dragon Taoist, Wang family's ancestor, and so on. When a junior came here, the elders rarely came out to welcome him unless they had other motives. Other than that, Zi Tiandu, Southern Demon, Qi Huashui, and some other young heroes were as steady as Mount Tai. They still sat in the hall. At this moment, Yi Fan entered with the coffin on his back. He instantly attracted everyone's gaze. Some were filled with hostility, some were worried, and some were indifferent. Ding. A clear metallic sound rang out. Yi Fan placed the ancient coffin on the ground. The entire hall shook and almost flipped over. If not for the formation patterns, it would have definitely collapsed. Everyone's heart was beating intensely. Just how heavy was this bronze coffin? Among them, there was one person who was the most shocked. That was Southern Demon. His eyes shot out 2 beams of light and firmly locked the ancient coffin in place. This was the first time Yi Fan came to the Ji family, but he didn't lack manners. He bowed to a few elders and then paid his respects to Red Dragon Taoist and some other old friends. You are the Saint Physique Yi Fan? An old cultivator stood up and firmly locked him in place. Pang Bo reminded. This was one of Wang Teng's uncles. His strength was great and he had a lot of power in the Wang family. At this moment, he stood on the stairs with a gloomy expression and looked over. What business do you have? Yi Fan asked coldly. You killed my clan's younger brother Wang Chengfeng, beheaded my nephew Wang Chong, and even flattened my clan's stone square in the north region. Tell me, why am I looking for you? Wang Qingyun's gaze was malicious as he questioned loudly. I say, do you have nothing better to do after eating your fill? Yi Fan simply and straightforwardly replied. Then he chose a table and sat down. Wang Qingyun's hair stood up in anger. His expression immediately darkened and he rushed over with large strides. Magical power surged violently as he closed in like a god of death. On the other side, the 5th bandit, Wu Dao, stood up. He was invited by Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian to stop Wang Qingyun. They were afraid that something would happen to Yi Fan. What? Do you still want to fight? Yi Fan greeted Wu Dao, then glanced at Wang Qingyun and said, This is the Ji family, you are not allowed to be so impudent. He loudly berated a senior powerhouse without the slightest bit of care, let alone fear. This kind of tone surprised many people. Wang Qingyun's expression was very cold. This was something that had never happened before. A junior dared to scold him like this. It was really unprecedented. The sun rose from the west. You killed my clansmen and still dare to appear here. You are destroying your own path of survival. Wang Qingyun's eyes shot out terrifying light. I don't want to say much about the conflict with you. I can only say that your Wang clan is asking for it. You are all seeking death. Yi Fan was not polite at all. The people from the Ji family came out to stop them. They were really afraid that both sides would fight here. After all, they were all guests. If they fought here, it wouldn't be good. As the host, they would lose face. You killed my younger brother and still dare to come here today. This is a provocation. I beg the Ji family's saint leader to give us a place to settle our dispute. Wang Teng's father stood up and walked over. Call Wang Teng out, Yi Fan said. He was here for North the Arch. As long as he killed him, everything would be settled. The Ji family's 8th ancestor was expressionless. He walked over and said, Why are you here? Are you here to kill my Ji family? He ignored the Wang clan's provocation and put a label on Yi Fan first. Although the ancestor has passed away, the great emperor's divine land of cultivation is not to be blasphemed. Those who dare to offend him will die under the void ancient mirror. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a threat? They knew that in this ancient land, the void ancient mirror's holy light could descend at any moment. No one could resist it. I am here to see Ziyu. Just now, the Wang clan provoked me first. I am just responding to them, Yi Fan said calmly as he placed his hand on the coffin. Ziyu is about to be engaged. It is very rude of you to want to see her, Wang Qingkuan said with a cold expression. That was the Wang clan's future daughter-in-law. He was rather unhappy. I beg the Ji family's saint lord to let me see Ziyu, Yi Fan said seriously. The Ji family's 8th ancestor laughed coldly. He wanted to say something but was stopped. The Ji family's saint lord walked over and ordered, Let Ziyu come. A young disciple was astonished. He looked at Yi Fan and left quickly, flying towards a jade palace in the distance. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect the Ji family's saint lord to agree. It was unexpected and they all fell into deep thought. Let Ting-er come out of seclusion and come quickly. Wang Qingkuan transmitted a message and ordered a disciple. Not long later, a young girl dressed in purple flew over like a fairy. Her black hair was like the clouds, and her face was like jade. Her big eyes were incomparably bright and full of spirit. However, Ji Ziyue didn't smile today. There were no dimples on her face. She lacked the playfulness of the past, and her sparkling canine teeth were nowhere to be seen. Ziyu. Yi Fan carried the coffin on his back and welcomed her. Little Yi Yi. Ji Ziyue's mouth opened into an O shape. She looked at him and then at the ancient coffin. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. I heard that someone forced you to get engaged. I came to help you resolve your worries. When Ji Ziyue heard this, her big eyes turned into crescent moons. Her dimples appeared, and she revealed a moving smile. Her teeth were like jade and flickered with luster. Yi Fan continued, As long as you shake your head and don't agree, I will bring you away today. No one can stop me. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect him to dare to say such words. Rumble. In the distance, a golden ancient war chariot rumbled and gave off boundless light. A tall and majestic figure stood on it like a celestial emperor descending. His black hair danced in the wind. Above his head, dragons and phoenixes roared, and holy light descended. The North the Arch appeared and drove the undying war chariot over. He was incomparably powerful, and holy light surged over, covering the sky and earth. Saint Physique, are you here to die? Wang Teng's cold voice came, shaking hundreds of miles. Yi Fan didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Ji Ziyue's pretty face and said, Ziyu, do you agree? Of course I don't agree. Ji Ziyue shouted and revealed a smile at Yi Fan. It was incomparably beautiful and moving, and for a moment, the sun in the sky dimmed. All right, I will kill him. Yi Fan suddenly turned around and faced Wang Teng. Chapter 677. In front of the imperial palace, clouds rose up, and auspicious qi shone brilliantly. 5-colored clouds pervaded the air. Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful. They were deafening and pointed directly at the hearts of the people. "I'll kill him." These 4 words were like 4 heavenly swords pressing against everyone's hearts, causing everyone to shiver and tremble. The power of self-confidence and the indomitable aura made people feel a kind of firmness that could destroy everything. This was a strange kind of mighty power. Shameless boasting. Wang Qingquan thought a lot and felt that something was wrong. Yi Fan was too overbearing and confident. He spoke before Wang Teng and pressured him. He was an exceptional figure with world-shocking cultivation. Even among sect master-level figures, he was a well-known figure. Few people could match him, and it was unknown just how many great battles he had experienced. "Father, let me come. Today, the saint's blood will be shed, and his corpse will be at my feet. In this great era where kings are rising, he will be the first to be removed from the path of the great emperor." Wang Teng's expression was cold as he drove the golden, ancient chariot over. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yi Fan spoke. "Little Yi." Ji Ziyue pulled his sleeve, and her intelligent eyes were filled with worry. She was very happy that Yi Fan could come, but she knew that courage alone wasn't enough. North the Arch was too powerful, and it was hard to find a match for him among the younger generation. The golden ancient chariot was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fishes, insects, and all living beings. It was as if it could suppress all realms. As it galloped over, its brilliance drowned out the heaven and earth. North the Arch was in the center, and the true dragon and divine phoenix danced on it, reflecting off each other. Everyone was astonished. At this moment, Wang Ting really had the bearing of an emperor. That kind of attitude of supremacy was very intimidating. Even many of the older generation couldn't look at him directly. What's there to be proud of? Right at this moment, a discordant voice resounded. Pang Bo said, "Isn't it just a crappy car? I had one in the past as well. Even though it only had 2 wheels, it was a famous brand." Of course, the people present didn't know that he was talking about a broken bicycle that rang everywhere except for the bell, but they understood that it wasn't something good. Pang Bo explained the flying pigeon name tag to the side. Li Heishui and the rest all burst into laughter. The people of the Wang clan were instantly enraged. Wang Qingquan revealed a look of disdain and said, "My son is a genius. You frogs at the bottom of a well, what nonsense are you boasting about? Don't provoke me. Who doesn't know that my son is Wang Teng? You dare to oppose me? My son will take the field. His surname is Wang, and his name is Ba Lang Ziting. He has the bearing of a great emperor." Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Jiang Huairan mocked in unison. Regardless of anything else, from today onwards, "My son is Wang Teng" would become famous throughout the world. The North the Arch drove the war chariot forward. Golden light covered the sun. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises guarded the 4 corners. Clouds were everywhere, and he looked just like the central arch. At this moment, Wang Teng's gaze was piercingly cold. His thick black hair draped over his chest and back, and his majestic figure was filled with an oppressive aura that terrified the souls of others. "Saint Physique, what right do you have to fight with me?" His voice wasn't loud, but it spread to every corner. Everyone within a radius of a few hundred miles could hear him. "Who do you think you are? Do I need to list out what right do I have to kill you?" Yi Fan shouted and opposed him with equal harshness. He walked forward step by step like a war god that had existed since ancient times. His body was overflowing with colors, and he was clear and flawless. The 4 corners of the world trembled with his footsteps. Many people couldn't enter the Ji clan because they didn't have the qualifications to do so. However, they heard it outside the mountain gate. Instantly, there was an uproar. Everyone knew that the battle between the North the Arch and the Saint Physique was unavoidable. The news spread to every corner of the southern region at the first instance. A huge commotion was unfolding, and it was unknown how many people were paying attention to and looking forward to this battle. Kill Wang Ting, kill this pseudo the Arch. Does he really think that he is the reincarnation of the ancient the Arch? He is just an arrogant disciple. Pang Bo shouted fearlessly. Kill the pseudo the Arch, kill the bastard Ziting of the northern plains. Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and the others echoed. Their voices rang through the clouds and caused a commotion. Everyone, calm down and control yourself. An elder of the Ji clan stood up. He didn't want people to fight in the Ji clan. After all, they were all guests here. Brother Ji, this isn't us causing trouble, but the Saint Physique is bullying us. We have no choice but to kill him, Wang Teng's father, Wang Chenkuan, spoke. Bullsh *T. You guys provoked us first, so why are you blaming others? Is this how the Wang clan does things? Pang Bo spoke crudely. The Wang clan was furious. As a clan of the ancient era, no one dared to be so disrespectful. Not even the descendant of the demon the Arch could do such a thing. What? Do you want to kill me? Pang Bo laughed coldly. I will kill you first. An expert of the Wang clan rushed out and asked the elder of the Ji clan for a place to settle the dispute. Since things have come to this, let them settle it themselves. If not, we will have to leave this place to fight. The Ji clan's 8th ancestor spoke. He wanted nothing more than for the Wang clan to kill Yi Fan. Many esteemed guests also spoke, requesting for permission to fight. They originally came here because they wanted to see the Saint Physique fighting against the North Empyrean. Right now, they naturally didn't want to give up. All of them wanted to see a fierce battle. The Ji clan's Saint Lord glanced at the Crimson Dragon Taoist and the Wang clan's ancestor Shen. Seeing that they didn't object, he nodded in agreement and agreed to provide a place for the battle. This place was instantly filled with commotion. In front of the heavenly imperial palace that was shrouded in mist, a space appeared as an invisible martial arena appeared. I will kill him first. An expert from the Wang clan walked over and rushed towards Pang Bo, wanting to act. Who do you want to kill? Yi Fan stepped out, wielding the copper coffin, blocking his path. I naturally want to kill him. This was a hegemonic level expert. Although he just broke through to the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation not long ago, his cultivation base was still there. He wanted to kill Pang Bo first. Bizizi. Yi Fan didn't say anything and directly acted, blocking his path. Circulating all the energy in his body, he brandished the copper coffin in his hand and executed the row word art as he blasted out. Wang Teng's father and the others didn't obstruct him. They wanted to let this person probe Yi Fan's strength because even they didn't have a complete grasp of his strength. Devil subduing formation. That person roared loudly as he spat out 36 copper lamps. All of them were like ghostly flames, flickering with a glossy green light as they enveloped Yi Fan within. Every single copper lamp was a holy sword. The flames they shot out were sword chi that contained traces of primal chaos mist. They were extremely terrifying and their attacks were extremely terrifying. The hearts of everyone jumped. This was a secret treasure of a sect and was definitely extremely powerful. It was much more powerful compared to the weapons of ordinary Saint Lords. Because once there was primal chaos chi, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, when the terrifying attacks landed on the copper coffin, clanking sounds rang out. There was basically no effect at all. The runic imprints on the copper coffin flashed with a clear light, destroying all the attacks. Boom. At the same time, Yi Fan was like a heavenly deity. He took a step forward, causing the heavens to shake and the earth to shake. The copper coffin was too heavy, but after circulating the golden blood energy in his body, it still moved and heavily smashed downwards, crushing the heavens. This kind of astonishing aura gave people the illusion that an eternal deity had descended into the world to kill all demons. His entire body shone with boundless golden light that could swallow the world. The copper coffin could break all techniques and destroy all living beings. Nothing could stop it once it moved. The rusted patterns on its surface flowed with a mysterious radiance that could destroy everything. All of the copper lamps in front of it shattered into bronze dregs under this strike. The Tao patterns were obliterated and the lamp flames were extinguished, no longer existing. The Wang family's expert opened his mouth and spat out a strand of primal essence energy. He used his great magic power to circulate more than 10 secret techniques. It was as if a boundless blue sky was pressing down to resist the ancient coffin. However, what was shocking was that regardless of whether it was the magic treasures or the secret techniques formed from primal essence energy, they were all broken like paper. A streak of bloody light surged. Yi Fan swung the bronze coffin down and smashed a great expert into meat paste. At first, the scene was deathly silent. Then, it erupted with commotion. A great expert from the Wang family was killed so thoroughly and straightforwardly. What face did they have left? Moreover, everyone discovered that the Saint Physique could fight against North Deity. It would definitely be a world-shocking confrontation and wouldn't be one-sided. There would be a breathtaking scene. Wang Qingquan's expression was gloomy as he transmitted his voice. Did you guys notice that the Tao patterns on that copper coffin were strange? They locked down the void, and it was impossible to dodge after being locked down. They discovered a terrifying fact. This kind of weapon was at least a king's divine weapon at the most, and it had started to give birth to the power of divine laws. Wang Teng, how long are you going to hide? Yi Fan shouted. He stood up while leaning on the coffin. The scene was strange and terrifying. Up until now, there wasn't a single person who wasn't frightened. The various sect masters were all feeling restraining fear. The Saint Physique's growth was too fast, and it was already unstoppable. Ji Ziyue revealed a moving smile. Her worries were swept away, and she was very happy. She was like a lively purple-clothed elf. The southern demon's expression was solemn. Demonic light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the small bronze coffin. He recognized that it was from the same source as the huge coffin in the ancient Forbidden Ground. His sister, Qi Huoshui, was the most beautiful person in the world. She was graceful and beautiful, and her eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. She was also staring forward in amazement. On the other side, the Valley of God's young master, Zetian, frowned as he stared at the bronze coffin. It was as if he had sunk into a distant memory. His sister was absolutely beautiful. Her purple hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was slender. Her purple eyes were filled with divine multicolored light, and there was also an unusual color. In the distance, the monkey stood with his rod in hand. His eyes were fiery and golden. He sat down on a chair and relaxed. Other than that, the Jade Lake Saint was also present. Her bright eyes flickered with brilliant colors as she paid attention to the battlefield. Many people from the younger generation came, and the older generation also paid a lot of attention. Red Dragon, Bat King, Crane King, Big Bandit, and many other cult masters were all shocked. The golden chariot rumbled as the North the Arch revealed his killing intent. His black hair danced in the wind as he came to the center of the battlefield and stood opposite Yi Fan. At this point, this battle was unavoidable. I will kill you under the chariot as a sacrifice to the heroic spirits of my royal family. I will erase your name from this world. The North the Arch was furious. Yi Fan had repeatedly injured the Wang clan, and his killing intent was as cold as winter. Yi Fan did not say anything. He turned back to Ji Ziyue and said, I will help you kill him now. Arrogant, he is pushing himself into the abyss of death. He will not live past today. The people of the Wang clan all spoke up, berating Yi Fan and cheering for the North the Arch. Saint Physique, your life is coming to an end. What right do you have to be compared to the princes of our race? At most, you are just a stepping stone. The so-called Saint Physique will be invincible once it is completed, but there is a precondition. It is still possible in an era without a Great the Arch, but to be born in the same era as a reincarnated Great the Arch of our race is a tragedy for him. Yi Fan and the North the Arch made their move. The two of them made a move in a flash. No one could see it clearly, but there was an ancient sacrificial sound that resounded throughout the 10,000 worlds. Boom! The boundless void collapsed and completely collapsed. Countless black abyss appeared, connecting to the eternal unknown. There was a sound like a landslide and a tsunami, and there were stars twinkling. It was the boundless universe. This was the attack that Wang Ting had made. He was like an ancient the Arch, and his eyes were filled with endless illusions. His back was against the eternal starry sky, and it was resplendent. The true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise all appeared. Each of them occupied the starry sky, and it was extremely terrifying. Endless divine light drowned that place. Many cult masters were astonished. Even they could not withstand such a terrifying attack. The north the arch was so powerful that it made everyone tremble. Yi Fan used the Rho formula and passed through the eternal void, appearing in another world. He was not injured, and he stood there with the bronze coffin in his hand. Wang Chengquan was very conceited and said, "All struggles are futile. In front of my son's world-shocking battle strength, the saint physique is nothing. Blood will stain the divine ground, and your corpse will lie at Tinger's feet. From now on, you will be erased and become a pile of bones on my son's emperor's path." Before he finished speaking, an even more shocking battle began. Wang Teng held the celestial the arch sword and drove the golden chariot, using the two ancient weapons to suppress Yi Fan. At the same time, his eyes released two beams of divine light. The heavenly eye of martial path opened, and it was indestructible. It began to erase Yi Fan's tangible body. This attack was world-shaking. The space between the two was almost drowned by the sea of divine power. The battlefield was almost boiling. Clang. Yi Fan moved the bronze coffin, and it collided with the golden chariot and the celestial the arch sword. It let out a sound that resounded in the four seas. Many people cried out, and blood flowed from their ears as they fell back. The floating divine island was penetrated in an instant. Wang Teng and the golden chariot were smashed down, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Moreover, the heavenly eye of martial path didn't work either. In the heart of Yi Fan's brows, a small golden person with the myriad chi cauldron on his head was hugging a small black gourd and blowing it. From the depths of the small black gourd, a blinding divine light flew out. It was like the first ray of divine light that opened the heavens, cutting through everything in the world. In the eyes of others, a vertical eye opened in the heart of Yi Fan's brows. The divine light shattered the splendor of the heavenly eye of martial path and shot forward. This wisp of heaven-opening divine light pierced through Wang Teng's forearm. It burned fiercely, and the temperature was frightening. Wang Teng was very decisive. He raised the celestial the arch sword and swung it down. Blood flickered as he chopped off his left forearm. Wang Chengquan shouted. Just now, he was still saying that once his son appeared, a saint physique wouldn't even be a stepping stone and would definitely be chopped off. He didn't expect that the north the arch would lose an arm first. On the other side, Yi Fan stood in the air. The bronze coffin floated up and down, and the void was flickering. It looked like he was standing in the ancient universe. Chapter 678. The floating island of the Ji clan was penetrated, and the ancient war chariot fell. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and rubble pierced through the clouds. Wang Teng used the celestial the arch sword to cut off his forearm, and blood flowed. After such a shocking attack, this was the result. North the arch, who was said to be invincible among the younger generation, had suffered such a great loss. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected such a result. How could Wang Teng, who was said to be the reincarnation of an ancient the arch, lose an arm? Other than Wang Chengquan, who was feeling heartache, no one said anything. They watched everything in silence. Everything was too sudden and beyond everyone's expectations. The saint physique was so powerful that everyone was shocked. This was a slap to the Wang clan's face. The Thearcha's son, whom they were so proud of, had his blood stain the sky. It was too tragic. Before this, the Wang clan was arrogant and looked high and mighty. They thought that Yi Fan was just a pile of bones on the emperor's path, a target to be killed. Yet, such a scene happened. Their supposedly invincible north the arch had suffered a great loss. Everyone in the Wang clan's face was burning, and they were very worried. It was hard to predict who would win this battle. No one could come to a conclusion. No one had expected Yi Fan's attack to be so sharp. Crack, crack. Wang Teng's left arm was shaking, and his bones were making crisp sounds. They kept growing. Essence chi from all directions poured down like water, and his broken arm grew again. It was almost perfect in an instant. "Tingler, be careful!" Wang Chengquan shouted from behind. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, he would have stopped the battle and led people to kill Yi Fan. North the arch had never suffered such a great loss since he started cultivating. His expression was so cold that it could freeze. When he was fighting with the monkey, his martial Tao heavenly eye was not broken. Today, he was going to suffer. Clang. The sound of the sword shook the sky. Wang Teng held the celestial the arch sword and drove the golden ancient war chariot to attack again. His black hair was completely standing up, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. The golden holy sword was as thick as a mountain, reaching into the heavens, crushing down like a mountain. The sound was ear-splitting, as if a great ocean was overflowing into the heavens, making one's heart tremble. Yi Fan brandished the copper coffin and hacked forward. It was as if he was brandishing an ancient cosmos. The endless heavens swayed, and floating island unexpectedly broke apart, unable to withstand the fluctuations. The north the arch quickly retracted his sword and did not slash down. He was testing the waters, trying to gauge how strong Yi Fan was. Like a divine phoenix dancing in the sky, he landed in the distance. Yi Fan stopped his arm. The bronze coffin smashed into the void, and a terrifying abyss appeared. Starlight flickered within, as if it was connected to a star domain. Qi! Wang Teng's eyes shone with the resplendent light. The heavenly eye of martial path appeared again, slashing toward Yi Fan. Not only could it see through the origin energy, it was also the sharpest divine sword. Yi Fan was very calm. He used the copper coffin to protect himself. The small golden person in the heart of his brows hugged the small black gourd and shook it vigorously. A divine light flew out like an immortal slaying flying saber. The North Thearka's eyes condensed like a sword. When it hit the immortal slaying flying saber, a clanging sound could be heard. Finally, it was incinerated by the nine-colored fog and dissipated in the void. Moreover, the light that shot out from Yi Fan's heart did not slow down. It penetrated the void and rushed toward Wang Teng's head. It was unstoppable. This time, the North the Arch was prepared. He was still trying to assess Yi Fan's battle strength. His feet glowed, and every step he took, he drove the ancient war chariot to retreat. A streak of divine light rushed past and pierced through a palace in the distance. In an instant, it turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Not even the Tao patterns carved on it could stop it. How could a saint physique be so strong? What kind of power did his vertical eye contain? This was the question on everyone's mind. Before this, they did not know. Wang Teng kept probing and attacking, but he did not fight head-on. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was also preparing to kill his opponent in one strike. He was activating the nine-colored fire in the black gourd. 10,000 spirits transforming into Tao, uncountable grains of Ganges. The North the Arch suddenly shouted. All kinds of power in the world turned into the rules of Tao. The essence of the plants, the essence of the sun, the faint light of the stars, and the source of the universe all poured down. After observing for a long time, he finally used one of the great arts in the attack. This was a secret art from the Arch Sutra. Its divine power was terrifying and could not be measured. In this world, all spiritual bodies and all kinds of power turned into the rules of Tao. Everything turned into traces of Tao, becoming patterns that traversed the void. This was a very frightening divine art. It made people feel like they were in a nightmare and difficult to resist. In this world, there were so many spiritual beings. If they were all summoned to transform into Tao, there would be no end to them. That was why there was the saying that there were uncountable grains of Ganges. Between the heaven and earth, there were dense webs everywhere. Some were silver, some were purple. All spirits transformed into the Tao. The number of grains of Ganges formed a great Tao web that descended. In the back, even people like the Southern Demon and Zetian were moved. The various sect masters were also shaken. This type of secret technique was extremely strange. It turned all things in heaven and earth into the laws of the Tao, borrowing the power of all laws for one's own use. A large web silently descended just like that. It isolated the outside world and formed a small world. It operated the laws of the Tao and dissolved all enemies. "Break for me!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. The divine flame between his brows flickered. An enormous mulberry tree flickered and appeared in front of him. Its leaves were like golden essence, releasing King Chong sounds. 9 golden crows were on it, flying out like 9 suns. 9 golden divine birds shot out. Flames overflowed into the heavens, burning down all things. All types of natural law threads were torn apart and the laws above were destroyed. Sun Scripture. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing this method. It was almost the same divine might as the Sun Scripture from the ancient legends. No wonder the holy body obtained the Sun Scripture and cultivated the Sun True Flame. A few others suddenly understood. At the same time, many people were horrified. This was a terrifying ancient scripture, one of the origins of human cultivation. Could be traced back to the archaic years. In the ancient past, the human race had two great ancient scriptures, respectively the Great Yin and Great Yang. They were profound and immeasurable, carrying the endless wisdom of the ancient people. It was rumored that they originated from another stellar domain. Later on, when the human race flourished, several ancient great emperors had studied these two ancient scriptures, obtaining endless enlightenment. Only then did they establish their own core methods. That was why the Great Yin and Great Yang ancient scriptures were called mother scriptures. They had special meanings, but unfortunately, they had been lost for too long, impossible to find. Yi Fan's body contained the Bodhi seed. He operated the Sun Scripture's mysterious method, controlling the 9-colored flame wisps, displaying a type of indescribable power. The mulberry tree towered, rising steeply from the ground. It was enormous and luxuriant. Regardless of whether it was the tree trunk or leaves, they were all golden. Raging flames burned. 9 golden crows circled about, destroying the power of the Tao. Boom! Everything disappeared. The marks of the Tao were eradicated, no longer existing. There was only a sacred flame burning in the heaven and earth. The 9 golden crows rushed towards the north the arch. Is the Sun Scripture really so powerful? People were bewildered. The Wang clan's people had ugly expressions. The saint physique had exceeded their expectations. Cross of the Cross Star Domain. Wang Teng shouted in a low voice. Both of his hands forcefully slashed out, and a huge cross-shaped crack appeared in the sky. Like a dream and an illusion, a cross of the Cross Star Domain appeared. It was like stars were intertwining, suspended in another part of the void. Bang! This was a shocking collision. The 9th level of the fire domain's mist seemed to be able to burn the heavens. It collided with the cross of the Cross Star Domain, causing endless ashes to fly up. Resplendent, blazing, tyrannical. Wave after wave of the Tao's power attacked. It was like a tsunami slamming against a dam, like the Milky Way crashing into an ancient star. It became a land of despair. When everything disappeared, the cross of the Cross Star Domain was destroyed. The ancient mulberry tree and the golden crows also disappeared, and the flames were extinguished. So that's how it is. It's the power of the Sun Scripture and the external Tao. Wang Teng muttered to himself. He seemed to have figured out the situation and said in a low voice, Saint Physique, I want you to understand that a gap is a gap. One cannot reach the heavens in a single step. Yi Fan was calculating whether he could drag the Wang clan's people in. He wanted to succeed in one battle and eliminate all the enemies of this clan. He observed the terrain and position. The north the arch left the ancient war chariot and sat in the void. His hands moved as he shouted, It's time to end everything. Eternal exile, chaotic sky's secret technique. The void was distorted, and everything was destroyed. Countless void abysses appeared in the heaven and earth, extending to different planes. This was a space-time chaotic hole. Ancient chaos thearchas? Chaotic sky's secret technique. Someone cried out. It could be confirmed that Wang Teng had learned everything and grasped a terrifying secret technique that could banish people into unknown space-time. To be more precise, it was forcefully thrown into an unknown dimension. The heaven and earth were thrown into chaos, and the eternal lock was removed from this world. Yi Fan resisted. He took out the copper coffin and activated the small black gourd, using the overflowing sacred flames to disintegrate it. However, this secret technique was too strange. Once it was activated, countless void abysses stacked on top of each other, burning one and then another. It was boundless. Ho-u! With a muffled sound, the void abyss swallowed Yi Fan. Then, another abyss came and overlapped with each other. Yi Fan was struck into the endless void turbulence. Chaotic Sky's secret technique, eternal exile. The North Arch shouted and suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and landed on the golden ancient war chariot. In front of him, the endless layers of void had all disappeared and closed up forever. Yi Fan had been sent into a small dimensional space that no one knew about and disappeared just like that. What? This is too terrifying. Everyone was scared and felt a chill from head to toe. The ancient Chaos Thearka's secret technique was so terrifying that it was almost demonic. No matter how strong the opponent was, it could be banished. Once one entered such a boundless dimensional space, it was almost impossible to turn back. It would be impossible to find the way back until one's vitality was exhausted. This was an unrivaled secret technique created by the ancient Chaos Arch. It was an extreme emperor technique that allowed the weak to fight the strong. No matter how powerful one was, once hit, one would be banished forever. No, little Yi. Ji Ziyue cried out in fear. Her tears flowed down and dripped onto her purple clothes. Yi. Pang Bo also shouted. Little Yi, how can this be? Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the others also cried out. They looked into the void and glared at Wang Teng with grief. Ha! Wang Qingquan laughed heartily and was incomparably carefree. No one could stop the might of the North Arch. He was incomparably delighted. The others turned pale. What expert couldn't the North Arch deal with just this move left behind by the ancient Chaos Arch? Even living fossils could be banished. This unrivaled secret technique was almost unsolvable. It was a secret technique that the ancient Arch painstakingly researched in his lifetime. It was unrivaled and famous for fighting the strong with the weak. The North Thearka's reputation is well-deserved. Just a small test and he already has such prowess. Who in the world can stop him? As expected, he has the talent of the heavens. At this age, he can already look down on the world, making the older generation helpless. No wonder he is called the reincarnation of the ancient Arch. A prodigy of the generation. As expected, he has stepped over the corpses of the Saint Physique and walked on the blood-stained path. In the future, he will definitely prove his Tao. Many people came forward. Those who had good relations with the Wang clan were constantly complimenting and praising him. In fact, the others also silently agreed. Such a North Arch was indeed hard to stop. Even a bandit in the distance frowned in fear. In the boundless chaotic sky, there was eternal darkness and coldness as if there was no end. Yi Fan was constantly drifting and couldn't feel the passage of time. It was as if millions of years had passed, but it was also as if it was an eternal moment. He was thinking hard about the way back. Silence, coldness, darkness. There was no hope at all. He sat alone on the bronze coffin and floated in the same direction forever. It was as if he was lost in an ancient universe and couldn't find his way back. He sat on the bronze coffin and thought hard. He asked his heart to locate the way back. The path I've walked, the Tao I've experienced, the laws I've felt. He muttered to himself. He constantly deduced and gradually calmed down. In the end, he asked his heart. The path of the Tao circled around his body, and the origin of his heart shone brilliantly. At the same time, they rang together and played Tao sounds in the eternal darkness. His body was sparkling and translucent, and a bright lamp rose in his heart. It was faintly discernible and pointed in one direction. Yi Fan broke open the small dimensional space and began his long journey. There was no end. He broke through one void after another, but he couldn't find the way back. However, he didn't give up. He sat cross-legged on the small bronze coffin and began to recite an ancient scripture. It was only a few hundred words, but it was as profound and unfathomable as a heavenly book. It was precisely the scripture that originated from the bronze ancient coffin. He had been studying it all these years, but he still couldn't comprehend it. It didn't seem to be a cultivation method, so he couldn't understand it at all. However, he was able to calm his heart and focus his mind. Word after word flew out and engraved themselves in his heart. They were like a trickling stream that was extremely gentle. They nourished his mind and replenished his body's essence energy. Clear heart, clear self, clear Tao. The lamp in his heart became even brighter. He entered a wondrous state where the Tao and self became one, guiding him forward. This was the unification of his true self, something he normally couldn't accomplish. However, at this moment, he did it. It had to be said that Yi Fan was quite talented on the path of cultivation. After 10 years of tempering, he already had his current strength. This alone was enough to prove everything. The lamp in his heart burned brightly. His true self was the Tao, guiding the way back. He tore through the dense fog and traveled through the endless void to step on the path back. I've already said it before. What does a divine body count for? How can it compare to my clan's Ting? Wang family's people laughed loudly. Wang Qingquan was satisfied. He was naturally proud of having such a son. He stood in front of the golden ancient chariot and looked at Yi Fan's old friend with contempt. He can't do the divine body. He's far inferior to my son. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the void shattered. A bronze coffin rushed out and struck his back. Half of his body immediately turned into mud. Little Yi, Ji Ziyue, who was crying, cried out in alarm. The others also cried out in alarm. At this moment, the black gourd in the heart of Yi Fan's brows throbbed. Divine flames surged into the sky and drowned the golden ancient chariot. Wang Teng's uncle, Wang Qian, was the first to bear the brunt. He immediately became a human-shaped torch. The arch also cried out miserably. Half of his body was ignited as he screamed mournfully. This scene stunned everyone present. Chapter 679. The flames were like a sea and were everywhere. It was as if the world had been set ablaze. Nothing else could be seen, only 9-colored mist lingering about. It was incomparably blazing hot. Even though they were quite far away, many palaces made of essence gold melted, evaporating completely, nothing left behind. This was an Azura Hell's diagram. Howls rose and fell as most of the Wang clan's younger generation were submerged within, struggling in the sea of flames. Just now, Wang Teng had won a great victory. Many people from their clan came up to congratulate him and gathered together, but now, it had become a tragedy. The Wang clan's 3 elites, known as the 3 most powerful youths under Wang Teng, immediately turned into ashes. They only let out a hurried cry before disappearing forever. Wang Qingquan's vision darkened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the hope of their Wang clan's future, and he died just like that. Another fierce roar quickly stopped, and there was no more sound. The generation's powerhouse Wang Chunyun held on for a moment, but the human-shaped torch also turned into dust in the end. Not even a bone was left. Wang Qingquan was so heartbroken that he almost fainted. This was his blood brother, a famous warrior in the clan. His strength was unfathomable and not inferior to him. He was at the prime of his life, yet his life ended just like that. No! He cried out, but he was powerless to stop it. The flames spread and devoured the heaven and earth. Even his son North deity was about to die. How could this be? One of the Wang clan's elders was so angry that his eyes were about to split open. He wanted nothing more than to pounce over and tear Yi Fan's flesh apart. This was an unbearable pain. Miserable cries rose and fell. Most of the Wang clan's people were gathered in front of the golden ancient war chariot. Most of them were from the younger generation, but not a single one survived. They were completely wiped out. This was where their hope lay, the future pillar of the clan. However, he became smoke in a single day. All the effort and resources they had spent to nurture him for so many years were all for naught. In the end, 2 more miserable cries rang out. The other 2 relatively young powerhouses died a violent death and were erased from this world. This fire was too bitter. It burned 3 powerhouses from the Ji clan to death. Just now, if Wang Qingquan hadn't been smashed by the bronze coffin and half of his body flew out, he would definitely have died under the divine flames. So ruthless, so ruthless. The Wang family's Xian ancestor and the remaining 7 or 8 people were all trembling. They were so angry that they couldn't even speak. Those who could come to the Ji family were all elites. They were killed just like that. The losses were incalculable. 3 great figures died, and the younger generation's heroes were almost completely wiped out. This type of pain was too miserable. Without several decades of new blood, there would be a gap. Meanwhile, what left them the most terrified was that their family's imperial prince Wang Teng's life was in danger, on the verge of death. The flames had turned his body into charcoal, and it seemed like there was no way to save him. The North, the Arch, was indeed very powerful. Even a cult patriarch would definitely die after being engulfed by the 9-colored flames. Yet, the North, the Arch, had persisted until now to fight against the death god. Even though the 9-colored mist even submerged his head, he still didn't die. He released a fierce roar, resisting the divine flames alone. This was a type of powerful physique that possessed a trace of undying divinity. Many holy masters felt ashamed of their inferiority as they didn't die in the tribulation flames. Yi Fan was also apprehensive. Even though the North, the Arch, was a vicious enemy, he was truly too powerful. He didn't just shoot out a single divine flame. This time, he flipped the black gourd over and drowned the entire place with the 9-colored sacred flames. Even so, he still couldn't burn Wang Teng to death. Even a living fossil would die if it came. His corporeal body definitely couldn't be so powerful. He had the power of undying divinity, a body that transcended mortality. No wonder he could fight against the Battle Saint Apes. Some people muttered in their hearts. The Battle Saint Apes were the royal race with the strongest physique among the ancient lifeforms, and the North, the Arch, had fought against them in the Qinling Mountains. Even though their corporeal bodies were at a disadvantage, they were almost on par. However, Wang Teng finally couldn't hold on anymore. Half of his corporeal body had turned into charcoal, and there wasn't a single bit of life force left. He couldn't really block these flames, and it was only a matter of time before he was destroyed. Tengta. The people of the Wang family shouted. They no longer had a trace of arrogance, and their faces were all pale. If the North, the Arch, died, the clan's great plans would all be for naught. Heaven severing. Tao severing. Severing the self. The North, the Arch, suddenly roared loudly. A golden primordial spirit rushed out from his head and manifested into a deity. Then, it turned into a Tao sword and hacked down. Poof! He severed himself, and his corporeal body turned into dust. A wave of clear energy surged, and under the protection of the Tao sword, he went against the sky and reformed his body. His precious appearance was dignified, as if a deity had descended into the world of mortals. What kind of mysterious technique was this? Everyone was shocked. It was a situation of inevitable death, yet he actually escaped again, producing a body that was like that of an immortal king. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the great sect masters and living fossils felt their hearts jump. They almost cried out involuntarily. Self-severing Tao illumination art. Finally, the Crimson Dragon Taoist's eyes became sluggish. He spoke these words, and his mood seemed to be extremely heavy. Many cultivators were shocked. This was a mysterious and terrifying ancient technique. Severing the past self, using one's heart to understand the Tao, transcending the present self, proving the future, and seeing one's heart clearly. This ancient technique has appeared in the world again. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. This was a special technique that shocked the endless eras, seizing the fate of heaven and earth. It was immeasurable from past to present, the most terrifying type of technique. Could it be that the legends are true? The vicious person has 4 bodies, and ancient chaos is one of them. The Crimson Dragon Taoist's expression became serious. Self-severing Tao illumination art was rumored to be related to the vicious person. He shed off his demonic body and gave birth to a new divine core, becoming famous for another era. In the sky, Wang Teng suddenly released a loud cry. Blood flowed from his entire body, and every inch of his skin ruptured. He was almost turned into a lump of meat paste. Fortunately, this isn't the flawless self-severing Tao illumination art. The Crimson Dragon Taoist released a breath of relief. He was a living fossil, yet even he had this type of expression. One could imagine the pressure the others felt. Self-severing Tao illumination art is recorded in the imperishable heaven art. Regardless of whether it is the present world or the past, No one has ever obtained it. The fifth bandit Wu Dao spoke. In the present world, the Undying Scripture and Wuxia Scripture were both extremely mysterious. Apart from the two great emperors, they had never appeared in this world before. Outsiders had no way of cultivating them. Boom! Yi Fan didn't want to give him a chance. At this moment, he didn't conceal his killing intent at all, and he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. He rushed up, and the little black gourd in the middle of his brows spat out 9-colored sacred flames, covering the sky in an instant. Tengta! The people from the Wang clan cried out in alarm. Someone made a move and attacked Yi Fan, but he was blocked by the copper coffin. Chaotic Sky's secret art, self-exile. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, and an endless dimensional abyss appeared, swallowing him inside. Thus, he avoided this shocking attack and escaped from certain death. Eternal darkness, endless coldness, swallowed the north the arch, and he disappeared from his original position. Previously, he used the Chaotic Sky secret art to banish Yi Fan, but now, he was the one who buried himself inside. Tengta! Wang Teng's father rushed over, and there were 2 doyens following him. They wanted to kill Yi Fan. The 3 of them were incomparable, and they couldn't be resisted. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid. As the saying goes, 1's strength can defeat 10. Now that he had a flame in his hand, he had the world. Unless he could find a secret treasure that could restrain the flame, he would only be sending himself to death. Boom! Divine flames danced in the sky, and the 9-colored clouds appeared. It was as if an endless star region had collapsed and was going to cremate the 3 experts. The 3 of them could look down on a region, and their methods were superb. They immediately retreated and avoided this attack. Stop! The Ji clan's 8 ancestors shouted. Retreat! The Wang clan's old ancestor also ordered and went forward personally. Buzz! At the same time, a living fossil of the Ji clan made a move. He didn't want the important figures of the number 1 ancient aristocratic clan in the North Plains to have any mishaps. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. He made a move at the same time as the Ji clan's Saint Lord. A great void crack slashed out, instantly separating the 2 worlds, forcibly opening up a void world between the holy flame and the others, separating them from each other. This was the secret art of the Ji clan. In terms of the study of space, no one could surpass it. Although the Chaotic Sky secret art was involved, it wasn't the fundamental divine art of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The Void Great Emperor had absolute control over space, and no one could compare to him. He had heaven-defying methods, and no one could defeat him. The final pages of the Void Scripture contained the true Forbidden Emperor art. Up until now, those who had seen it had either died or were buried in the cosmos. Yi Fan didn't give chase and stood still. He didn't want to make things difficult for the Ji clan. If he started a war with them, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Tengta! Wang Chengquan shouted loudly. His eyes were red, and he looked incomparably sinister. North deity, I'll wait for you to come out and truly kill you. Yi Fan snorted coldly. A fiery light descended from the space between his brows and enveloped him within to protect himself. In the distance, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This kind of terrifying flame could burn all living fossils to death, yet he didn't fear it at all. Everyone was astonished. The saint physique is actually this strong. At this moment, everyone was muttering. This was a flame that even Wang Teng could only cut himself off, yet he was bathing in it. The Sun Scripture is indeed the mother scripture of the human race. It can control all the flames in the world. People didn't understand how terrifying the saint flame of the 9th level of the fire domain was. Even if Yi Fan cultivated the Sun Scripture, he couldn't resist it. Only the Bodhi seed could. Is North deity really dead? Is he lost in the dimensional space that he created? Everyone was astonished. An hour had already passed, and he still hadn't appeared. It was difficult to come out alive after entering that kind of void. Dong! The chaotic clouds scattered, and the void opened up. North deity rushed out. Even though he was covered in blood, he stabilized his corporeal body and allowed himself to be in a peak state. To be able to cultivate the incomplete beheading me clear Dao art to such a state, it's truly unbelievable. People exclaimed. It was impossible for Wang Ting to transform into a divine fetus. Since ancient times, only one person had done it. However, North Deity had used it to save his life. It was enough to shock the world. Yi Fan didn't have any extra tricks. Without another word, he took out the black gourd and held it in his hand. He activated it to his heart's content. The nine-colored flame was endless, covering the sky and covering the earth. Wang Teng was the strongest opponent he had ever met. He surpassed everyone in the past, and it could be said that even the Saint Lords were somewhat afraid of him. However, he didn't make Jiang Yi feel pressured. Do you really think that I, North Deity, am just an empty title? Wang Teng was really angry. Ever since he was born, he had been invincible. No one was a match for him. Now, his corporeal body was destroyed by someone. 9 secrets. He shouted and was about to use the 9 secrets. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god. His left eye was a true dragon, and his right eye was an immortal phoenix. Treasure, please turn around. Yi Fan said casually. His main purpose was to activate the flames to burn down the heavens and destroy North Deity. However, a shocking scene really happened. A concentrated ancient universe rushed out from the black gourd. Countless stars condensed, and the star field flickered. The universe star field turned into an immortal sword and flew out. It was really too fast. The immortal sword rushed over and immediately chopped off North Deity's head. Then, it slashed a few times and was chopped into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could the tables turn so quickly? Wang Teng was about to rise up, but before he could do anything, he was killed. It actually still exists in this world. During the ancient era, it killed an ancient king. Zi Tiando suddenly stood up, and his purple eyes shot out 2 frightening splendor. Chapter 680. Yi Fan was also stunned. He had only said it casually, but this mysterious gourd had actually moved. That beam of light was too fast, and even North the Arch couldn't dodge it. His head rolled down and was struck by the sword light, turning into a ball of white paste. There were still traces of blood on it, and it was beyond recognition. In Yi Fan's hand, an ancient universe appeared at the mouth of the gourd. It was small and deep. The sword light that flew out was formed by it, and it had already returned. Let's see how you're going to come back to life. Yi Fan shouted. The head was a vital part of the human body, and the primordial spirit resided there. If it was destroyed, the consciousness would also turn to dust. This was the destruction of the spirit, and it was more thorough than death. Of course, he was still a little worried. After all, North the Arch was too famous, and everyone in the 5 regions knew of his heaven-defying strength. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Immediately, he activated the black gourd. Endless flames rushed out and flew forward, wanting to burn Wang Teng's corpse and turn it into ashes. One of the elders from the Wang clan went crazy. He couldn't bear it anymore and attacked Yi Fan. In the distance, the red dragon Taoist snorted and attacked with the 8 forms of the true dragon. One finger broke through his forbidden technique and blocked in front of him. Pop! Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the air. North Thearka's head that had turned into paste quickly healed. His body was transforming, and he retreated quickly to avoid the holy flames. His body was covered by a golden divine light, and he was bathed in the holy light. He was like a phoenix that had been reborn from the fire, giving off a sacred feeling. How can this be? His head is already destroyed. How can he still be alive? Could his primordial spirit have escaped first? That's impossible. This defies common sense. No matter how strong a person is, once his primordial spirit is destroyed, he will no longer exist and be removed from the world. I clearly saw his consciousness shatter just now. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. They couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. Only Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of a possibility. It should be a great emperor's holy item that saved Wang Teng's life. It must be the ancient chaos, the arch talisman. As expected, in the heart of Wang Teng's brows, a walnut-sized divine talisman was shining brightly like a rising sun. It was full of vitality. Ancient Chaos Emperor Talisman. Finally, a living fossil cried out in alarm, guessing what that damaged rare treasure was. Back then Wang Chong had one. Although it had been shattered, it had been able to preserve his life and allow him to regenerate. Naturally, the reason why Wang Ting dared to give that piece of treasure away was because he had another piece that could protect him. And now it had finally shown itself. The primeval Chaos Immortal Emperor was extraordinarily talented, and the talisman he inscribed seized fortune and possessed unbelievable might. Even one's soul core can be revived after being severed. It's truly inconceivable. Everyone's eyes flickered with a peculiar brilliance. With such a treasure on their body, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Even a situation of certain death had been resolved because of this. It was truly enviable. Unbelievable. What kind of opponent did the Northern Plains' sole ancient chaos heavenly emperor encounter? Even his divine talisman was shattered. One can only imagine how difficult that battle was. When a living fossil thought of this problem, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. Countless thoughts emerged in his mind. Unless it was the origin ancient mine and the other 7 great forbidden areas, what other existence could make the great human race emperor feel strained? Treasure, please turn around. Yi Fan chanted the so-called incantation again. However, this time, the black gourd didn't have any reaction at all. Even the ancient universe at the mouth of the gourd sank back into the gourd. Treasure, please kill. Treasure, please behead him. Treasure, please behead him. Treasure my ass. Yi Fan shouted repeatedly, but it was useless. He was so angry that he almost smashed the black gourd away. This thing was different from the legends he had heard before. It was definitely not the same thing. Everyone in the distance. On the other side, Wang Ting reconstructed his origin with the primeval Chaos Emperor talisman. He stood in the void and looked over coldly. He was a little puzzled. With his true battle strength, he didn't fear anyone in the world. As long as the victorious fighting Buddha, the old madman, and the peerless divine kings didn't jump out, he could run amok in the world and almost be on par with the living fossils. However, today he suffered a series of misfortunes. Yi Fan used all kinds of methods to kill him. He was as furious as he could be. He couldn't afford to lose on the path of a great emperor, and he wouldn't allow himself to be defeated. Once he was injured in the hands of someone, he had to kill the enemy. Otherwise, he would never be able to cross the hurdle in his heart. A great emperor should be invincible. Before the 9 secrets word formula, Wang Ting chanted in his heart. He wanted to use the 9 secrets to kill the enemy. He had obtained it from the Eastern Barren Lands and would use it against the great enemy of the Eastern Barren Lands. 9-colored divine light shot out from his body. Especially the point between his eyebrows, it was like a golden sun shining high up in the sky. Thousands of silk-like rays of light fell down and enveloped him. Yi Fan immediately sensed it. This was an aura of the same origin. The other party had a secret technique similar to his inheritance. 9 secrets. Wang Teng's left eye was like a true dragon, and his right eye was like an immortal phoenix. They were about to transform into the Tao. The silk-like ribbons shot out from between his eyebrows, distorting the space and forming a special domain that spread in all directions. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He quickly retreated with the row formula and shouted for the black gourd again, but it was useless. Without a sound, Yi Fan was obstructed. The distorted domain occupied half the sky and covered him below. This was a formless killing intent. He couldn't touch it, but he could feel the bone-piercing killing intent. In the distance, Zi Tiandu's eyes flickered with an indescribable expression. He stared unblinkingly at the black gourd and muttered, "It released a terrifying power during the archaic years. It wasn't destroyed even in that kind of battle and only suffered some damage." His elder sister, the purple-eyed girl, was also in a strange mood. She stared at the black gourd and asked in the archaic language, "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" "Correct. It's exactly the same as what was recorded in the archaic divine texts. It's this. I really didn't expect it to survive that great battle," Zi Tiandu said. The purple light in his eyes flourished even more as he stared fixedly at the black gourd. On the battlefield, Yi Fan activated the Black Gourd's sacred flames to resist the distorted domain. He wanted to burn everything. He was shocked. The domain was still there, existing together with the sacred flames. It couldn't be extinguished by the flames. It was pervasive and arrived in front of him. Chung. His entire body shone as he evolved the Battle Saint technique. A golden Taiji circle appeared and collided with the domain, producing a layer of ripples. Then, he suddenly trembled as his primordial spirit suffered an attack. His body couldn't help but tremble. This wasn't an ordinary attack, but rather a divine consciousness. It pierced through the void, ignoring tangible attacks and using the formless domain to affect him. Fortunately, his golden Taiji circle was immortal and blocked the fatal blow. Otherwise, he might have been killed in one blow. It's the secret words before the 9 secrets. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had long heard of this secret and desired it greatly. He didn't expect it to be on Wang Teng's body. The secret words before could cultivate the primordial spirit and make the divine consciousness immortal. It could even affect the physical body and expand one's divinity. It was incomparable. No wonder his primordial spirit is so powerful. His physical body endured the fire tribulation for such a long time. Yi Fan immediately understood and began to figure out the reason. Of course, the true power of the secret words before was not limited to this. Apart from cultivating the primordial spirit and having the immortal divinity, one could also foresee everything when one reached a high realm. The before was also named after this. The consciousness of the human body was the most mysterious. It contained boundless immortal energy, and when one reached a certain level, one could foresee everything and know everything in advance. It could be said that once the consciousness was excavated, endless secrets would be opened. The secret words before were mainly cultivated to allow everything to be advanced. At this moment, Wang Teng was using the secret words to release the domain of the Sea of Consciousness. It was formless and traceless, and the primordial spirit / the Tao. Yi Fan was astonished. He observed carefully and found that it wasn't that the sacred flames couldn't destroy the domain. It was just that this distorted domain could foresee everything and avoid it in advance. It was as if it was ineffective. It wants to slash my primordial spirit. While he was shocked, he was also glad that this secret was difficult to cultivate. North the Arch was only at the beginner level and couldn't foresee everything in advance. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight. However, this was enough. The secret words before made Wang Teng's primordial spirit exceptionally strong. He could always foresee things half a step in advance. There was a kind of immortal divinity that gave him the upper hand in battle. As Yi Fan used the Battle Saint technique, he used the golden Taiji circle to resist. Then he used the army formula and took out the Black Gourd, which spewed flames towards Wang Teng. The so-called foreseeing everything had a prerequisite. The power had to be within a controllable range. Now, the Black Gourd was coming with a destructive aura, and Wang Teng's expression changed. The army formula was unparalleled, and the art of controlling weapons was the best in the world. The Black Gourd broke through the void and almost entered Wang Teng's body. The flames rose to the sky. He retreated immediately and used the Chaotic Sky secret technique. He wanted to send the Black Gourd into the boundless dimensional abyss and cut off its connection with Yi Fan. This was indeed the best plan. Banishing the Black Gourd was equivalent to cutting off one of Yi Fan's arms. It would lose its attacking power. However, the army formula was unparalleled, and Yi Fan's control of weapons was superb. The North Thearka's Chaotic Sky secret technique could not cut off the connection and could not banish the Black Gourd. He was almost burned to ashes. What's more, the Black Gourd began to suppress his domain. The flames poured down. Even if one could foresee it, one could not avoid it. The powerful North the Arch could not do anything about the sacred flames in the 9th level of the fire domain. Unless he retreated, he would not be able to withstand it. Chaotic ancient sacred art. Wang Teng shouted. He finally started to use the Northern Plains' only ancient Thearka's unparalleled secret technique. At this moment, the past and present were in chaos. He used an extremely frightening divine art that disturbed time and space. He divided the time and space around Yi Fan into many pieces. The time in each piece was disconnected and chaotic. Before, strip the primordial spirit, seal the primordial spirit forever, and displace the restriction of the ancient. At the same time, he used the before word again and combined it with the chaotic ancient sacred art. It was so frightening that it was beyond imagination. The living fossils were all shocked. In the disconnected time and space, in a specific place of nothingness, Yi Fan realized that his primordial spirit appeared in one domain, while his physical body and the black gourd were in another domain. It was as if they existed in different time and space. How do we break this secret technique? The fifth bandit, Wu Dao, was terrified. There is no solution. We can only break it with our strength. The Red Dragon Taoist said with a serious expression. In the distance, the other cult masters' expressions changed. If it was them, they might also be killed by Wang Teng. They really could not think of a way to break it. The ancient Thearka's secret technique is indeed frightening. It has not reached the phenomenal stage yet and has just entered the palace hall, but it has already created such an unsolvable situation. The people of the Wang clan were all delighted. The lucky young people were in high spirits, and Wang Qingquan was sneering. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others were extremely worried. The Jade Lake Saint Lady was also paying close attention. The Southern Demon and Qi Huashui were also moved. Everyone's attention was focused on them. Saint Physique, what do you have to fight with me? The gap is the gap. Heretics can't achieve anything. Wang Ting roared. His black hair stood on end as his primordial spirit took form. It attacked from the same space-time as Yi Fan's divine senses. Yi Fan calmed himself down. The Tao Scripture, Western Imperial Scripture, Eternal Universe Scripture, Supreme Sovereign Scripture, and Sun Sutra, a total of 5 ancient scriptures, resonated together. They played the divine sound of the great Tao in this chaotic spacetime. His entire body was sparkling like a 7-colored glass divine lamp. His 5 scriptures moved at the same time. He then circulated the army formula and unleashed the world's #1 weapon control technique. Buzz! The bronze ancient coffin trembled and flew over. It broke through the restrictions and entered this void. The small golden person in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness activated it with all its might. There was a deafening sound as the bronze coffin rose into the sky and swung. Pa! Ah! The arch screamed miserably. The bronze coffin struck his primordial spirit squarely and shattered it. Want to leave? You have nowhere to go. Yi Fan shouted. He used the army formula to activate the bronze coffin and attacked again. Pif! The North Thearka's incomparably powerful divine senses collapsed in an instant. The small golden person in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness reached out and grabbed the ancient chaos, the arch talisman, with a bang. Let's see how you are going to revive. Yi Fan broke through this strange space-time in an instant. His divine senses entered his corporeal body. He then took a step forward and smashed down with the bronze coffin in his hand. Pif! Wang Teng's corporeal body was also turned into mud and splattered everywhere. It was no longer recognizable. Everyone knew that the Arch had no hope of survival. He had a great divine ability, but he couldn't use it. He was completely restrained. All the flesh and mud splattered on the golden ancient war chariot. It was a bright red and incomparably bloody scene. There were also some broken bones, which made people shudder. It had to be said that this golden ancient war chariot was a sacred artifact of the sect. It had survived the fire calamity without being destroyed. Tengta. Wang Qingquan was so frightened that he almost fainted. He rushed over with the doyens beside him, wanting to deal a vicious blow to Yi Fan and seize the ancient war chariot at the same time. Yi Fan didn't stop. He took out the black gourd and activated the flames to burn. He wanted to destroy this ancient war chariot and completely refine everything about Wang Teng. Now, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. He wanted to destroy everything about his enemy. Even if a god came, he would fight. He didn't show any mercy as he activated the sacred flames towards the few experts. Stop! The Ji clan's 8 patriarchs shouted. Their eyes shot out divine radiance as they looked over coldly. Yi Fan didn't care at all. He did as he pleased and killed his way forward, drowning the front with flames. Impudent, you still dare to behave atrociously in my G clan. The G clan's 8 patriarchs shouted coldly. Suddenly Yi Fan felt a great sense of danger. He executed the row formula and fled several thousand meters away in the blink of an eye. In the firmament, a wisp of sacred light sprinkled down. The place where he was just standing was instantly destroyed. It was annihilated without a sound, and a kind of extreme Tao pressure spread out. The void ancient mirror suppressed the clan's trump card, eternally suspended in the void. Within the clan, some important figures could activate a wisp of Emperor's might to protect the eternal G clan. G clan's old 8, you are going too far. The Crimson Dragon old Taoist stood up. In the distance, the monkey shouted loudly. With the dark gold club in hand, he also walked over and said, if you want to use power to oppress others, I don't mind drawing over an archaic king. G clan's old 8, you didn't ask about right and wrong and sided with the Wang family, actually using an extreme Tao Emperor weapon to kill me. I want an explanation from you. Yi Fan was truly angered. Everyone was shocked. G clan had a void Emperor weapon that floated in the eternal unknown. It could release extreme Tao Emperor's might at any time, yet Yi Fan dared to question and face it like this. Chapter 681. You want an explanation from me? G family's 8th ancestor spoke sinisterly. Stop talking nonsense. Why did you suddenly attack me? You don't know right from wrong and used an Emperor weapon to kill me? Yi Fan wasn't polite at all. Anger surged in his heart. Just now, the other party had clearly wanted to kill him and used an Emperor weapon to kill him. How many people in the world could dodge that? What was even more despicable was that he sneak attacked a junior. You are so daring to come to my G family and behave atrociously. Is this reason enough? G family's 8th ancestor's gaze was sinister. G family's 8th ancestor, is this your reason? Yi Fan shouted. G family's 8th ancestor, you are too much. What reason is that? This battle was permitted by your family leader and you attacked at the crucial moment to kill Yi Fan. Are you bullying him? Red Dragon's expression sank. This time, he came out of seclusion because of Yi Fan. Naturally, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. It's true that he fought Wang Ting, but he started a massacre and burned many unrelated people to death. Now, he wants to attack Brother Chen Kuan and the others. If this isn't acting atrociously, then what is? You have eyes but can't see the truth? Those people attacked him first, and Yi Fan is defending himself. Monkey stepped forward and spoke rudely. He didn't care even if he was in the G family. G family's 8th ancestor was furious, but he didn't explode. The monkey's identity was too sensitive. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear, and he was the former Saint Prince. Even if the old Saint Emperor Dojan had passed away, if he touched him, there would be huge trouble. I fought Wang Teng and it was a matter of life and death. Others interfered and attacked me without reason. You didn't stop them and instead sided with them. You used an Emperor weapon to kill me. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan's words were extremely disrespectful. Brat, are you courting death? Provoking my G family, you deserve to die 100 times over. G family's 8th ancestor said coldly. Is this how the G clan does things? Everyone here can see it for themselves. You killed me for no reason at all, and in the end, you still say that I was provoking you? What kind of logic is that? Yi Fan's voice was very loud. I only need a single reason to kill you. Starting a fight in my G family, stirring up trouble, killing wantonly, you deserve death. G family's 8th ancestor said. What else do you have other than making empty accusations? Just because you're a member of the clan of the ancients, you think you can bully your peers as you please? Do you really think you're the leader of the G clan, or do you have the final say in this clan? Yi Fan swept his gaze across many people. Why are you doing this, 8th patriarch? Ji Ziyue floated forward and said, 3 years ago, Yi Fan saved my brother and my life in the middle ground immortal abode world. How could you do this? Enough, 8th brother, step down. The Ji clan's sacred master's face darkened as he berated the 8th ancestor. Clan head. The Ji clan's 8th ancestor wanted to say something. His most beloved descendant, Ji Hui, was killed by Yi Fan in the southern region back then. He had always wanted to find a chance to get rid of Yi Fan. Today, Yi Fan took the initiative to come to him, and it was a rare opportunity for him. Step down. The Ji clan's sacred master's tone became heavier. Since the ancient times, no one with the saint physique has proven their Tao and become the arch. They will always be a foil. This was what the Ji clan's 8th ancestor said to Yi Fan before he flicked his sleeves and left. Even if it's just a foil, it's the most resplendent one. The second in the world will always be there. What power can't I eradicate? Pang Bo mumbled. He actually wanted to say that he had eradicated a clan of the ancients, but he swallowed the words. If not, it would be too obvious, and many people in the Ji clan would feel uncomfortable. Even so, the Ji clan's 8th ancestor glared at him and Yi Fan for a long time before he flicked his sleeves and left. North the Arch was defeated. Until now, people still didn't dare to believe this fact. The number one of the young generation in the North Plains was killed just like that. It was too surreal. One had to know that Yi Fan's battle strength was indeed not as strong as North Thearka's, and the gap was not small. However, such an outcome caused many people to be stunned. Yi Fan had met many strong enemies and gone through many deadly tribulations. Without a doubt, North the Arch was the strongest one, but the threat of this battle was not strong. It didn't match the title of North the Arch. He relied on the black gourd and copper coffin to circulate all kinds of mental techniques to suppress Wang Teng. He didn't give Wang Teng any chance to display his battle strength. The battle had just begun, but it ended immediately. Wang Teng had obtained the inheritance of the ancient chaos the Arch. He had just displayed 2 emperor arts and didn't have the chance to display his world-shaking follow-up mystical art before he was destroyed just like that. Not only were the people of the Wang clan lamenting, but the other spectators also felt that it was a pity that North the Arch, whose battle strength made the older generation fearful, was defeated. This wasn't his standard. The golden ancient war chariot floated, and the divine radiance didn't diminish. True dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise circled around the chariot. It had to be said that this chariot was very mysterious. At this moment, Wang Teng's blood, flesh, and broken bones were all stained on the body of the chariot. When combined with such a sacred war chariot, the contrast was extremely shocking. Yi Fan didn't manage to obtain the first word of the 9 secrets. This secret might have disappeared from the world forever. This made him feel helpless and extremely regretful. Furthermore, he wanted to burn the golden ancient war chariot and destroy everything without leaving any traces. However, he didn't have the chance to do so now as the Ji clan's 8 ancestors had interrupted everything. Everyone returned to the vast hall that was forged with essence gold. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with a different gaze. He killed the North the Arch, and such battle strength was enough to make every sacred lord tremble in fear. The southern demon stared at the copper coffin beside Yi Fan but didn't say anything. She was pondering silently. Qi Huishui, on the other hand, was extremely astonished. It was as though she didn't know Yi Fan at all as she kept looking at him. She truly didn't expect that Yi Fan would actually kill the North the Arch who was on par with his brother. Her cherry mouth was gaping wide open. On the other side, the Jade Pool's Saint Lady walked over gracefully. She smiled slightly and nodded to Yi Fan. They had known each other for a long time and naturally had a lot of good intentions. Be careful. The Jade Pool's fairy gathered her voice and transmitted it into Yi Fan's ears, leaving behind a faint fragrance as she walked to the side. Zi Tiandu was in another corner and was pondering nonstop. He was using the ancient divine language to speak to himself. He couldn't believe the appearance of the black gourd and was extremely excited. His sister had purple hair, and her face was as white as jade. She was also sizing up Yi Fan with a strange smile and said, "Will this person be able to fight against our race's ancestral king in the future? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wang Teng's potential is boundless, but didn't he still fall? The human race is terrifying, but this person won't live for long." Zi Tiandu sneered. "Don't make a move first. Observe for a period of time." The purple-haired young lady smiled lightly. Her celestial beauty caused the surrounding space to brighten up. The Saint physique is unrivaled. His growth is hard to stop. In another corner, a cult master-level figure sighed. Not necessarily. Anything can happen in this world. Since ancient times, heaven-defying monsters have died prematurely. Another person said, I don't think anyone will dare to make a move. If they offend a saint physique with boundless potential, they will have to live under his shadow for the next 10,000 years. You guys are wrong. If the G clan wants to kill him, it will be as easy as flipping their palm. There are no living souls under the void mirror. If they are determined to take action, even saints might not be able to stop them. This is an extremely good opportunity. Many people's expressions changed. If the G clan became hostile, then the saint physique would definitely be buried here. If they wanted to kill him, a single reason was enough. In the distance, even more people were discussing the battle just now. They all felt that it was extremely stunning. Both sides grasped the 9 secrets, and now, it was no longer a secret. When many people looked at Yi Fan, their expressions were all strange. This was a youngster with great potential. Once he became great in the future, he would be able to live for 10,000 years. Their descendants would have to live under his unmatched divine might. Intimidating for 10,000 years. Whenever they thought of this possibility, they would feel a tremendous pressure within their hearts. This was truly like a great mountain, making it hard for many people to breathe. They were worried for their descendants. In the Great Hall, groups of 3 to 5 people formed groups, 7 to 8 people formed groups. Those who were close to each other gathered together, discussing a few topics they liked. However, many people would look at Yi Fan from time to time. After this battle, his name would definitely spread far and wide. The impact would be too great. The rise of the saint physique would be like the sun in the sky. For a long time in the future, he would probably be the focus of everyone's attention. He is still so young. His future achievements are unpredictable. The Yin-Yang sect is in trouble. I'm afraid the entire sect won't be able to sleep. There are many bones on the road to becoming a great emperor. For a long time in the future, if there is a war between emperors, there will most likely be many corpses lying under his feet. The news spread out immediately. The southern region was shaken, and everyone who had been paying attention to this battle was astonished. The result of this battle quickly spread to the vast eastern wasteland, the middle prefecture, the southern mountains, and the other places. The 2 words, Saint Physique, made people feel extremely heavy. Saint Physique, his rise is unstoppable. This was everyone's first reaction when they heard the news. After killing the North the Arch, who else could stand in his way? In the Great Hall, Ji Ziyue was like a fairy. She smiled sweetly and spoke with her beautiful eyes. She was the darling of the heavens. She gathered all the beauty in her body. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her spiritual qi was overwhelming. Yi Fan walked together with her, which attracted many people's attention. Why did the Saint Physique come? To solve Ji Ziyue's problems, he had to kill the North the Arch. Now that he had really done it, many thoughts appeared in everyone's mind. On the other side of the Great Hall, the people of the Wang clan were sad and angry, but they couldn't do anything. The treasure in Yi Fan's hand was too terrifying. Once the black gourd appeared, it burned everything. There was no way to stop it. Tanger's death is too unjust. Don't worry, I will take revenge for you. Wang Qingquan roared like an owl. On the golden ancient war chariot, the broken flesh and bones flickered with the light of immortal divinity. They trembled as if they had a spirit. Clang. Suddenly, a bell rang out. It was especially ear-piercing, and everyone in the Ji clan heard it. The Ji clan's Saint Master's expression instantly changed, and he said, "Everyone, please excuse me." He left in a hurry, and the few doyens' expressions also changed. They quickly walked out and followed him to the deepest part of the Ji clan. The others didn't feel anything, but Yi Fan keenly sensed a trace of abnormality. He sighed and placed the copper coffin in front of him. In the end, he still had to use it. This is the will of the entire Ji clan. Or is it just a part of them? Are they going to strangle the Saint Physique today and kill him in the cradle? A few living fossils also felt the abnormality. Chapter 682. Could it be that the old ancestor is about to die? Ji Ziyue muttered. Her expression changed as she didn't sense the killing intent. There was an old ancestor of the Ji family who was on his last breath and was about to pass away. Unless there was something important or he summoned someone, this bell wouldn't be rung. The important elders of the Ji family had all left, leaving only a few old cultivators who weren't very strong to accompany them. When everything calmed down, there was a tremor outside the hall. A middle-aged man walked in with a white bone banner in his hand. He wore hemp clothes and a white headband. He was dressed in mourning clothes. Saint Physique, come out and offer your head. His killing intent was like a blade, chilling to the bone. Behind him was a large group of people. There were men, women, young and old, all of them surging with killing intent. Judging from their clothes, they were all from the Ji family. Moreover, they were all direct descendants. Their identities were extraordinary. Ji Ziyue's expression changed. She immediately understood and said, "Little Yi, leave quickly." Then she walked forward gracefully. Her expression was pure and holy like a moon goddess. She blocked the entrance of the hall and said, "What are you all doing? Ziyue, move aside. I want to kill this evil and take revenge for your great aunt." The middle-aged man's expression was dark. The leader was Ji Hui's eldest son. The others were also her blood relatives. This was clearly premeditated. As soon as the Ji family's Saint Physique and the others left, someone came to kill Yi Fan. The more powerful and ancient the aristocratic families, the more intense the power struggle. The Ji family was no exception. They were also divided into a few factions. Back then, even Ji Ziyue herself was almost killed by some people in the family. The mastermind was her cousin, Ji Biyue. This isn't the decision of the family head. You are breaking the family rules. Ji Ziyue stopped them. Ziyue, you are wrong. This is the will of the entire family. Leave quickly. Today, Saint Physique must die. The middle-aged man's expression was terrifying. Swoosh! A strand of holy light appeared in the sky. That was the void ancient mirror floating. Someone was activating a strand of the Emperor's aura. This person was determined to get rid of Yi Fan. The great hall was dead silent. All of this happened too suddenly. Was this really the decision of the entire clan? If a powerful clan of the ancients took out an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the entire clan would want to kill a single person. Unless that person transcended the world and became a sage, they would not even be able to escape. Ji family actually chose to kill the divine body. It's too sudden. Everyone was in an uproar. This type of unforeseen event happened, completely outside of everyone's expectations. I don't believe you. This is your own decision. Aren't you afraid that the family head will punish you? Ji Ziyue said in a crisp voice. This is the will of the clan. Purple Moon, get out of the way. Don't make a mistake. The middle-aged man's expression was cold. The hall was in chaos. Everyone was retreating. If the extreme-grade Emperor's might descended, no one would be able to block it. At this point, everyone already knew that there was definitely a powerful faction in the Ji family that wanted to eliminate Yi Fan. Even the Saint Lord and the others could be moved away. From this, one could see how powerful they were. The so-called divine body is nothing before reaching grand completion. If you want to kill him, then so be it. A powerful senior elder of the Ji family spoke. His voice was cold as it transmitted down from the sky. Then, the Ji family's eighth ancestor was the first to walk down. He had an endless cold smile on his face. With his hands behind his back, he stood on the high platform and looked down at Yi Fan, saying, "You killed my descendant and behaved atrociously in my Ji family. What do you think this place is? Not to mention that you haven't reached grand completion yet. Even if you did, it would be difficult for you to walk out of the Ji family after entering the ancient void mirror." Yi Fan sighed. He placed the copper coffin in front of him. Right now, it was useless to say anything. He could only block the might of the Emperor weapon. "I won't allow you to do this." Ji Ziyue retreated, blocking in front of Yi Fan. She stretched out her arms and looked up at the divine light in the sky. An ancient mirror was faintly discernible. Ji family's eighth ancestor, what you are doing is too unreasonable. The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke, his expression heavy. Dong! The monkey stabbed the black rod in his hand into the ground, causing the entire ancient hall to shake. He said, "Does your Ji family really think that you are number one in the world?" The fifth bandit Wu Dao sighed. "You have to know that your Ji family isn't the only one with an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. You will reap what you sow today. My Ji family's killer Saint Physique has nothing to do with all of you." The Ji family's eighth ancestor laughed coldly. "Do you all really want to kill me that badly?" Yi Fan was extremely calm, not feeling any fear even when facing the void mirror whose name had shaken endless time. He faced them indifferently. "Yes, I really want to kill you. Once I kill you, there will be no more suspense in the future. I won't have anything to fear. My Ji family also doesn't need a powerful Saint Physique." The Ji family's eighth ancestors spoke in unison, not wanting too many people to hear them. "Are you sure you can kill me?" Yi Fan asked calmly. "What a joke. Not to mention you, even an ancient saint would be useless. Killing you is no different from stepping on an ant." The Ji family's eighth ancestor was full of confidence. "Eighth ancestor, you are walking further and further down this path. Not to mention the family head, even the other elders will suppress you after this." Ji Ziyue said, "Little girl, you are still young. Our family's strength doesn't depend on outsiders. So what if he has a saint physique? We are the descendants of the great emperor, do we need his protection? Killing him is the easiest." The Ji family's eighth ancestor said. This time, he transmitted his voice secretly. "Eighth ancestor, you are doing this out of selfishness. You want to take revenge for Aunt Ji Huizu. This is a huge taboo and the other elders won't agree." Ji Ziyue wanted to stall for time. "Ziyue, you are wrong." Just at this moment, two figures appeared. The two elders of the Ji family walked out and stood behind the Ji family's eighth ancestor. Ji Ziyue's expression changed. She then stood in front of Yi Fan and said firmly, "If you want to kill him, then destroy me under the void ancient mirror." The red dragon Taoist quickly carved formation patterns. With a flash of light, he wanted to teleport Yi Fan away. However, this ancient hall was very special and sealed all Dao patterns. The monkey was furious. His fiery golden eyes shot out two beams of golden light that pierced through the void. At the same time, he swept his cudgel, wanting to use the Battle Saint Ape Race's method to open up a spatial tunnel. However, the ancient hall made of gold shook and couldn't open up a path at all. Pang Bo shouted, "Do you want to become enemies with the monster race?" The ancient hall shook and a holy light scattered down. Even the powerful red dragon Taoist and the monkey couldn't move. All of them were swept away and sent out of the battlefield. At the same time, Ji Ziyue disappeared into thin air. Who knew where she was swept by the light from the ancient mirror? At the center of the battlefield, only Yi Fan was left. No one could get close. The ancient hall rumbled and quickly turned into a training field in a strange space. The others could see it but couldn't get close. They could only watch from afar and marvel at the Ji family's understanding of spatial techniques. They were unparalleled in the world and no one could compare to them. "Brat with the surname Yi, do you think I should destroy you under the ancient mirror piece by piece, or let you be riddled with holes and die slowly?" The Ji clan's 8 ancestors stood in the sky and looked down with a kind of calmness. "I said that you can't kill me and will self-destruct." Yi Fan's voice was powerful. "Is that so?" The Ji family's 8 ancestors shouted coldly. An ancient mirror floated in the air and a strand of extreme emperor aura scattered down. The hazy light was holy and noble, but the pressure was like the sinking of the universe. Everyone was terrified. Even if they were not in that special space, they could still feel the threat of death. The emperor weapon was unrivaled and undefeatable. A hazy light pressed down. There was still an endless distance between them. Yi Fan almost suffocated. His body felt like it was going to split apart. He quickly used the ancient coffin to block above his head. Wang! The void trembled as the holy light pressed down. A ripple appeared on the bronze coffin. The patterns on the surface of the coffin fluctuated unceasingly and rose to resist the overflowing might. Something that made everyone dumbfounded happened. A strand of emperor aura flowed into the coffin like water but didn't penetrate it. Heavens, what happened? Blocked the Emperor weapon. This is heaven-defying, too inconceivable. Even though it is just a strand of extreme Emperor aura, it is not something a human can contend against. How did it block it? Emperor weapon. The Void Emperor's weapon was actually blocked by that coffin. The outside was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe everything. A rusty coffin absorbed the Emperor aura and was unharmed. What is this? Ji family's 8 ancestors were in disbelief. They felt that killing Yi Fan here was as easy as blowing off dust. Using the Void Ancient Mirror, they could slap him to death with a flip of their hand. This coffin is too strange. Another elder said with a sunken voice. I don't believe it can block the Void Ancient Mirror. Ji family's 8 ancestors shouted. Then they forcefully activated it. This time, it wasn't just a strand of Emperor aura, but a beam that descended. If the ancient saints were hit, they would immediately be pierced through. This was a wave of boundless might. It was as if millions and millions of stars in the cosmos gathered together and turned into a destructive beam. It was unstoppable as it directly pierced through the heavens and earth. This type of fluctuation made all the clouds in all directions scatter in an instant. The void completely distorted, and it was unknown just how many dimensional spaces it pierced through, passing through many small worlds. Yi Fan hid under the coffin and used it to resist the heavens. The beam of light descended and struck the coffin, but it still couldn't penetrate it. The small coffin was like a whale drinking water, quickly absorbing it. At this moment, it was absolutely silent. Everyone held their breaths. Only when the endless divine light in the sky disappeared and entered the coffin did everyone erupt with commotion. Extreme Tao. This is an Extreme Tao weapon. Heavens, this is too inconceivable. There is another Emperor weapon in this world that has never been heard of before. It can block the light of the Void Ancient Mirror. Everything was too crazy, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. The coffin that Yi Fan carried over was actually so terrifying. Not long ago, there were people who didn't think much of it. Ji family's 8 ancestors even mocked it, but they didn't expect it to be able to block the Emperor's might. Brother, do you know what that is? Qi Huishui asked. She had heard that Nan Yao had once seen the scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin in the Demon Imperial Palace. Nan Yao's expression was grave as he said, "It's an object from the outer realms. What's powerful isn't the coffin, but the thing buried within. Is it a corpse or something else? I don't know." There was even less of a need to talk about the others. They were all shocked to the extreme. All of this was too unexpected, shocking everyone's imaginations. Many people suspected that they were dreaming. A coffin that could block an Emperor weapon was like a fantasy story. One has to know that this was carried in by Yi Fan like a sack. Just now, not a single person paid any attention to it. Little vile spawn, I don't care what you brought. Death is inevitable. There is no weapon in this world that is stronger than Emperor weapons. Ji family's 8 ancestors said coldly, "Revive the Emperor weapon, consign him to eternal damnation, never to reincarnate. Refine this coffin into my Ji family's ancient mirror." Just now, the aura emitted by the Void Ancient Mirror was naturally released. Now, they wanted to awaken the deity within the ancient mirror and unleash the might of an ancient emperor. Boom. That ancient mirror appeared in the void and became more realistic. It began the process of awakening and emitted an aura that could split the heavens and earth. It was as if an ancient universe was evolving. The Void Ancient Mirror must not be revived. Yi Fan thought to himself. If not, it would be equivalent to an attack from an ancient emperor. That was unimaginable. He did everything he could to circulate the army formula and used his brute force to forcefully open the coffin. Voila! He wrapped the immortal treasure map he obtained from the nest of 10,000 dragons around his body. Then, he brought out the myriad energy cauldron and stored himself inside. It was incomparably difficult. Yi Fan was sweating profusely and his entire body was about to split open. He opened a corner of the coffin and released a divine sound of the great Tao. What was inside the coffin? This was what everyone knew first. Could it really resist the awakening Emperor weapon? Everyone almost suffocated. They wanted nothing more than to immediately see everything inside the coffin. Chapter 683. Yi Fan felt as if he was being dismembered by 5 horses. His entire body was in intense pain. He only used the Bing symbol art to lift up a corner of the copper coffin, not truly touching it at all, yet his essence energy was sucked dry. It was as if an immortal king's treasury was opened. A great Tao divine sound rang through heaven and earth. In addition, there was a sphere of precious light that swirled about the copper coffin, spreading outwards. Many people reached out their necks to watch from the distance, all of them wishing to see what was buried inside. Every single one of them were full of shock and confusion. However, then many people felt fear, passively bowing down, kneeling down. It was as if they were facing a supreme deity, all of them panicking and uneasy. In the sky, that ancient mirror rose and fell, becoming more and more real. Previously, it was a projection from the void, but now, it truly appeared. It was simple and unadorned, releasing endless chaotic energy. This scene was horrifying to the extreme. A boundless whiteness covered everything, as if there were over 10,000 great waterfalls cascading down from beyond the heavens. It almost made one's mind shatter. Many cultivators couldn't endure it, kneeling down while trembling. The 2 ancient treasures both displayed irregular scenes, leaving everyone trembling with fear. There wasn't a single person who didn't feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. All of the sect master-level figures had long moved, fleeing who knew how many li into the distance. Most of the others fell weakly onto the ground, their bodies shivering. Even though they were far away, the sect master-level figures still felt their hearts palpitating, unable to help but shiver in fear, let alone the others. This was an unendurable weight. "Do you all see? What is inside the copper coffin?" Someone asked. An expanse of primal chaos, as if heaven and earth were being opened, impossible to see through. Someone cried out in alarm. How could it be like this? Which great emperor left this holy object in this world? Why have I never heard of it before? Everyone discovered with shock that these 2 weapons were incomparably terrifying. No matter how far they were from each other, they still made people feel fear from the very bottom of their souls, always wanting to kneel down and bow down, feeling a sense of subservience and reverence, unable to help themselves. The Void Mirror's revival process was extremely shocking. Primal chaos reached tens of thousands of zhang, as if it was the admiration of the heavens. It poured down in torrents, creating a boundless expanse of whiteness without end, submerging everything. Meanwhile, the copper coffin was like an ancient cosmos, continuously being born and destroyed there. Dense light mist was hazy, impossible to see through, as if it was a world source sea. It was stopped. The copper coffin stopped the Void Mirror's attack. Tens of thousands of white waterfalls fell into the coffin. Happened? Where did this coffin come from? How could it be like this? Everyone was horrified. The extreme Tao ancient mirror's aura was enough to crush a holy master, and now, so much chaotic light poured down. No one in this world could stop it, yet it was absorbed by the ancient coffin. This scene was incomprehensible, exceeding their imaginations. Was this the terrifying aspect of an extreme Tao weapon? It was not something that a human could withstand. At this moment, Yi Fan used the immortal treasures in the dragon lair of chaos to wrap his body and sank into the myriad chi cauldron. Finally, he managed to protect himself from being destroyed. It had to be said that using the copper coffin was very damaging to him. At this moment, it was all thanks to the void mirror that attracted the ancient coffin's attention. This mirror that had existed since ancient times possessed great destructive power. It was as if a great emperor was awakening, capable of killing anything that stood in its way. In the distance, a few powerful beings cried out miserably, coughing out blood from their mouths. They couldn't endure the divine might. It could destroy all things in this world. In ancient times, the great monarchs could pluck the stars and capture the moon. With their extreme Tao monarch weapons, they could strike down the stars of many star fields. Their battle prowess was unimaginable. How could it be like this? In the distance, someone cried out loudly, worshipping in fear, coughing out blood as he retreated. Fortunately, Ji family's divine gold ancient palace had formation patterns, sending away all of the people who fell limp on the ground. Otherwise, those people would have all turned into meat paste, all of them turning into bloody paste under the formless pressure. This was precisely the weapon of an ancient great emperor. It didn't truly revive, only possessing this type of power during the initial stages of revival. It was terrifying to the extreme. Anyone who stood in its way would inevitably turn to ashes. Youngster, let's see how long you can last. The Ji family's 8 ancestors in the sky were sinister. He and the 2 senators stood under the 10,000 streams of primal chaos waterfall. The void ancient mirror was controlled by them, so the 3 of them weren't affected by the impact. On the contrary, they were surrounded by primal chaos energy, protecting their bodies. Right now, it could be said that they were imperishable, no one able to break through them. Even if a saint came, they might still have a headache. The weapon of an ancient great emperor awakened, releasing boundless divine might, possessing undying boundless power. Yi Fan's mind tightened. That void ancient mirror in the sky was reviving, its power becoming more and more terrifying. He had to break through this stalemate. He activated the army character's secret again, forcefully lifting the lid of the copper coffin. That corner became larger and larger, as if it was splitting apart heaven and earth. The first strand of light flew out. Everything in heaven and earth became brighter, the first streak of primal chaos appearing. An ancient cosmos seemed to have taken form, and the first divine sound rang out. It was as if an immortal king was lecturing on the Tao. Auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and divine lotuses were born from the earth. This was a terrifying and strange scene. The copper coffin was half opened, and all types of light and sound shot out. That place was covered in dense mist, impossible to see through. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping. All of the great primal chaos waterfalls poured down, rushing into the ancient coffin. It was incomparably terrifying, as if 10,000 great waves were gathered in a single ocean eye. It really stopped the void ancient mirror. This is a confrontation of the extreme Tao. The copper coffin absorbed the void ancient mirror's primal chaos light, continuously sucking it in. It was like a bottomless abyss that could never be filled up. Yi Fan was the closest, so he naturally wanted to see what was inside the coffin. However, his divine sense felt as if it was being pricked by needles, unable to approach the coffin at all. Moreover, if it wasn't for the void ancient mirror restraining the copper coffin, causing all types of light and sound to rush upwards, he would most likely have been smashed to pieces. Even with the immortal treasures and the myriad energy cauldron, it would have been difficult to resist. No, I must see clearly. Yi Fan gathered his divine sense and forcefully activated his spiritual sense. He wanted to pass through the ancient coffin and enter the copper coffin to take a closer look. He let out a blood-curdling scream as blood dripped from his eyes. His divine eyes of origin were almost blinded, but he finally saw a blurry silhouette, and within it was a corpse. Impossible! Yi Fan was full of shock. That body was incomparably cold, and it was quietly lying at the center of an ancient cosmos. The primal chaos surged violently, but it was immortal. Why is it exactly the same as me? He almost didn't dare to believe all of this. The ice-cold corpse in the ancient coffin was no different from him. If he were to lie beside it, he wouldn't be able to find anything different. Peering through 3,000 worlds. In the distant sky, the monkey shouted loudly. His fiery eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light. His aura surged like a bowl, illuminating the sky, and then disappeared into the copper coffin. In an instant, the monkey also let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood flowed from his eyes as he fell backward. He was incomparably shocked as he shouted, "Father, how could it be him?" He saw an old ape with resplendent golden fur all over his body. Although he had become an ice-cold corpse, his spirit of supremacy in the heavens and earth was still the same as before. The ancient emperors looked down on the world and looked down on the ages. The old Saint Emperor Dojan was famous for his battle prowess and was invincible throughout the ages. That kind of domineering aura that could sweep through the universe could not be imitated by others. At the same time, the southern demon's eyes shot out two beams of strange light that penetrated eternity. It was as if a demon god had opened his heavenly eyes. There was a blood sacrificial altar in the demon king's palace. On it, there was a heaven and earth dharma. If one's magical power was boundless and had the Tao power of a great emperor, they could use it to see the myriad worlds. The southern demon used this opportunity to sharpen his heavenly eyes. He also let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes were dripping with blood and were almost blinded. He revealed an expression of disbelief as he said with a trembling voice, "How could it be him? Break for me, break through the origin." The Crimson Dragon Taoist let out a low roar. As a living fossil, he possessed battle prowess that others could not hope to reach. Two crimson dragons shot out from his eyes and entered the ancient coffin. He wanted to get to the bottom of it, but even someone as powerful as him was no exception. He let out a groan and blood flowed from the corner of his eyes. Demon Emperor. The Crimson Dragon Taoist was shocked and revealed an expression of disbelief. He saw a supreme demon emperor in green clothes inside the ancient coffin. Everyone was shocked. What exactly was inside the ancient coffin? What they saw was completely different. Who exactly discovered the truth? Summon the great emperor's shadow. At this moment, the 8 ancestors of the Ji clan shouted in the sky. They began to activate the ancient mirror and released a type of forbidden technique. Once the void ancient mirror was revived, there would be endless techniques to use. Right now, it was only at the initial stage of revival and could only use the least exhausting forbidden technique. An ancient emperor appeared in the mirror and took a step out. Void Emperor, that is the Void Emperor. In the distance, someone cried out in surprise. When everyone heard this, they were incomparably shocked. They all stared fixedly at the sky. This was a shadow imprinted by the ancient mirror and left behind by an ancient great emperor. Even though it wasn't his true body, it still possessed heaven-defying power. After it was summoned, it would be incomparably terrifying. The extreme Tao weapon is truly astonishing. This is only the least exhausting forbidden technique, and it is only for a shadow. If the ancient mirror completely revives, it will be like a strike from the true body of a great emperor. It will be incomparable. Boom! Even so, the hazy shadow was still extremely astonishing. It destroyed the surrounding space and brought along heaven-overflowing primal chaos as it pounced towards the copper coffin. In the distance, everyone's expressions turned deathly pale. This strike was enough to destroy all the holy lords. Even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to resist it. This was the pressure of a great emperor's might. Even if it was just a shadow, no one could resist it. What? The Ji clan's 8 ancestors cried out in shock. They saw an inconceivable scene. The instant the shadow entered the copper coffin, a star domain appeared, and a corpse floated alone in the dark and cold ancient universe. Void Emperor. His mind was torn apart and he was incomparably shocked. He never would have thought that he would see such a scene. The Ji clan had a portrait of the Void Emperor, and as a senior elder of the Ji clan, he had naturally seen it before. This is the ancient coffin of his great emperor. He has returned from the desolate universe. The Ji clan's 8 ancestors were dumbfounded. Could it be that they were using the weapon of the Void Emperor to attack his coffin? Ancestor buried himself in the endless void. Could it be that his resting coffin has returned from the outer realm? The other 2 senior elders also cried out involuntarily. Buzz. That shadow entered and turned into primal chaos, disappearing inside and never appearing again. The copper coffin trembled and shot out streams of dense light mist. It let out an even more majestic divine sound that resounded through the universe and shook everyone's hearts. Bang! The Ji clan's 8 ancestors lost their composure and were brushed by the light mist. If it wasn't for the protection of the light of primal chaos, he would have definitely turned into dust. Even so, he still let out a loud cry and fell down. Collect. Yi Fan used the myriad chi cauldron to collect him. The ancient cauldron could contain the boundless void, and the space inside was vast. Yi Fan descended from the sky and stepped on his face, landing at the bottom of the cauldron. Little vial spawn, Yi Fan used his foot to stomp down, and all of his teeth were spat out. Blood spurted out everywhere, and he could no longer speak. Chapter 684. In today's world, there were very few people who could fight with Yi Fan physically. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family fell into the cauldron and were stepped on by him. The result was self-evident. Although the 8 ancestors of the Ji family were powerful, falling into Yi Fan's hands at such a close distance, no matter how powerful his divine abilities were, he couldn't use them and could only be suppressed. As soon as he activated his magic power, a big foot landed and came into close contact with his face for the 3rd time. Brat! The chest of the 8 ancestors of the Ji family was about to explode and his stomach was about to bleed. For the first time in his life, someone used the sole of his foot to measure how wide his face was. Old thing, you are still arrogant now. I will beat your head into a pig's head. Even your grandmother won't be able to recognize you. Yi Fan said. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family were so angry that his head hurt. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was already so old. Not to mention his grandmother, even his uncles were almost all dead. Being taunted and stepped on by a junior like this, he really couldn't take it. Little thief Yi, you are behaving atrociously in my Ji family. You will regret being born into this world. Damn it, I do regret it. I regret stepping on you too lightly. Now let me help you measure how thick your skin is. The sole of Yi Fan's foot began to come into close contact with that old face for the 4th time, the 5th time. For the nth time, it was like stamping, leaving row after row of footprints on that old face. Moreover, the strength was extremely great. Every time it landed, there was the sound of bones breaking. It didn't look like a face anymore, but more like a big pancake. It didn't look like a human anymore. I will kill you. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family coughed up blood and almost fainted. For people like him, no torture would be effective. But to humiliate him like this, it was more painful than killing him. Kill your grandpa. Yi Fan raised his foot and gave him a throat-sealing technique, almost breaking his neck. I will kill you, you little bastard. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family seemed to have gone crazy. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath of essence chi, which turned into an incarnation and wanted to escape. Where are you going? Go back. Yi Fan lightly shouted. Bang. Yi Fan kicked him back into his body. His physical body was unparalleled. At such a close distance, he could clearly hear the sound of blood and mana flowing in his body. Everything was under his control. Old thing, you've always been in cahoots with the Wang clan. You tried to kill me a few times, and now you're unlucky enough to fall into my cauldron. What do you think I should do? Little evil creature Yi, if you hurt a hair on my head, the Ji family will remove one of your legs. The Ji family's 8 ancestors were ruthless. You old thing, you're still so stubborn. People like you should be suppressed in the latrine for 10,000 years. Even killing you would be too lenient. Yi Fan exerted force with his feet, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from time to time. The 8 ancestors of the Ji clan were trampled so hard that they almost didn't have a human shape. They were like a lump of mud that could be squeezed however he wanted. Old 8 of the Ji clan was beaten up. The screams of the Ji clan's 8 ancestors were no longer human. At this moment, the outside world was in chaos. The void ancient mirror was gradually reviving, and the divine power contained within was fluctuating as if it was about to wake up. The 2 elders were roaring and controlling the ancient mirror to leave the copper coffin. They were a bit hesitant. They actually saw the Void Emperor just now, and they were too frightened. However, at this moment, the Emperor weapon was gradually reviving. The 2 of them couldn't control it anymore, and the terrifying fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Within the ancient mirror, an ancient star region flew out and devoured starlight. This type of scene left everyone horrified. A true world appeared. Just how great was the power of this ancient mirror? Was it born by itself, or was it refined by the Void Emperor after intercepting the source of the universe? Everyone was shocked. No matter what the situation was, it was destined to have unparalleled divine power. Moreover, all of this wasn't the true state of the Emperor weapon's revival. It was still in progress, and it hadn't completely come back to life. The starry river was endless, and the primal chaos surged. However, it couldn't destroy the copper coffin. The ball of light devoured everything, and no matter how great the divine power was, it would be absorbed. Emperor corpse. Could it be that there really is an ancient emperor's corpse? Everyone in the distance was shocked. Up until now, no one had ever obtained a complete human emperor's corpse. That was an unparalleled treasure. Not to mention other things, just the corporeal body alone could be used to forge an extreme Tao emperor weapon. There was no way to measure how precious it was. Was it the Void Emperor, the Beast Emperor, or the Old Saint Emperor? Everyone couldn't help but be bewildered. Different people saw different scenes, and they couldn't be sure. Did you hear what they said? What we saw just now might be an illusion, and not our race's emperor's corpse. An elder of the G family came to a realization. Then let's go all out. Another elder of the G family activated the Void Ancient Mirror to speed up its revival. Then, it slowly descended and sank into the ancient coffin. Stop. A furious voice came from the distance. 7 or 8 figures rushed over, and the one at the lead was the G family's Saint Lord. The ancient mirror revived and devoured the heaven and earth, and the fluctuations were extremely intense. However, the important area of the G family was sealed by the Emperor's divine runes, so they couldn't immediately sense it. Only when Ji Ziyue called for them did they rush over. Where is Old 8? Look at what you have done. The G family's Saint Lord was furious. They even dared to deceive him and transfer him away. This had crossed his bottom line. Old 8 is in danger. He has fallen into the cauldron of the saint body. Please save him first. One of the 2 elders said. What is going on? The G family's Saint Lord and the elders stared at the ancient mirror and the copper coffin in disbelief. Ji Ziyue's eyes were bloodshot, and her small mouth formed an O shape. She used all her methods to barge into the important area of the G family and finally found the Saint Lord and the others. She thought that she was too late, but she didn't expect that it wasn't that bad. Resist the extreme Tao? The saint body has the ability to resist the extreme Tao. The eyes of the G family's elders almost popped out. They stared at the copper coffin, and then some people took action, controlling the ancient mirror to make it sleep. Otherwise, if these 2 weapons collided, the consequences would be unimaginable. The G family might even be flattened. In the sky, the ancient mirror became hazy. The boundless star domain flew in, as if the universe had evolved into a single point and then disappeared. However, the terrifying waves it released just now were too powerful. Many divine islands of the G family almost fell, and cracks appeared on them. Old 6, Old 9, look at what you have done. The G family's Saint Lord shouted. He reached out with a large hand and grabbed the 2 of them, trapping them in the void. They couldn't move at all. They were both suppressed. The G family's sharp senses sensed that something was wrong. The copper coffin was still releasing terrifying power, and it surged towards the void mirror. Is it going to resist? They were shocked. Things had exceeded their imaginations. It was difficult to stop it, and it was very possible that a great battle of the extreme Tao might really happen. In the past, the great battle of the extreme Tao happened outside the region. Now, there are no more people who can fly out of this star domain. What should we do? Many people felt their blood run cold. If a battle of the extreme Tao really happened, even the G family would be affected. Even the great emperor's formation might not be able to stop it. These people had unique insight. With a glance, they could tell that the thing inside the ancient coffin was comparable to an emperor weapon. It definitely had the power to destroy heaven and earth, or even stronger. Little Yi, quickly stop the copper coffin. Ji Ziyue shouted. In the myriad energy cauldron, Yi Fan stopped torturing the 8 ancestors. He used the army formula and pushed the coffin lid back with all his strength. This made him sweat profusely. Boom. Finally, after a loud sound, the ancient coffin closed tightly. All of the enshrouding treasured light disappeared, and the divine sound of the great Tao also stopped. It became quiet. At this point, the pressure that enveloped everyone's hearts disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the G family or the many honored guests, they all felt a lingering fear. This coffin was too mysterious. Yi Fan walked out from the cauldron, but he suppressed the 8 ancestors who were like dead dogs inside and didn't let them out. Family master, this ancient coffin must be left behind. An elder transmitted his voice. That's right, this copper coffin is too terrifying. There must be a gargantuan secret inside. The thing inside can resist an emperor weapon, it's worth researching. Another person agreed. You all don't need to say any more. In the future, don't target the divine physique. Let Ziyue and Haoyue interact with it. Ji family's holy master said solemnly. The Ji family arranged for an even more majestic palace and invited the many guests inside. With the copper coffin on Yi Fan's back, everyone couldn't help but open up a path for him. Holy master! A few of the Ji family's elders were very radical and unwilling. If anyone makes a move, don't blame me for being impolite and using the family rules. The Ji family's holy master's voice was cold. Then he threw the 2 elders who were sealed into a void prison and said, "The 2 of you, go face the wall and reflect on your mistakes." Not long after, Ji Haoyue with the divine king physique was released and no longer imprisoned. In this banquet, Yi Fan undoubtedly became everyone's focus. That coffin was too eye-catching and terrifying. Everyone felt restraining fear. With an emperor weapon, it was enough to create an everlasting divine dynasty. Moreover, the wielder was a divine physique with boundless potential. The meaning was even more extraordinary. Once it was cultivated to completion, it would be unimaginable. In the end, Yi Fan handed over the Ji family's 8 ancestors. If he killed them here, there would definitely be no way to settle things peacefully. After all, this was Ji family, and the Holy Land cared about face the most. Immediately, Ji family's holy master personally took action and suppressed the 8 ancestors. He threw them into the void prison and made them reflect on their mistakes. Someone from Ji family expressed his apologies and did such a thing. At the very least, others felt that it was still acceptable and fair. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't say much. The people from Wang family all left. Not a single person stayed. Using Ji family's ancient formation, they traveled through the void and returned to northern plains. They didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. My son was carried away by an immortal crane before he was even 2 years old. He obtained ancient chaos great emperor's inheritance and now ended up like this. I wonder if that immortal crane knows. Wang Teng's father was filled with grief and indignation. During the banquet, Yi Fan was the center of everyone's attention, but he was very vigilant. He knew that everyone was afraid of the copper coffin and that this treasure absolutely could not be lost. Zi Tiandu's older sister was peerless in her generation. She smiled sweetly and had a slender figure. She leisurely walked over and toasted him several times. She even invited him to be a guest at the Divine Valley. Yi Fan knew that the ancient imperial race wasn't easy to deal with. If he made a mistake, he might be eaten alive by them, so it wasn't good to get too close to them. Dang! Suddenly, a deafening bell sound rang out. Almost everyone felt as if they had been enlightened with wisdom. In that instant, they gained a type of comprehension. Dang! The second bell sound rang out like raging waves crashing against the shore. It was completely different from the first time and made everyone's mind feel like it was splitting apart. It was as if the furious waves were crashing against their souls. Dang! The third bell sound rang out like the rumbling of the universe. Star domains collided, and countless stars fell. The boundless starry sky collapsed. Everyone was so terrified that they almost fell limply onto the ground. Many of the cultivators present were not unfamiliar with this bell sound. In the past, they were scared out of their wits, and it was unknown just how many people had died because of it. Wusher's bell. The Ji clan's Saint Lord was the first to stand up. He almost couldn't believe his ears. Even someone as calm and powerful as him almost jumped up. Heavens, it really is the sound of great Emperor Wusher's ancient bell. The Saint Lords of the Eastern Wasteland had all experienced the calamity of the past. Back then, they had used several imperial weapons to attack the Purple Mountain, but they had all returned without success. Moreover, many experts had died. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? The Tao of Wusher has become empty. Why is his bell in the southern region? Oh God, what happened? Everyone was horrified and couldn't believe everything. How is this possible? Why is the Wu Shi's bell ringing in the southern region? Could it be that the Wu Shi's bell has been taken out and brought to the southern region to attack the Ji clan? Many people's hearts beat violently. If it really was the Wu Shi's bell, this would be a terrifying event that could shock the 5 regions. The Wu Shi's bell had actually appeared. Could it be caused by the bronze coffin? Of all the things that have happened today, this is the strangest, a living fossil mumbled. What? Are you saying that the bronze coffin might be the corpse of great Emperor Wu Shi? Another old antique cried out. Chapter 685. Ji family, an inheritance that had existed for a long time. It was personally founded by the great human emperor and had flourished since ancient times. No one dared to provoke it. Yet today, the sound of a bell shook the entire clan. The Wu Shi bell was a name that resounded through the history of the human race, bringing endless pressure to everyone. People couldn't understand. Wasn't the Wu Shi bell in the ancient Emperor Mountain? Why did it ring in the southern region? This was simply earth-shattering. Everyone's expressions changed. Before the primal chaos was divided, heaven and earth were in chaos, the vast and indistinct. Ever since Wu Shi broke through the primordial chaos and opened up a path to differentiate between the pure and the turbid. An old voice sounded from outside the Ji family. He was chanting a scripture as he walked over from the distance. At the same time, the Wu Shi bell rang out once more. The sound was ear-splitting like the heavenly sounds of the great Tao. It shook one's soul as it surged over from the horizon. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that an otherworldly expert had come? How could he dare to speak like this? Just what kind of background did he have? Was he here for the Ji family? I am the last inheritor of the Wu Shi. I heard that there is a divine body in the present world, so I came to take a look. The old voice was extremely loud and resonated like a great bell. Many people were horrified. The last inheritor of the Wu Shi great emperor? This identity was terrifyingly high. How did the Wu Shi scripture have an inheritance? Was this real or fake? Everyone was stunned. The vast ocean turns to dust for tens of thousands of autumns, the Tao turns to yellow hair and the worries of longevity. A dream lasts for thousands of years, the path to immortality is rugged. Another scripture sounded from outside the Ji family's mountain gate. Everyone was shocked. This was indeed an incredible expert. Otherwise, how could he have such a concept and soul? Many people were filled with shock. The person who came understands the great emperor's formation patterns, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through my Ji family's ancient formation with sound waves. The Ji family Holy Lord said. When everyone heard him say this, they became even more shocked. They were almost certain that this was an otherworldly expert who obtained the inheritance of the Wu Shi great emperor. Let's go take a look. A living fossil said. Outside the palace, the clouds surged, reaching up to their knees. This was a divine island that floated in the air. There were many spiritual beasts that danced about. It was like a land of immortals. Everyone flew out, wanting to see this otherworldly master. A large group of people arrived outside the mountain gate. In the distance, all types of bell symbols flickered on the ground. A vast ancient formation blocked up Ji family's mountain gate. This left many people shocked. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't seem to have good intentions. I wonder which senior has graced us with his presence? Why are you blocking our Ji family's path? A senior elder of the Ji family asked. I'm far from being an expert. I heard that someone is having trouble with the divine physique, so I came here to take a look. An aged voice sounded. At the same time, a long and drawn-out bell sound shook the world. It came from the divine formation that shot into the heavens. That place was resplendent, and no one could see through it. A living fossil from the Ji family frowned. He immediately recognized that it was a corner of the great emperor's formation runes. It was deep and immeasurable. Everyone else was shocked. The newcomer seemed to be standing up for Yi Fan, not hesitating to offend a clan of the remote antiquity. There's actually such an expert standing up for Yi Fan. An unworldly expert has actually come for the divine body. Many people's hearts tightened. They inwardly rejoiced that they didn't take action against Yi Fan. Is the divine body here? I wish to take him as my disciple and pass down the Wu Shi scripture. I will set out on a long journey to prove my Tao. The aged voice was extremely calm. Wu Shi's inheritance. Many people sucked in a cold breath of air. How great of an immortal opportunity was this? It was actually going to be given to the divine body, making many people want to kill him and take his place. Senior, we didn't make things difficult for the divine body. He's right here. An old cultivator from the Ji family spoke. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Ji family's holy lord frowned. He felt that something wasn't right, as if he noticed something. Yi Fan walked out with the copper coffin on his back. He vaguely guessed at a few things. He operated his divine eyes and looked forward, wishing to see what was going on. Big brother is fine. Suddenly, a tender voice could be heard faintly. Shoo, be quiet. I used a divine formation that can amplify the divine sound. Another vulgar voice sounded. It didn't sound like the voice of an expert at all, and it wasn't old either. Motherfucker, everyone knew that there was something strange going on. This was a fake otherworldly expert. The expressions of the Ji family's people changed even more. The Ji family's holy lord had long become suspicious. He immediately operated his divine might, stirring up the divine might of the ancient void mirror and shining it downwards. An expanse of clear splendor descended from the ancient mirror, able to illuminate the bodies of all living things. It was even more powerful than the demonic mirror, able to see through the source and see what was real and what was fake. Up ahead, all of the resplendent divine radiance disappeared. Everything within could be seen clearly. A large black dog stood up straight, carrying a 2- or 3-year-old little girl on its back. It was currently pretending to be mysterious. This large dog was extremely sturdy, comparable to a large bull. It wore a pair of large flowery underpants, truly putting on a pretentious appearance. That little girl was like a jade sculpture. Her eyelashes were extremely long, and her large eyes blinked. She was exquisite like a little porcelain doll, cute and obedient. Damn it, it's the legendary top-quality dog that almost killed Wang Ting in the North region. It's this immoral dog that's spewing smoke, clamoring everywhere for a human pet. Many people recognized the large black dog's identity at a glance. In the past, they had seen it together with Yi Fan, so they immediately understood what was going on. Motherfucker, this dog is asking for a beating, swindling and deceiving, bullying the Ji family. The large black dog carried the little girl on its back and came here to save Yi Fan, mistakenly thinking that they had come too late. Fearing that Yi Fan would be in trouble, he came up with this kind of show. Please forgive us, Ji family's holy lord, Yi Fan said. The expressions of some people from the Ji family were very unsightly, but they didn't act out. Many people stared at the large black dog, looking at the divine formation. This was a genuine corner of an emperor pattern. Many things had happened not long ago, and the Ji family didn't want to cause too much trouble, so they didn't pursue the matter. Many people didn't understand why Wu Shi's bell rang. The large black dog took out a piece of jade, and immediately released a long bell wave. With the support of the divine formation, it was infinitely magnified. This was indeed the bell sound of the Purple Mountain, and it had been engraved into a piece of divine stone. It could pass off as genuine, and even the holy lord of the Ji family had been deceived. Big brother, little girl missed you. The little girl's large eyes were red, and she stretched out her small hands as she ran over. They hadn't seen each other for almost 3 years, but she hadn't changed at all, and hadn't grown up at all. Yi Fan smiled and pinched her nose. He dotingly stroked her head, and then placed her on his shoulder. The little girl was very obedient, and was especially pitiful. Brat, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and I'm helping you raise a child. Do you think it's easy for me? What kind of natural treasures have you prepared for me? Just give me a jar of dragon marrow, and just give me a few cubes of divine source, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. Pang Bo had already held back for a few years. He took a large step forward and said, Damn dog, do you still remember me? Or you? I don't know you. The large black dog looked as if he had recognized the wrong person. F***CK, I'm going to kick you to death. You made a stupid formation pattern, and you actually missed a large region to teleport me to the middle state. I want to skin you alive. Damn dog, find Tu Fei for me. Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were also angry when they saw the large black dog. Why does this coffin look so familiar? I think I lost it. The large black dog changed the topic, and his large eyes were wide open as he stared at the ancient coffin. Yi Fan didn't stay long in the Ji family. After bidding farewell to the Crimson Dragon Taoist and the others who came to help, he immediately left with Pang Bo, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and the others. Ji Ziyue also went with them. Just 1,000 miles away from the Ji family, in a primitive mountain range, they put down the copper coffin. Under the strong request of the large black dog, they prepared to open it and see what was inside. Damn dog, are you confident? Yi Fan was doubtful. I'm confident. It vowed solemnly, as if everything was under its control. In the end it added, this place is very close to the Ji family. Once something happens, they will use the void mirror to suppress it. Don't worry too much. Can you do it or not? Ever since Pang Bo was teleported to the middle state, he had a shadow in his heart about this damn dog. He felt that it was too unreliable. Don't worry about me. The large black dog said. Worry my asteriskis. Pang Bo wanted to bite him, so he gave him a slap. Bad dog, don't be reckless. If this copper coffin is really dangerous, even our ancient mirror might not be able to suppress it, Ji Ziyue said with a wrinkle of her nose. Doggy, you must be careful. Little Nan Nan's voice was soft and tender, and she warned seriously. Open it and take a look. I also want to know what exactly is inside. The monkey also followed. Ever since he saw the corpse of the old Saint Emperor with his heaven's eye, his heart had been unable to calm down. This mountain range was especially quiet. The instant the copper coffin was put down, almost all the birds and beasts had run away. Not a single one dared to stay. The Black Emperor carved complicated formation patterns that corresponded to the stars in the sky. Yi Fan observed the terrain, and also made some arrangements to prevent accidents from happening. For hours later, they retreated far away. Yi Fan pushed with the army incantation. Then, a metallic sound rang out, and the entire mountain range began to shake. The coffin cover was slowly opened, and everyone retreated who knew how many miles, observing from afar. Ding. When Yi Fan pushed more than half of the coffin cover away, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Even with the suppression of the Black Emperor's formation patterns, he still couldn't resist. Moreover, he wrapped his body with the celestial treasures in the dragon nest of chaos and used the source chi of all things to protect himself, but his body still cracked, and his physique almost shattered. Boom! He gave one last push, and then turned into a shooting star as he flew back, evading far away. In this process, a total of 18 heavenly origin divine formations that he had carved to protect himself were shattered. A muffled sound rang out. At the end of the distant horizon, everyone saw dense multicolored light surging out from the ancient coffin. Quick, activate that Great Horn Emperor ancient formation, the monkey urged. The Black Emperor took action, and the divine patterns engraved on the ground completely awakened. They flickered with a dazzling brilliance as they began to imprison the ancient coffin in the center, wanting to lock it in place and see what was going on. However, what shocked everyone was that all of this was futile. The copper coffin devoured everything, refining the Great Horn Emperor ancient formation into essence energy and devouring it. Boom! Suddenly, this ancient mountain range shattered, and every inch of space turned into fine powder. Boundless primal chaos rushed out in an instant. Not good! Yi Fan shouted loudly, and then he put all of them into the cauldron. Then, he used the profound jade platform that the Black Emperor had prepared in advance to cross the void and leave this place. Without a sound, everything within a range of 1,000 miles collapsed. Not to mention the mountain range, not even a speck of dust was left behind. A huge abyss appeared where they were, and everything was evaporated. Not far away, everyone from the Ji family was horrified. They quickly used the ancient void mirror to protect themselves, and everyone flew into the sky to watch from afar. The copper coffin destroyed everything in an unstoppable manner. Then, it closed by itself with a clang sound, and it soared into the sky, flying towards the south. It's that copper coffin. On this day, many people in the southern region saw the copper coffin soar through the sky and fly away by itself. Among them, there were people who tried to stop it, but they all turned into dust in an instant. Yi Fan and the others chased closely from behind. The large black dog's head was almost drooping to the ground. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others took turns to scold it, saying that it was too unreliable. In the southern region, many great forces were alarmed. With the Ji family as the representative, they also chased all the way here, wanting to see what was going on. Of course, Yi Fan and the others chased at the very front, heading all the way south. They quickly neared the ancient desolate forbidden land, and the copper coffin directly entered. Everyone stopped, and no one dared to enter. This was a land of certain death, and since ancient times, who knew how many supreme experts had been swallowed up by it? The copper coffin flew back to the ancient desolate forbidden land by itself. This was unexpected, but also within reason. Yi Fan and the others all flew high into the sky, gazing into the distance. Among them, the monkey had the fiery eyes of gold and was born with the heaven's eye, so he could clearly see the 9 sacred mountains. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also had the god's eye, so he could roughly see it as well. Ding! A loud sound reverberated throughout the ancient desolate forbidden land, breaking the silence that had lasted for millions of years. The small coffin entered the giant coffin, and it was as if divine thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. The sound of metal pierced through the vast sky, traveling thousands of kilometers. Voila! Halfway up the mountain, 9 giant dragon corpses floated up, emitting an expanse of black light. Iron chains clanked, and the bronze coffin was pulled up, flying towards the peak of the 9 sacred mountains. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin actually moved on their own. Boom! The 9 dragons pulling the coffin appeared above the pitch-black abyss that was formed by the 9 sacred mountains, lying horizontally in the void. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rushed out from the abyss, as if the great emperor of the human race was awakening. There's something coming out from the ancient desolate abyss. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, but they saw an astonishing scene. Chapter 686. The ancient desolate forbidden land had remained silent for millions of years. Normally, it was absolutely silent, without a single sound. However, today, a grand fluctuation penetrated outwards, as if a supreme deity was awakening. It made 10,000 trees tremble, making the mountains tremble. In the outside world, at the edge of the ancient desolate forbidden land, Yi Fan and the others could clearly sense it. The people who arrived later couldn't help but be alarmed as they fell from the sky. In the depths of the forbidden land, below the endless abyss, there was indeed something that was about to come out. Just now, a portion of it had already been revealed, but it had already sunk down. Quite a few people had caught a glimpse of it. There was a living fossil-level figure that cultivated the heavenly eye. With unmatched magical force, he imprinted the scene he saw in the void so that everyone could see it. 9 enormous dragon corpses flickered with dark light. Their scales were covered densely like 9 great steel walls. They pulled an enormous bronze coffin as they quietly floated above the ancient desolate abyss. Heavens, are those 9 true dragons? How could there be something like this? The people who arrived later were stupefied, almost speechless. This is inconceivable. I'm not dreaming, right? Dragons, those are legendary dragons. They don't look like flood dragons. How could there be something like this in this world? Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. The ancient desolate forbidden land erupted with commotion. Those who rushed over couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everyone was stupefied. This was hard to believe. Since the ancient times, they had only heard of immortals but couldn't see them. Now, there were 9 immortal spirits before their eyes. This was completely subversive and exceeded common sense. It was hard to believe. Apart from shock, there were no other emotions. They were all incomparably moved, and some of them were even trembling. I don't believe this. How could there be 9 dragons at once? When everyone slowly calmed down, they began to reflect on whether or not what they saw was real. In reality, they might not necessarily be true dragons. Perhaps they are 9 flood dragons. Because they cultivated to an extremely profound realm, they are similar to true dragons. A living fossil spoke of the most reasonable conjecture. That's right, they might be extremely powerful flood dragons. After seriously thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. The crimson dragon was not far away. His eyes flickered with radiance, and 2 streaks of scarlet multicolored light shot out. He continuously stared at the depths of the forbidden land, seemingly extremely excited. As a member of the flood dragon race, when he saw the supreme experts of his race, he was naturally shocked from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was facing a life-forbidden zone, he would have charged in a long time ago. When some people saw the Crimson Dragon Taoist here, they immediately asked for guidance, including a few holy masters. They urgently wanted to know the answer, or else they wouldn't be able to live in peace. I can't say for sure either, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Even if it's a flood dragon, it's at least comparable to an ancient saint. Otherwise, there's no way such a scene would exist. As soon as the Crimson Dragon Taoist's words fell, the area outside the ancient desolate forbidden land became noisy. This was just too shocking. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they still felt shocked. There were 9 flood dragons that had reached the sage level in one go. This was like a fantasy story. It made people want to slap themselves and check if they were dreaming. In this world, there were only 2 saints. One was the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru, and the other was the crazy old man of the eastern wilderness. Now, there were actually 9 of them? They have already died countless years ago, their vitality long extinguished. They should be corpses from the desolate era. A living fossil said. Everyone relaxed. 9 living saints was enough to scare people to death. Only in the ancient era could 9 saints be born in one era. However, after thinking about it carefully, people were still a bit frightened. In the most glorious era, there were indeed more than 9 saints at the same time. However, they couldn't all be from the same race. Some were the ancient saints of the demon race, and some were supreme saints of the human race. However, the 9 flood dragons before them were all from the same race. This was too shocking and almost impossible. Our world has never had such a great era. The heavenly Preng race, flood dragon race, divine ape race, ancient phoenix race, human race, and all the other races added together in the ancient era must have produced a golden age that surpassed 9 saints at the same time, but they couldn't all be from the same race. The Wind Clan's holy master said with certainty. He understood the events of the ancient era very well. There were detailed records in the Holy Land's archives. So, these aren't the flood dragons of our world? Look at that copper coffin. Only now did people turn their attention back to the copper coffin. Just now, they had suddenly seen the 9 dragons, and they were truly shocked. That small copper coffin flew into the giant coffin. Does this mean that these 9 dragons are specially used to carry the coffin? People felt as if a mountain had collapsed in their hearts. This was too shocking. They had never heard of such an extravagant display. The small coffin originated from the giant coffin. No wonder it can resist the ancient void mirror. Yes, if there is a corpse in the coffin, it must be an ancient great emperor worthy of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. People were indescribably shocked by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It was difficult to dispel the fog in their hearts. During this process, people from the Ji clan, Yaoguang clan, Jiang clan, and the other holy lands were somewhat silent. This was because they already knew some things, even though they couldn't fully understand them. Back then, not long after the 9 dragons pulled the coffin into the southern wasteland, they learned of a part of the situation. As a holy land, their foundations were unfathomable. What you all say is only speculation. No one can say for sure, and even the ranks of the 9 dragons cannot be determined, a living fossil said. The 9 huge dragon corpses seemed to be cast from black gold. They were powerful as they lay in the void. Behind them, the bronze coffin was mottled with rust and motionless. Back then, they lay in disarray in the cold and dark cosmos, falling into Mount Tai's pilgrimage ground. Now, they were moving again. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They couldn't calm down at all. They had a type of expectation, but also a trace of fear. Splendor shot up from the bottom of the huge abyss from time to time. There were a total of 5 colors, illuminating the 9 dragon corpses and the giant coffin. It was extremely mysterious and majestic. Boom! Suddenly, an even greater fluctuation penetrated through, making many people tremble. Some of the weaker people fell off the cliff, and there were even more people who fell from the sky. What is that? Someone cried out in alarm. A resplendent brilliance floated up from the bottom of the ancient desolate abyss. It was dazzling and multicolored light pervaded the air. It was as if an immortal world was about to appear, causing people to be lost in reverie. It has long been rumored that there is a supreme treasure beneath the forbidden ancient desolate abyss that holds the secret to becoming an immortal. Back then, the heavenly jade Holy Land borrowed the power of the heavens and attacked with the power of the entire sect, but they were all turned into ashes. It is rumored that there is something that moved even the ancient great emperors. It is definitely about to come into being. Under everyone's cries of alarm, 5 colors rushed into the heavens. An ancient altar slowly rose up. It was even more imposing than an immortal palace. Yi Fan was shocked. His heart was pounding violently. The damaged ancient altar in the ancient desolate abyss actually floated up. This was an extremely important matter. That was the key to crossing the star domain. Now, it was no longer dim and without light. Instead, it was dazzling with auspicious energy in tens of thousands of streaks. 5 colors covered the sky and submerged the abyss above. It was a magnificent scene. It was the divine force that flowed out from the copper coffin. Everyone discovered that there was an expanse of chaotic light scattering down, falling onto the 5-colored altar. Only then did it become even more dazzling as it slowly rose up. The ancient altar that had been covered in dust for who knew how many years had appeared in this world made many people petrified. They all felt that this was inconceivable. There was actually this kind of thing in the ancient desolate abyss? Apart from a few limited ancient inheritances, this was the first time everyone heard of it. It's exactly the same as what Mount Tai saw. Pangbo was excited. Even though the ancient altar was moving slowly, it was still continuously rising. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin suspended above it. The two slowly approached each other. What are they trying to do? How could it be like this? What will happen to the 9 dragons and the ancient coffin? Everyone did not know the use of the 5-colored altar. They were all nervous and shocked as they watched. The ancient altar finally rose to a certain distance and stopped moving. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin actually descended from the sky and landed on top of it. It seemed strange and mysterious. 5-colored divine light rushed into the sky. This was an incomparably majestic scene. Everyone's hearts were pounding. To use 9 dragons as mounts for the corpse after death, what kind of boldness was this? Mother Ker, this is a 5-colored altar. At the very least, this is the method of a great emperor. It is very similar to the one we saw in the nest of 10,000 dragons. The large black dog muttered. On the 5-colored altar, symbols flickered and filled the sky. They were like streaks of heavenly scars that flickered continuously. A magnificent scene was engraved on it. In the end, all of the patterns interweaved together, forming an incomplete 8 trigrams diagram. It was extremely blurry. What? It really is going to set sail? Yi Fan's heart trembled. Then he became incredibly anxious. He wanted to leave this world, but everything happened too suddenly. Black Emperor, tell me everything you know about formation patterns. He said quickly. You won't understand even if I tell you. You'll need to comprehend them for at least a few hundred years. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to enter the next level. The Black Emperor rolled his eyes. Can you tell me how to determine the coordinates? Yi Fan asked urgently. No way, you can't be thinking of leaving with this 9-dragon bronze coffin carriage, right? What kind of joke is this? Do you know where it is going? The Black Emperor's eyes widened. That's right. Do you have any ideas? Yi Fan asked hurriedly. I don't know how this 5-colored altar was constructed or how unmatched divine patterns were carved on it, but it's not like there's no way to determine the coordinates. It's all on those symbols. I have a certain amount of confidence in this. The Black Emperor spoke, pointing to the 8 divinatory symbols. Quick, tell me how to determine the coordinates and how to go in the opposite direction. Yi Fan said quickly. You really want to? The Black Emperor almost bit his tongue. He didn't expect that Yi Fan would take it seriously and really put it into action. Don't say any more. Tell me quickly. This is an important matter. I don't have time to tell you in detail. Yi Fan was really anxious. This might be the only chance. The big black dog cursed. He was extremely puzzled and unwilling, but when he saw that Yi Fan was anxious and incomparably serious, he felt helpless. He sent a spiritual imprint into the depths of his heart and told him the details he wanted to know. Dong. In the depths of the ancient desolate forbidden land, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin flickered together. The 5-colored altar symbols formed a blurry 8 trigrams. Although it was not clear, it was about to pierce through the void. Yi Fan. Pang Bo's voice trembled, and he was not calm at all. Let's go, we have to take a gamble, Yi Fan said loudly. Little Yi, where are you going? Ji Ziyue was worried and couldn't help but ask, looking at him quietly with her large eyes. Yi Fan was speechless. Yi, I realize that I seem to have adapted to this kind of life. I'm actually a little reluctant to leave suddenly. Pang Bo hesitated. There's no time. Make a decision quickly. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yi Fan said anxiously. I won't go. Pang Bo suddenly made up his mind and said, but I will definitely go back in the future. Since this world has such a path, I believe that when I cultivate to the end, I will definitely be able to cross the starry sky. At that time, I will go home. Yi Fan didn't expect him to make such a choice, but he didn't force him. Yi, after you go back, work hard on your cultivation. I will also work hard here. We will work hard together, and when the time comes, we will strive to connect the 2 places. I believe that as long as our cultivation is strong enough, we will definitely be able to cross the star field. Pang Bo paused here and said, at that time, Ziyue and Nanan can both go and see you. Alright. Yi Fan followed his decision. Besides, he wasn't confident, and he didn't want Pang Bo to risk his life with him. That was because no one knew what the road ahead would be like. Even if he took the risk this time, he might not be able to return. He just wanted to take a gamble. Yi Fan turned around and looked at his old friends. His heart was filled with reluctance. After all, he had lived in this world for 10 years, and suddenly had to leave. He was incomparably disappointed. Ji Ziyue's big eyes were misty and filled with water vapor. As intelligent as she was, she naturally understood all of this. She knew that Yi Fan was going on a long journey, and the distance was measured in terms of star fields. Little Yi. She called out softly, and tears rolled down her eyes. Every tear was as clear as a diamond, and it was very sad. Time is too rushed. I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. I didn't have time to say a lot of things. However, I want to return to my hometown. I've been away from home for 10 years. Yi Fan looked at her and stretched out his hand to gently wipe away the tears on her face. Your hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. It's very far away. You will never be able to see you again. Ji Ziyue's eyes were filled with tears as she said softly, looking at Yi Fan without blinking. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't. What was the use of saying something that couldn't be done? Promises that couldn't be fulfilled would leave people with regrets. I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side. It's very, very far away. Ji Ziyue said softly, and her eyes were filled with tears. Brilliant eternity, endless distance. Even saints can't travel like this. We will never see each other again. As for the future, Yi Fan didn't know. He couldn't know the road ahead. Would he be able to return in a few hundred years? It was too illusory. Ji Ziyue's eyes dimmed as she asked softly, many years later, will you still remember this side of the starry sky? Will you still remember my name? I will. On this side of the starry sky, there's a beautiful girl called Ziyue. No matter how many years pass, I will never forget her. Yi Fan helped her push a strand of hair that was blocking her eyes to the side and wiped away the sparkling tears. I will remember you too. Jesus smiled as tears fell. At night, I will look up at the starry sky and look to the other side to bless you. I know you're on that side. Yi Fan was a little silent, but there was no time. Jesus smiled brightly, but tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She said softly, if you remember me too, you can also look at the starry sky above us. We'll be on the other side of the starry sky, looking at each other. Chapter 687. I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very, very far away, bright and eternal, boundlessly far away, and we'll never meet again. Late at night, I look up at the starry sky alone, silently blessing you. These words were accompanied by a brilliant smile and crystalline tears. They bloomed on Jesus' face. Smiling and crying made one's heart ache. Yi Fan's heart violently twitched. However, he had no other choice. He wanted to go back. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another chance. He had obtained this opportunity, but he would miss out on some people. This was a kind of helplessness. The world was so balanced. When you obtain something, you would also lose something that you could have. Yi Fan turned around without looking back. He walked forward step by step. He heard the sound of tears falling behind him, but he did not stop. Little Yi, where are you going? Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian asked. Brother He, take care. I'm going on a long journey. My hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. Being able to meet you in this life is my greatest gain. Yi Fan walked up and waved at Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, and Jiang Huiran. Why is that so? Monkey was puzzled. Brother Monkey, as the only son of the Saint Emperor Battler, you have a supreme status. In the future, the primordial life forms will definitely appear and bring chaos to the world. I hope you can take care of my friends. I hope that you will become a sovereign in the future. Yi Fan said seriously. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm them. Monkey was very straightforward and domineering. The Black Emperor said, Brat, you're crazy. You really want to leave and sit in that broken coffin pulled by 9 dragons? What kind of joke is this? Even the ancient saints wouldn't dare to walk so casually. Damn dog, live well in the future. You have to be more down to earth. Don't make me test how much of a bastard and unreliable you are in the unknown star region. F*C brat, what the hell are you saying? You're giving others your blessings, encouraging them, and reminiscing about them. Why are you reprimanding me instead? The large black dog bared his teeth. He was extremely displeased. Because you are so different from others. That's all I can say about you. Yi Fan sighed softly. Don't worry about me, the large black dog boasted shamelessly. Then he said, Oh, that's right. Did you really come from the other side of the galaxy? Crossing the star field is extremely dangerous, so it's better not to play with your life. Live well, raise Nan, and take good care of her. Yi Fan warned, then rubbed the little girl's head. Big brother, I won't let you go. Little Nanan's eyes were already red. She grabbed onto the bottom of Yi Fan's pants and raised her little face. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she looked at him pitifully. Be good, big brother will come to see you in the future. Yi Fan wanted her to let go. How long is the future? Xiao Budian had a premonition that this might be the last time he saw Yi Fan. He cried loudly and his tears rolled down in pairs. He hugged Yi Fan's calf and refused to let go. Black Emperor, work harder in the future. Don't let her suffer any grievances. Yi Fan pointed with his hand and a clear light flew out. Little Nan landed on the back of the Black Emperor. Then he left with large strides. Without looking back, he rushed into the depths of the forbidden ancient land. Little Nan was heartbroken. She cried loudly and waved her little hands powerlessly behind him. Easy! Pang Bo shouted. Take care of yourselves. Yi Fan shouted. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the monkey were all shocked. A friend beside them came from the other side of the starry sky, and now he was about to leave. Little Yi Zi. Ji Ziyue called out softly. 2 lines of tears hung on her face. She smiled and gently waved her arm. Yi Fan suddenly stopped. He had been in this world for 10 years. Scenes of the past quickly flashed before his eyes. He really didn't have the heart to leave like this. He really didn't want to. Boom. In the distance, a loud sound came from the depths of the forbidden ancient land. The multicolored altar shone brilliantly, and the interweaving symbols became increasingly resplendent. The constructed 8 trigrams gradually became clearer. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were trembling. They could pierce through the void at any time. Yi Fan had no time left. He looked deeply at the crowd and forcefully spat out 2 words, "Goodbye." Then he rushed into the depths of the forbidden land and didn't look back. He's crazy. Why is he rushing into the forbidden land? What's wrong with the Saint Physique? Why is he rushing into the forbidden land alone? What is he doing? He dares to risk his life. Could it be that he wants to take back the small coffin? At the edge of the forbidden land, many people were shocked and puzzled. In their eyes, this was simply an act of throwing away one's life. Yi Fan's speed was very fast. He gulped down the divine spring of life and disappeared ahead like a beam of light. Some old friends called out reluctantly, but he didn't have the time to reply. Clang. The bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragon corpses trembled. The sound of metal resounded through the sky like a magnificent army. Golden spears and iron swords crossed, tearing through the vast sky. A gust of wind blew past. Tens of thousands of fallen leaves danced about. The entire ancient forbidden land was filled with a somber aura. Yi Fan rushed over and quickly arrived before the 9 sacred mountains. This place was submerged in a dense radiance. Even Huang's power was weakened. It couldn't deprive Yi Fan of a large amount of life force. He quickly arrived. Above that great abyss, the 5-colored altar rested in disarray. It supported the dragon corpses and ancient coffin. Above it, symbols converged into the 8 trigrams, connecting to the unknown depths of the cosmos. Something's wrong. Yi Fan sensed something strange. Those symbols weren't complete, and the 8 trigrams they formed weren't flawless. There were some flaws, and that was why they couldn't truly open the starry sky ancient path. Right? The 5-colored altar is damaged, and the 8 trigrams it formed are also lacking. Could it be that they were going to fail on the verge of success? They were about to set sail, yet they were stopped because of this kind of problem. This really was disappointing. Suddenly, another type of aura surged from the great abyss that was as dark as hell. 5-colored divine light surged, and a few jade stones, stone slabs, and other things flew out. This is the jade stone from the shattered portion of the altar. Yi Fan was astonished. He never thought that the damaged 5-colored altar could actually reconstruct itself, forming an almost perfect ancient platform that rested in the sky. Outside the life-restricted region, everyone was astonished. Many living fossils stared rigidly. Who was it that destroyed the altar back then, making it sink into the great abyss? All types of jade stones flew up, rushing towards the ancient platform to restore it. This was an extremely fast process. It was as if it had life, reviving itself. Piece after piece of ancient jade stone floated up. They were like sparkling flower petals as they filled the sky. Yi Fan stared rigidly at the altar. He discovered that the center of the ancient platform was missing a crucial piece. As a result, the ancient platform was transparent from top to bottom, allowing light to pass through. How could it be like this? What kind of battle took place here back then to destroy such a divine object? Could it be that a great emperor came here before? With a final loud sound, the altar was completely assembled. It was only missing a millstone-sized jade pillar at the center, but it did not affect its ability to open up the void. In the sky, the enormous 8 trigrams looked as if they were cast from divine gold. They flickered with metallic luster, and at the same time, space distorted and light became hazy. The 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kun, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and can release strange fluctuations. It was as if an ancient code was flickering. Yi Fan knew that this was the spatial coordinates. It was a sign that he was about to set off, so he had to rush up. However, the 5-colored altar was very high up from the ground. It was located above the abyss and could not be touched at all. In this life-restricted region, magical power could not be used. No matter how great one was, they could not fly up. He gave it a look and then continuously retreated, distancing himself from the holy mountain. He prepared to use his fastest speed to rush up the mountain peak and use the inertia to leap into the sky. However, right at this moment, his heart tightened. A few ancient figures appeared on the mountain peak. They wore clothes from countless years ago, as if they had come from the ancient era. Heavenly Jade Holy Lady, that beautiful and peerless woman, was the #1 beauty of the eastern wastelands 6,000 years ago. Someone at the edge of the restricted region cried out in alarm. She came from the same sect as the old lunatic. Who would have thought that she would become a desolate slave? Look, the other people's clothes are even more ancient. They are people from at least several tens of thousands of years ago. They are all matchless experts. What? That is a matchless divine king from my G family. A living fossil from the G family cried out. He saw a white-haired old man that was the same as the old king who had disappeared in his family. Above the great abyss, the 2 yin and yang fish in the 8 trigrams were like gates. They had already opened and led to the ancient cosmos. Starlight flickered inside. This was a very strange and shocking scene. This was the ancient path that led to the other side of the starry sky. He could already see the starry sky there. It was vast and boundless. There is no time, I have to charge through. Yi Fan began to increase his speed. Then he grabbed the myriad energy cauldron in his hand. If there was danger, he would not hesitate to bring out that archaic saint. He decided to climb the bronze coffin. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Ah! He shouted loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. Tens of thousands of trees trembled and countless leaves fluttered about. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had engulfed the outside of the restricted region. The divine body has gone mad. This was what many people were thinking. Even though Yi Fan could not use magical power, his physical body was unparalleled. His speed became faster and faster, and in the end, it was as if his physique was burning. He rushed up the mountain peak like a streak of light. There were a few people wearing ancient clothes who were currently looking at him expressionlessly. Rise. Yi Fan avoided them. He stepped on the precipitous cliff and leapt into the void. This was an incomparably risky attempt. If he could not rush up the 5-colored altar, he would definitely fall into the endless abyss. One has to understand that since the ancient times, there had never been anyone who successfully entered the desolate ancient abyss and came out alive. Even ascending the sacred mountain would turn into ashes, let alone that place. Fortunately, the ancients did not take action. He leapt into the sky and did not encounter any obstructions. However, right at this time, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin moved. They slowly entered the dark and mysterious passage constructed by the Taiji Bagua diagram and coexisted with the endless starlight. Yi Fan was only a zhang away, but he still could not touch the altar. He could not climb up and thus fell into the desolate ancient abyss. Heavens, is that still a human? He can't use magical power and can only rely on speed to leap into the sky. That kind of height is too scary. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan leapt too high, exceeding the limits of his physical body. He was like a heavenly pung. He is falling down, about to fall into the abyss. Everyone watched in shock. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others felt as if their minds were splitting apart. If he fell down, he would undoubtedly die. Even the old madman went crazy back then. Little Yi, ding! Yi Fan flicked his hand and tossed out an iron chain onto the 5-colored altar. Then he swung it forcefully and leapt up again. Like a Kuan Peng spreading its wings, he rushed onto the ancient platform. The 9 enormous dragon corpses all entered the starry sky ancient path. Even a large half of the bronze coffin had entered. Only the tail was left. Yi Fan leapt up and immediately stepped onto it. With a dang sound, he landed on the coffin and forcefully grabbed onto the rusty ancient patterns. He turned around and gave one last look at his old friends. The scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The all-powerful monkey who swept through his enemies with a black gold rod, the dark-faced Li Heishui, the young and obedient little girl, the unreliable and scoundrel Black Emperor, the purple-clothed Jizue who gazed at the starry sky. Farewell, it would be difficult to see them again. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and entered the starry sky ancient path. Yi Fan also disappeared from this world. Chapter 688. The ancient desolate forbidden land was one of the 7 great life forbidden zones. The living were forbidden to enter, and those who entered would fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, the people at the edge of the forbidden land were first petrified, and then they broke into an uproar. A person had disappeared from this world just like that, heading into outer space and entering the ancient star domain. There were records in some undying inheritances that the rainbow altar could allow one to cross the starry sky and travel an incomparably great distance. It was unknown how many years had passed, but there had been no such person for a long time. It was impossible to construct this kind of altar, and even more so, no one could activate it. Yet now, there was a person who leapt into the sky like this. Little Yi. Amidst the clamor, there were also cries of reluctance. It was hard to part with him in life and death. Yi Fan disappeared just like that, riding on an ancient bronze coffin. This shocked many cultivators outside the Forbidden Land. This was a shocking result. After the 9 dragons' coffin disappeared, the rainbow altar did not sink and continued to float there. Moreover, it flickered with brilliance and dazzling symbols, engraving itself in the void. Above, the enormous 8 trigrams diagram did not collapse. Instead, it began to shake violently. Metallic luster flowed about, as if it was cast from divine gold. At this moment, behind the 8 trigrams Taiji gate, within the dark starry sky ancient path, the 9 dragons' coffin was frozen in place. It floated in the void and no one could see it. At this moment, Yi Fan was sweating profusely. His hands were constantly moving, and the 8 trigrams Taiji gate formed by symbols changed along with his hands. He was using the method the Black Emperor had taught him to change the spatial coordinates. He wanted to correct his position and embark on the path back to ancient Mars. Yi Fan did not know the coordinates of ancient Mars, but he found a method from the imprint the Black Emperor gave him, and that was to completely change and reverse the original direction. The next stop might be the star domain where ancient purple star is located, or it might be another ancient source of life. As long as I reverse the direction with the forbidden technique, I will be on my way back to Mars. Yi Fan did not have time. He quickly changed the 8 trigrams behind the starry sky gate, making them flicker and instantly freeze the ancient coffin. Then, with another series of movements, the reversal was successfully corrected. With a loud sound, the Taiji gate in the 8 trigrams diagram opened, and the 9 dragons' coffin was about to reverse. That is, outside the Forbidden Land, everyone was stupefied. They saw an inconceivable scene. The 9 dragon corpses and giant coffins appeared out of thin air again. What happened? Did the star crossing fail? Why did that ancient path disappear? Why did the dragon corpse and coffin appear again? Everyone was puzzled. They thought that the crossing had failed, and the dragon and coffin had been sent back to this world. However, before their cries of alarm ended, the copper coffin and dragon corpse began to withdraw, entering the other side of the starry gate. The coffin was in front, the dragon behind, everything reversed, entering a starry ancient path. I've succeeded. As expected, I'm a prodigy. My deduction has come true. My judgment was correct. The large black dog exclaimed. You damn dog, you're really unreliable. I don't believe that a sow can climb a tree. How dare you test such a big thing with little Yezi? You really should be skinned alive. Pang Bo wanted to strangle it. This time, the copper coffin moved in reverse, entering another ancient path, and was about to disappear. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix traveled over from afar. A woman quickly approached, arriving at the edge of the ancient forbidden land. From the top of her head, a streak of golden light that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed out, instantly entering the forbidden land of life like a proud true dragon. Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo was shocked. Li Xiaoman's body trembled. After that streak of golden light rushed out from the top of her head, her body swayed, as if she had expended a great deal of energy. The blazing golden light was like a god, like an ancient vicious beast, dancing through the universe, directly above the abyss, charging towards the 9 dragons' ancient coffin. What kind of power is this? She can fly in the Forbidden Land. No, she's using a supreme forbidden tool that's frighteningly frightening. I've never seen or heard of it before, and it can temporarily use magic power in the Forbidden Land. Everyone discovered this fact in shock. The tens of thousands of meters of divine light was like a golden ancient crocodile, instantly traveling hundreds of miles, bombarding the sacrificial altar and the 8 trigrams Tai Chi gate. Li Xiaoman, what are you doing? Pang Bo roared. If the 5-colored sacrificial altar was destroyed, Yi Fan, who was still crossing, would inevitably shatter in the void, and the copper coffin and dragon corpse would most likely fall out unscathed. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who dared to do this, risking death to enter the Forbidden Land and take drastic measures to stop Yi Fan from crossing the star domain. However, the tens of thousands of meters of golden divine light didn't succeed. Above the ancient abyss, several ancient people took action at the same time, raising their fists towards the sky, attacking together. This was a heaven-overflowing fluctuation, and a total of 5 matchless experts took action. 5 heaven-defying lights, accompanied by the descent of the heavenly Tao, were incomparably grand, shattering the godlike brilliance. A mournful scream rang out, and the divine light was annihilated, disappearing completely. Not even a trace of it could escape. Outside the Forbidden Land, Li Xiaoman violently trembled, and then her body turned into a black hole, disappearing on the spot. What? Just now, I felt a trace of divine power, possessing an undying aura. This is a type of ancient forbidden magic incantation, a support technique for the descent of foreign deities. Correct, that woman's cultivation isn't that great. That isn't her power, but another divine might. Li Xiaoman, I will kill you in Yi Fan's place. Pang Bo shouted loudly. None of this had anything to do with Yi Fan, because he didn't know that this scene had happened at all. The reversal of the ancient starry sky path succeeded, and he entered eternal darkness. He truly left this world, sitting on the copper coffin, gazing forward alone. He really wanted to see the bewildering light. The cosmos was boundless, and the star domain was endless. However, even more places didn't have stars, and it was deathly silent and gloomy. There wasn't a single sound in the boundless cosmos. The terrifying desolation, the bone-shattering coldness, the boundless darkness, this was everything. This was the cosmos, nothing else. Forget about humans, even a star was as small as a speck of dust. In this boundless ancient cosmos, everything was insignificant. Even though the 9 dragons pulling the coffin could destroy stars and destroy great regions, in this vast dark void, it was too insignificant. It couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. Yi Fan set out alone, traveling into the distance. He couldn't feel the flow of time, and it was as if he was eternally frozen at this moment. Am I crossing the star domain? Why does it feel like it's eternally still? He felt as if he hadn't left and was still in this ancient starry land. The only difference was that he had entered a dark box, and he couldn't find the way out. What happened? Could it be that I failed to cross? That 5-colored altar is missing a crucial central pillar. Could it be that there's a problem because of this? Yi Fan seriously pondered. He had to understand the current situation, or else he might die from exhaustion in this still cosmos. The copper coffin was advancing. He saw a large meteorite in the void, several thousand zhang in height, and it was currently moving away. This made him feel slightly more at ease. This isn't right. Crossing the star domain shouldn't be this slow. I should be moving forward in a flash. What did I encounter? Yi Fan's heart was filled with endless doubts. There was definitely something wrong this time, and it was completely different from when he was passively drifting in the star domain. Suddenly, he felt that his speed was extremely fast, as if he was synchronized with light. Then he entered a tunnel. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that time was in disorder. One moment, it was very slow, and the next moment, it was very fast. The instant and the distant, it was as if he had experienced a long century. This is too terrifying. To encounter all kinds of problems while traveling through the starry sky, no wonder even the ancient saints found it difficult. In the end, Yi Fan felt as if he had experienced thousands of years. He was about to petrify. Facing the endless darkness and silence, he almost went crazy. In this vast cosmos, there was nothing except for him sitting on the copper coffin and the 9 dragon corpses floating alone. There was nothing else. Yi Fan sat on the coffin and used cultivation to pass this lonely time. He comprehended the heavenly Tao, the cosmos, the void, and understood his own heart. Finally, he gradually calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. There was a faint light passing through in front of him. That was Ia's star domain. Dong! With a violent tremor, the 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin seemed to have jumped out of a black hole. They appeared in the present world and immediately transcended. All of this happened so suddenly. There was starlight in the surroundings. Although it was still dark and cold, it was different from what he saw before. It was no longer that monotonous. The 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin were almost motionless. They stopped here and no longer moved forward quickly. Instead, they floated slowly and aimlessly in the cosmos. I broke free from a swamp and jumped out of a black box. Where is this? Yi Fan stood on the copper coffin and stabilized his body with magical power. He gazed into the distance. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. The instant he turned around, he saw 7 special stars. That was the Northern Dipper star domain. He stayed in that world for 10 years and meditated every day. He had different senses for different star divine powers. Therefore, even though the positions of the 7 stars had changed greatly, he could still recognize them. Why is it like this? Did I not set foot on the way back? Why didn't I travel far from the neighboring Northern Dipper star domain? Is it really because the 5-colored altar is incomplete? It was close to the Northern Dipper star domain. Yi Fan felt that if he relied on flying alone, he might be able to fly back in his lifetime. However, if he wanted to fly back to the ancient Firefly star on Earth, there was no hope. The distance was too far, and he couldn't determine the coordinates. He came to the outer region and entered the boundless cosmos. He was far away from the source of life and saw nothing but desolation. This was the real situation. I tried my best, but I still failed in the end. I still couldn't set foot on the way back and instead fell into the lifeless ancient cosmos. In such a dark sky, he couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. He wasn't an ancient saint, nor was he an ancient emperor. It was difficult for him to cross the star domain. Do I really have to spend my entire life flying back the way I came and return to that world? Yi Fan was unwilling to give up. He pondered silently in his heart and then sat cross-legged on the ancient coffin. He began to cultivate in the cosmos alone in the outer region. The 9 dragon corpses dragged the ancient coffin in the darkness aimlessly for more than 2 months. On this day, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed something. Suddenly, he was greatly shocked. At the end of the cold void, there was something lying in disarray in the darkness. It was relatively close to him. What is that? He activated the divine eyes of origin and looked forward. His heart was filled with shock when he finally saw it clearly. It was a purple gold warship. It was unknown how long it had been floating for. It was dark and without light, filled with the traces of time. It was incomparably dilapidated and deathly still. An ancient warship in the dark and cold cosmos. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He actually saw such a ship in the desolate cosmos without any source of life. It was truly shocking. It has been floating for at least 100,000 years, perhaps even longer. Yi Fan felt a type of ancientness and vicissitudes. On the purple gold warship, there were many grooves and large holes hacked out by ancient weapons. It was unknown what kind of world-shocking battle it had encountered. Time was merciless. It was covered in the dust of the cosmos and had long lost its luster. After several 100,000 years, it was still simple and crude. Suddenly Yi Fan was shocked. He sensed something and his expression changed. What? Life fluctuations? Could it be that there are still living existences on the warship? Chapter 689. An ancient ship that had existed for who knew how many years, dark and without light, mottled with rust, rested in front of him. They were about to meet. However, there was a trace of fluctuation, one that was extremely similar to the aura of life. This left Yi Fan extremely shocked. Several 100,000 years had passed, so how could there still be living things? All life source energy descended. He activated the cauldron, suspending it above his head, covering him tightly like a curtain of rain. Then, he held the black gourd in his hand, facing it seriously. The 9 dragon corpses didn't show any reaction. The enormous bronze coffin continued to float forward, silent and without any changes. In the darkness and coldness ahead, the purple-gold ancient ship finally approached, arriving before his eyes, about to brush past him. The ancient weapon scars on its surface recorded a past event no one knew about. In the past, that battle definitely happened in the star domain, at the very least ancient saint-level figures participating, or else there was no way it could reach the depths of the cosmos. Yi Fan was a bit moved. This type of ancient ship's past owner was definitely incomparably powerful, yet it was beaten to this state. Who knows, there might be a tremendous secret hidden within. I'm about to miss it. That strand of fluctuation is still like this. Should I board it and take a look? There wasn't any danger, and that strand of fluctuation wasn't that powerful. This made him feel restless, really wishing to get to the bottom of it. The boundless cosmos was vast and boundless. As he traveled like this, it was difficult for him to find anything related to life and civilization. In the dark cosmos, being able to see this type of ship was truly a type of miracle. Several 100,000 years have passed, there might not be any living creatures, and there might not be any fluctuations of life either. Yi Fan seriously thought about it, feeling that the chances of there being life were extremely low. This ancient ship was worth boarding. It might very well be a tremendous divine treasury that involved ancient saints. Any random artifact would be priceless. The instant he was about to miss it, Yi Fan took action. A streak of divine light shot out from his palm, connecting it to the enormous and grand old-fashioned warship, allowing it to move at the same pace as the dragon corpses. There was still no reaction. There was no sound from the warship, no calls, no waves. It was deathly still. Yi Fan did not disembark immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. The body of the ship and the bronze coffin moved side by side. It was impossible to say who changed whose trajectory. In this dark universe, there was no sense of direction. Observing it up close, one could see the vastness and antiquity of this warship. Yi Fan felt that those cracks were at least several 100,000 years old. This type of purple gold was unordinary. It was refined 100 times into divine gold, completely different from what one would normally see. A type of divine power was infused into it, and undying patterns were carved on it, allowing it to remain undamaged until now. At the very least, this is the method used by the ancient sages to refine the sacred weapons, even though it's almost destroyed. The ship's body was in tatters. Blade marks and sword holes could be seen everywhere. This was a great battle that took place in the depths of the cosmos. Just thinking about it made one's heart pound. The events of the past made one fascinated. Yi Fan tried to use his divine sense to investigate, but he was shocked to find that this ancient ship could obstruct his powerful divine sense, unable to see through it. After another hour, he was convinced that the danger was minimal. Only then did he board the ship and enter the dilapidated cabin to explore the ruins. Fluctuations, it's right ahead. The cabin of the ship was vast and boundless, like a huge palace. There were all kinds of halls and ancient secret rooms inside, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. This didn't seem like a ship, but more like an immortal residence. It was vast and boundless, and everything could be found there. He even saw a dried-up medicinal field. Of course, not a single blade of grass grew inside. The spiritual medicines and other things had all turned into ashes. A divine pearl floated above the medicinal field, but it was also cracked, and the spiritual energy was about to dissipate. Time was the most terrifying power. Everything could be obliterated, and in the end, nothing could escape its reckoning. The fluctuations were like water splashes. Right ahead, Yi Fan's heart tightened. With the black gourd in hand and the myriad energy cauldron above his head, he walked over step by step. A human skull, snow-white and sparkling, like the most perfect work of art in the heavens. It was quietly displayed in an ancient palace, not moving at all, and emitting a gentle radiance. The fluctuations were actually released by her, and it made Yi Fan feel a false alarm. It wasn't the so-called living body. This speed, however, immediately after, he was greatly shocked. This skull was very special. There were fluctuations of the Tao, and it was naturally formed, making people feel close to it. The skull of a saint. He was shocked to discover this fact. No wonder even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the skull was still emitting fluctuations, and it was still immortal. This was left behind by an ancient saint who transformed into the Tao. Transforming into the Tao, one would naturally refine one's own body and return to the natural heavenly law. Only one or two of the hardest bones, which even the body couldn't melt, would remain. Just a skull like this, one could imagine how precious it was. It could definitely be refined into an unrivaled sacred weapon, and it would possess immortal divinity. This is the skull of a woman, Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was a female ancient saint, and from the shape of her skull, part of her appearance could be restored. With such a divine beauty, she must have been a peerless beauty. There are words. In this ancient cabin, Yi Fan saw a few lines of beautiful small words engraved on the copper wall beside the skull. Just like the skull, it condensed the Tao rhythm, because it came from the hands of a saint. Immemorial divine text. Yi Fan was astonished. This kind of ancient text was said to be the common language of all races in the ancient times, and even humans used it. He carefully read it. Because he had two ancient races translate the Sun scripture, he had also learned some ancient characters, and could more or less recognize a portion. After reading it, he roughly understood the meaning, and he was incomparably shocked. There was a person mentioned, Wu Shi. So even in the future, there are humans who use divine text. In the boundless universe, eternally boundless and gloomy, the female saint was stunning. She had once seen a supreme character called Wu Shi, and she admired him from the bottom of her heart. However, the great Emperor Wu Shi only appeared briefly. He accompanied her for a while and passed on a Tao formula to her. Then he disappeared, and it was said that he had returned to his homeland. When he read this, one could imagine how shocked Yi Fan was. There were indeed other sources of life in this desolate universe. Ancient China and the Big Dipper star region weren't the only ones. The great Emperor Wu Shi had been to other ancient stars, and he had even interacted with a woman for a period of time. This shocked Yi Fan considerably. If the Black Emperor knew about this, he would definitely roar towards the sky. The female saint entered the boundless star region in search of an opportunity to prove her Tao, and even more so, she wanted to see Wu Shi again. However, in the vast universe, she didn't know where to go. As far as she knew, there were only a few sources of life in the entire universe. She tried her best to find one, but in the end, it was hopeless. After her cultivation reached the peak, she couldn't go any further, and she couldn't prove her Tao. In the end, she passed away in the starry sky and died alone. An amazing woman who admired Wu Shi died in the starry sky just like that. The great Emperor Wu Shi passed away in the Purple Mountain. He couldn't have known that a woman had once pursued him like this. Otherwise, with his unparalleled magic power, he might have helped the female saint prove her Tao. Did the great Emperor Wu Shi really die in the ancient sovereign mountain? Every time he thought of Wu Shi, he would think of the Purple Mountain's bell, which had forced back 4 or 5 extreme path ancient emperor weapons. That was simply unimaginable. In this boundless universe, how many sources of life are there? Yi Fan read carefully, and then he was shocked again. In the last paragraph, the female saint had mentioned the ancient path of the stars. Unfortunately, when she discovered the ancient path, she didn't have much life left and couldn't pursue it. The female saint had seen the ancient ship before she passed away, but before she could explore it, she passed away. She was just a latecomer. This skull was a priceless divine object, but Yi Fan didn't want to profane it. If he could really return to the Big Dipper star region one day, he would consider bringing it to the Purple Mountain. Suddenly, when his hand was close to the crystalline skull, he felt an extreme chill. The chill pierced into his bones, and even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand it. Ding! When the skull was lifted, a jade pendant fell down. It was less than an inch long and shaped like a crescent moon. It was clear that it was the female saint's favorite object. The bone-piercing chill was emitted by it, and it could freeze one's soul. If it wasn't Yi Fan, but another cultivator, they would most likely have become an ice sculpture. Lunar Saint Power. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. Enduring the extreme cold, he held the jade pendant in his palm and observed it carefully. Only those who had cultivated the lunar scripture could cultivate this kind of saint power. It's just a jade pendant. How can it emit the lunar saint power? He tried to use his divine consciousness to enter the jade pendant, but he immediately felt as if he was being pricked by needles. His head felt like it was splitting. The lunar saint power in the ancient jade was even more terrifying. Could the Tao formula that great Emperor Wu Shi gave her back then be in the jade pendant? He had a bold thought. In the end, Yi Fan put away the skull and the jade pendant and continued forward. The ancient cabin was vast and boundless, and there were many places waiting to be explored. Along the way, he saw pieces of scrap metal. Without a doubt, they must have been divine weapons and ancient treasures many years ago. The battle back then was very intense. There were traces of destruction everywhere in the ancient cabin. There were no bones, only some bone dust. It's not a human. Yi Fan also found some broken scales among the bone dust. There were even a few divine feathers buried in the bones. They belonged to a very powerful alien race. Not long after, he came to a magnificent temple. His eyes trembled as he finally saw a human-shaped bone dust. There was even a finger bone that had not melted. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even longer. To be able to leave a finger bone, this person must have been unimaginably powerful when he was alive. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. There were words under the bone dust, and they were still divine characters. He squatted down and carefully observed them. He saw the words Ancient Starry Sky Road again. I discovered the Ancient Starry Sky Road. It leads to... The words suddenly stopped here, unable to continue. This person seemed to have died from exhaustion. What a pity! Yi Fan sighed softly. Soon after, he finally approached the center of the ancient ship. When he pushed open a set of copper doors, he immediately came into contact with a dust-covered, mysterious land. What entered his eyes was a sparkling and translucent expanse. There were rows and rows like coffins. There were dozens of large pieces of divine source. Heavens, so many! Even though Yi Fan had seen many things, he still couldn't help but cry out. There were more than 40 large pieces of divine source, and every piece was 2 or 3 square meters in size. There was an ancient creature sealed within. He was truly stunned. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons didn't have this much. What kind of power was this? If they were all archaic kings, it would be enough to shock past and present, making one's blood run cold. Something's wrong. Yi Fan quickly discovered something strange. There were so many divine source pieces in the same cabin, yet there wasn't the slightest bit of divine force fluctuations, nor was there any dazzling radiance. On the contrary, they were all a bit dim. This is, the essence of the divine source has all been used up, and only an empty shell is left. This type of scene was even more terrifying. All of the divine source had been used up. Just what kind of great calamity did the ancient creatures inside experience? How many years had they floated in the cosmos? Are they all archaic kings? Are they all dead? Their flesh, bones, and weapons are all priceless divine objects. Chapter 690. The ancient purple copper ship was dark and rusty. It was dilapidated and old. 43 divine sources laid in the center of the ship, all of them exhausted of their divine essence. Are all the archaic kings dead? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Every archaic king had boundless magical power. They could summon the wind and rain and were omnipotent. A single one of their weapons could shock the world. Without reaching the ancient saint realm, it was impossible to compete with the archaic kings. If there were dozens of ancient weapons sealed in these divine sources, just the thought of it was frightening. Yi Fan observed carefully. The creatures in the divine sources were all different. Some had dragon heads, some had 9 eyes, some were like divine phoenixes, and some were no different from humans, They all had a terrifying aura. Although they were motionless and their life essence had dried up, the aura of a dead king was still incomparably terrifying. In addition, although their postures were different, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all dried up like firewood. They were all skin and bones, and their essence energy had been exhausted. Moreover, they were all incomparably old. Their skin was wrinkled beyond recognition, as if they were old ghosts that had lived for several lifetimes. It was extremely awe-inspiring. Not only did each king exhaust 2 or 3 source blocks, but they also exhausted themselves to the point where they were like lamps without oil. What did they experience? Yi Fan didn't understand. Even though they were archaic kings that had lived for tens or even millions of years, they shouldn't have exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Could it be that these ancient kings lived in an even more ancient era? If this was the case, it really made one's hair stand on end. Just how ancient was the origin of life? However, Yi Fan also thought of another possibility. Traveling through the star domain was extremely dangerous. There were some mysterious ancient stars that could deprive one of their energy. Perhaps these ancient kings had experienced some terrifying places and exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Then, without divine essence, they naturally died of old age. There were so many ancient kings and an entire ship full of experts. Something must have happened during the most glorious period of the archaic races, and they all died together. Yes, traveling through the universe will consume energy. I have some divine source blocks on me. Once I exhaust them, I will follow in their footsteps. Yi Fan warned. In the desolate universe, there was nothing but darkness and coldness. One couldn't even breathe. If one didn't have origin blocks, they could only exhaust their own essence energy. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted. In the universe, one could only capture essence energy when they were close to a few large stars. But most of the time, they were in the darkness and could only waste it. In this world, only those who had reached the Saint Realm could forcibly extract the source energy of the universe from the deathly still sky and use it for themselves. This was also the fundamental reason why only ancient saints could roam the star field. Ordinary people couldn't even sense the free energy in the universe, let alone use it. It was impossible. The divine source on me can support me for many years. I don't have to worry about it for now. Yi Fan stared at these God source blocks and thought for a long time. He then wanted to try to break one of them and cut out the ancient kings' corpses and their weapons. Any one of the treasures on these people was a heaven-defying item. Who knew how they could be gathered together? There were so many of them. Kacha! A light sound rang out. He cut open a crack in the divine essence shell of an ancient creature with an ancestral dragon head and a human body. Not all archaic kings evolved to be exactly the same as humans. Some were conservative and would leave behind their own unique characteristics. This corpse was especially heavy. It was difficult for the divine source block to move it. This was an archaic king. Even a single fingernail was heavier than a mountain. The divine source block had just cracked open a crack, but a horrifying aura flowed out. Even though the ancestral dragon head was withered, it was still horrifying and made one's body feel like it was about to split apart. Yi Fan mainly wanted a pair of dragon horns. If he could get them, he could definitely refine them into a pair of divine objects. It seemed like they hadn't decayed under the passage of time. Because of the oppressive aura, it was as if a blade had slashed over. Kacha! Suddenly, another cracking sound rang out. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't continue to cut open the source, so why did this sound come out on its own? Suddenly, he felt his blood run cold. Could it be that something wanted to come out on its own? At this moment, his entire body went cold. There were so many archaic kings. Could it be that none of them had died? When he thought of this possibility, Yi Fan's scalp felt goosebumps. He felt a wave of numbness. Traveling through the starry sky was terrifying as expected. Kacha! This time, he heard it very clearly. The sound came from the front, and it wasn't that far away. He immediately stood up and pressed forward with the black gourd in hand. At this point, it was better to make the first move. In the depths of this ancient cabin, there was a treasured palace. There were 3 divine source blocks inside, and they stood on the ancient palace's high platform like divine statues. One of them was cracked open, and sealed inside was an existence like an evil god. Its hair was scarlet like blood, and it actually had 1,000 arms. It sat cross-legged inside like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Of course, its appearance was far from that of a Buddhist figure. Its skin was black, and apart from its scarlet hair, every inch of its skin was flickering with black light. Is this also a powerful archaic king? At first glance, Yi Fan's heart sank. The three in this ancient palace were very strange, and they seemed to be a bit more powerful. Meanwhile, this existence that was like a hand-holding demonic god actually released a strand of aura that automatically shattered the divine source block. There was nothing more terrifying than this. A strange sound rang through the air. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like a kun peng flapping its wings. The fluctuations were terrifying. A strand of divine will made its way towards Yi Fan's head to cut him open. All life source energy shook violently, as if it was struck by an iron hammer. It almost flew out into the cosmos, bringing Yi Fan with it as it rushed out over 100 zhang, smashing into the copper cabin. If it wasn't for the fact that this cauldron was made of special materials and was a holy object exclusive to great ancient emperors, it would have long shattered together with Yi Fan if it was any other weapon. There was a living creature. An archaic king ancestor actually still had life and didn't die from old age. How terrifying was this? Yi Fan didn't care about the consequences. Even if a great emperor came, he still had to take action. He activated the black gourd, and endless flames overflowed into the heavens, burning fiercely. The 9-colored mist threads melted the ancient cabin, turning it into a purple liquid. The divine patterns within were all stripped out, burning everything. It had to be said that the 9th level of the fire domain's holy flames were incomparably shocking. The heat was beyond compare, turning that demonic god's divine source shell into ashes and directly burning it. With a muffled groan, this 1,000-hand ancient king's entire body began to burn. After all, he was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Even if he had tremendous divine might, he still couldn't display it. He was immediately sealed in flames, suffering a type of fire tribulation. However, this was still an inconceivable existence. Not even time was able to clear him away. After experiencing endless years, he still had a single breath left in this world. He opened his mouth and inhaled, unexpectedly absorbing all of the divine flames. His burning body was extinguished, releasing a wave of incomparably terrifying might. What? Yi Fan was horrified. The 9-colored mist threads could burn everything in this world, yet it was ineffective against an ancient king whose body was shriveled and on the verge of death. Just how terrifying of an existence was this? With the black gourd in hand, Yi Fan could burn almost all of his enemies in this world, but it was useless against an ancient creature that was almost completely dead. What was even more frightening was that this 1,000-hand ancient king opened his eyes and began to refine the divine might of the flames. He wanted to use it for his own use to replenish his dried-up body. He didn't know how many years he had been floating in this boundless universe. His divine source was exhausted, and his body was extremely old. He could no longer obtain traveling energy, and only at such a close distance could he capture it. At the same time, his primordial spirit that was about to be destroyed forcefully split out a strand of divine will to attack Yi Fan once again. He wanted to crush him and seize everything he had. "Break for me!" shouted Yi Fan. He turned the myriad energy cauldron upside down and revealed the aura of the ancient saint. It was incomparably frightening, and the entire ancient palace hall was about to collapse. The 1,000-hand ancient king was startled. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes that were so dim that they were about to turn into dust. He quickly retracted his divine will, sensing the danger. In the past, he was unrivaled under the heavens, but now he was about to die. He couldn't even display a 10,000th of his power, so there was no way he could fight against an ancient saint. "Treasure, please turn around. Gourd Dao transformation sword." At this time, Yi Fan shouted loudly. The black gourd moved abnormally, swallowing and spitting out a concentrated ancient universe. Countless stars condensed, and the star domain flickered. It turned into an immortal sword and flew out. "Pooh!" The immortal sword immediately beheaded the archaic king and rushed past. It was just too fast. Yi Fan didn't expect that after the last time, he would succeed a second time with a casual shout. The Black Gourd's divine power was unstoppable. Rumble! The archaic king's head fell to the ground, but after a turn, it flew up again and reattached itself. There was no blood on the wound. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This ancient king was as if he had passed away in meditation and couldn't move at all, yet he still had this kind of divine might. It was truly horrifying. If it was in the past, he would definitely be unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan decisively retreated. This Black Gourd could only be used once, and summoning it a second time was completely useless. He used the might of an ancient saint to retreat. The archaic king stared fixedly at the Black Gourd. It was unclear what kind of expression he had. He slowly moved his withered body and followed out step by step. Before leaving, Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He lifted up the dragon-headed ancient creature in the outer hall and prepared to smash it at any time. Just like that, one of them retreated while the other approached. After exiting the ancient violet copper ship, Yi Fan leapt up and returned to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The dying ancient king seemed incomparably shocked. He stood on the ancient ship and stared fixedly at the 9 dragon corpses and bronze coffin. However, in the end he stopped and didn't give chase. A divine power shot out from Yi Fan's palm and struck the violet copper warship. The two immediately separated and then staggered. It gradually disappeared into the distance. In the pitch-black cosmos, only a withered figure could be seen standing on the ancient ship. He was still gazing in this direction. Ziwei Ancient Star, Yi Fan muttered to himself. The ancient ship had originally sailed towards the Ziwei Ancient Star region. Now, after separating, it corrected its direction and moved forward again. He had gained a lot from boarding the ancient ship. He had obtained a crescent moon pendant that contained the secrets of extreme Yin. He had also brought back a divine source shell with an archaic king sealed within it. Although it was a corpse, its entire body was filled with treasures. Where am I going? The ancient violet copper ship had gone far away. In this boundless cosmos, he didn't know where his path was. He only knew that he wasn't very far from the Big Dipper star region. He knew nothing else. Of course, this not very far was relative to the boundless cosmos. If he were to fly back by himself, it might take him a lifetime. Yi Fan corrected his direction several times, but he found that it would change back after a short while. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin were not floating aimlessly. Although they were slow, they were always moving in the same direction. He didn't try to change his direction again. He then sat cross-legged on the bronze coffin and began his seclusion. Time passed quickly. For a whole 3 years, he didn't move at all. During this period, the heavenly tribulation descended. There were lightning flashes and thunder rolls. It was incomparably terrifying in the deathly silent cosmos. And most of the time, he was in a state of forgetfulness. He didn't know what year it was, didn't know where he was, and had almost forgotten himself. This time, Yi Fan slept for half a year. He had no perception of the outside world. It was no different from dying in meditation. Suddenly, he woke up from his state of death seclusion. He felt a violent collision and was sent flying. What? An ancient star? Yi Fan was shocked to find that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had fallen into an ancient star. Just now, he was sent flying because he came into contact with the ground. Chapter 691. Dust flew everywhere, and there was a violent sound and a violent earthquake. The 9 dragon corpses pulled the coffin down from the sky and landed on an ancient star. Yi Fan was like a withered leaf in a gale. He was sent flying for who knew how many miles and collided with many rocks. Otherwise, he would have definitely been smashed into a pool of mud. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin landed on this ancient star from the dark universe. It was full of unknowns and there were no clues to be found. Recently, he had been in seclusion and had forgotten about everything. What is this place? Smoke and dust filled the sky. Yi Fan finally stabilized his body and wasn't injured during the rapid fall. There was a huge pit on the ground. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were lying in disarray. They were also unharmed, but the ground had caved in and many huge cracks had appeared. We've landed. Was this the final destination? Yi Fan's heart was moved. He was filled with puzzlement and yearning. He really wanted to know what kind of ancient star this was. There's air. Suddenly, he keenly sensed this problem. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, but he felt a little dizzy. Poison. This made him feel a little dizzy. One could imagine how poisonous the air on this ancient star was. It couldn't be absorbed by the human body at all. Is this a dead star land? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everything in the surroundings could be seen clearly. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were motionless. They landed here, and it could be said that they had run aground and stopped moving forward. This was a mountainous area where not a single blade of grass grew. There were no signs of life. Yi Fan was disappointed. He thought he had come to a source of life. Suddenly, his eyes froze and he was shocked. He saw a huge claw mark not far away. It was imprinted on a stone mountain and almost cracked the top of the mountain. What a big creature this is. 1 claw can uproot a mountain. Yi Fan was quite surprised. Such a barren planet didn't seem to have any living creatures. How could there be such a huge and frightening claw mark? He immediately became more careful. This ancient star might not be as simple as he thought. Otherwise, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin would not have fallen for no reason. Of course, he was even more curious about what route the dragon corpse and coffin were taking. How could they determine the direction, what kind of power was guiding them, where exactly were they going, where was their final destination, and what would happen in the end? Mystery, everything was a mystery. It was difficult for him to guess and think clearly. He had no idea what the final destination would be. Perhaps riding the coffin this time would reveal some of its secrets and reveal the place it had arrived at. Yi Fan flew up into the sky and looked into the distance. He wanted to take a good look at this world. He muttered to himself, who is it that is paving the way in the cold universe? Where is it leading? Suddenly Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He saw a smear of gold on the horizon. It seemed to be a patch of vegetation. It was lush, but the color was too strange. The planet was filled with poison, yet there were still signs of life. He was astonished. He glanced at the ancient coffin and quickly flew forward. After traveling for 80 to 90 li, Yi Fan walked out of this barren land and discovered the vitality in front of him. It was an incomparably resplendent golden expanse. He was dumbfounded. This was a patch of incomparably dazzling golden trees. Of course, they weren't made of gold, but rather, they were alive. He plucked a leaf and golden droplets flowed out. When he put it in his mouth, it tasted a bit bitter, but also a bit fragrant. There was also a trace of essence energy flowing. What a strange place. An ancient star with life, a source of special life. Yi Fan entered the forest and walked towards the central area. It had to be said that this was a very gorgeous ancient forest. Every single one of them was golden in color and was very different from the vegetation he had seen before. But suddenly, a giant golden flower suddenly bloomed on the oldest tree. The stamen rushed over like a tongue and rolled up Yi Fan, collecting him into the flower in an instant. Then it quickly closed. Golden light flowed and dazzled the eyes. The divine power in Yi Fan's body flowed outwards and was absorbed by the giant flower. It wanted to extract all of his essence energy and refine it. Break for me. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. With a forceful shake, the flower and the ancient tree were crushed together. It was as if pieces of gold fell down and fluttered about. Golden light flickered about and a lot of essence energy rushed out. He took a deep breath and refined it into his own body. Then, with a light ding sound, a crystal fell onto the ground. It was only the size of a pigeon egg. This was a crystal inside the ancient tree. It was golden in color and extremely dazzling. It was full of a type of source power. Yi Fan held it in his hand and carefully observed it. He felt that it was extremely pure and holy, even his fingers becoming sparkling and translucent. He was astonished. What kind of ancient star was this? How could there be an ancient tree like this? It was completely different from the life forms of the other world. In this entire ancient forest, only this old tree was special. Everything else was normal and didn't absorb his divine power. In addition, he discovered that the old tree's roots took root in every single tree and absorbed their essence energy. Is it a tree spirit? Could it be an old demon, or is it just this type of life form? When Yi Fan walked out from this golden ancient land, he discovered that this ancient tree was a ruler. All of the golden tree species provided it with essence energy, but now, they were all destroyed by him. When he made his way through, he didn't discover a single animal. It was extremely quiet, not even the slightest bit of sound. It was so quiet that it left one in despair. Just what kind of ancient star is this exactly? In the distance, an expanse of dazzling purple light transmitted over. It surged like a flood. Yi Fan walked forward and quickly arrived here. This was a miraculous plant. Regardless of whether it was the leaves, flowers, or roots, they were all purple in color. In addition, there was a dense mist that flickered about like multicolored clouds. This world is truly strange. There isn't a single green tree, and all of the trees look like they were sculpted from gemstones. However, they just happen to have life. This time, Yi Fan paid close attention. There was an ancient tree at the center that was still rather special. It seemed to be a ruler. When he approached, this forest's purple light rushed into the heavens. Then, it turned into an enormous heavenly sword in the sky and hacked down. In a single breath of time, the great earth split open. Earth and rocks flew into the air. An enormous crack that was several zhang wide appeared and extended out for several li. The power of this sword was extremely astonishing. What? Yi Fan was quite shocked. He originally thought that this was just a strange forest that was a bit different from the other world's life form. Yet now, he saw it condense into an enormous purple sword. It made him feel extremely strange and mysterious. Just what kind of world was this exactly? Yi Fan didn't look down on it. He brandished the deity striking whip and smashed it down heavily, colliding with the purple heavenly sword. His body trembled violently, and he retreated more than 10 steps. However, he still endured it. The power of this sword was extremely great. The dozen or so footprints on the ground all cracked. Many cracks burst forth and extended in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. The purple heavenly sword shattered and turned into an expanse of purple light before disappearing. A large half of the vegetation here immediately disappeared and withered. The ancient tree at the center directly collapsed. Ding! A light sound rang out. A purple crystal the size of a chicken egg flew out and drew out a beautiful arc in the air. It flickered with powerful divine force fluctuations. Yi Fan caught it in his hands and said to himself, "What is this? Why is there one in every strange tree?" There were 2 crystals in his hands, but he didn't know what they were or what they were used for. It seemed like they could be used as origin blocks to absorb spiritual essence. However, when he tried it out, he discovered that it was extremely strenuous. It was sealed extremely well and incomparably sturdy. It was difficult to crush. Yi Fan continued forward. He wanted to figure out just what kind of world this was. He had to go far enough. Hong long long. A tsunami-like sound rang out in front of him. Scarlet light rushed into the sky and rumbled like a large flaming cloud. Yi Fan walked forward and saw the real scene. It was an expanse of ancient trees that were scarlet red like blood. Endless multicolored mist swirled around them. These scarlet ancient trees were exceptionally tall. Many of them were dozens of meters tall, and the Scarlet Tree King at the center was even more so, several hundred meters tall. It was like a small mountain that seemed to be carved out of red coral. It was extremely beautiful, scarlet red like blood, and its leaves were sparkling and translucent. However, it was also extremely dangerous. As soon as Yi Fan approached, the entire ancient forest turned into a sea of blood. Then, scarlet multicolored mist drowned out the heaven and earth. A scarlet cauldron that was over 1,000 zhang tall appeared. It was completely condensed from scarlet multicolored mist. It descended from the sky and gave off a feeling that it was impossible to contend against. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The scarlet cauldron was simple and unadorned in shape. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. The cauldron was perfectly round and almost identical to Yi Fan's cauldron. Even the patterns on its surface were similar. The characteristics of ancient China. Yi Fan was stunned. Then he quickly attacked. This attack was too powerful. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he also felt threatened. It definitely had the divine might of a peak divine lord going all out. Yi Fan didn't waste any divine essence. He directly took out the black gourd. 9 colored flames overflowed into the sky and instantly submerged the ancient cauldron. Kacha! Divine flames filled the sky and the giant cauldron was burned to pieces. Then the scarlet forest in front of him also withered. The tree king shattered like a burst of fireworks. A palm-sized scarlet crystal flew out. The divine might was very powerful, and it was like a divine star crossing the sky. Yi Fan caught it in his hand and put it away. Just like that he continued forward. From time to time he would see ancient forests. He found a total of 5 colored ancient trees that were all flickering with brilliance. There was a tree king that gave birth to a crystal. Just like that, he traveled for thousands of miles and discovered dozens of forests. The most terrifying one made his heart palpitate. It was an ancient tree that emitted a black light that shot into the heavens. The black light condensed into the body of a fiend god, and with a single roar, a mountain range collapsed. However, in the end, it was still destroyed by the black gourd. A square-foot black crystal fell from the ancient tree. In this world, there were 5 colored ancient trees. Yi Fan suspected that they were related to the 5 elements. They were similar to the legendary 5-element true wood. Unfortunately, his knowledge was limited because there were very few ancient records. However, he knew that the 5-element true wood was incomparably precious and difficult to nurture. He never thought that this ancient star would have so many of them. Moreover, they were growing well and flourishing. 2 days later, Yi Fan arrived at an ancient land. There were actually some traces of biological activity. Moreover, they weren't left behind too long ago. This shocked him greatly. He advanced along a stone forest and gradually approached a giant mountain. When he arrived at a spacious area, Yi Fan was incomparably shocked. Ding! The peak of the giant mountain was very vast. There was an old man there. He was currently stacking 5 colored crystals together to build a small altar. 5-colored altar. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. There was actually a person here. Moreover, he was building the 5-colored altar. Suddenly seeing him like this was a great blow to him. In an instant, he immediately understood. The crystals produced by the 5-colored ancient tree were the materials used to build the 5-colored altar. An ancient tree that could launch an attack comparable to a peak divine lord could only produce palm-sized crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs. Just how many tree kings were needed to build an altar? Yi Fan thought of the 5-colored altar on Mount Tai and the 5-colored altar in the ancient desolate forbidden land. Just how powerful were the 5-colored tree kings needed to build this? It had to be known that some of those giant 5-colored stones weighed 1,000 jin or even 10,000 jin. The stones of the 5-colored altar were actually obtained like this? Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock. These were actually crystals produced by the divine tree. In front of him, the old man only had one arm. He was dressed in black clothes and was building an ancient altar alone. It gave off an incomparably strange feeling.